We'd like to remind you fans who just arrived here at the ballpark, we have a doubleheader. It's a 29 doubleheader. The first game will begin at approximately 5:05. Don't forget, after the second game tonight, there will be time for a pyrotechnical fireworks extravaganza here at Camden Ballpark. Now remember, a big doubleheader for you tonight, 2 7-inning games.
Test.
And the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden Riversharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions.
Lions Bucks up the third baseline. Esquivel charging in. They're not going to have a play. And the Ducks are the champions of the Atlantic League here in 2012. Going back is Adam Bailey. He settles under it. He makes the catch. Adam Bailey makes the catch. And for a second straight year, the Atlantic League trophy will reside on Long Island. The Ducks are the Atlantic League champions.
And now it's time for the Long Island Ducks North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital pregame show.
We're live here at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York, and it is time once again for Long Island Ducks baseball. And today, we're going to play two. It's a single admission doubleheader here at the Duck Pond as the Long Island Ducks take on the Liberty Division foe Camden Riversharks in the first two games of a three-game series. Well, good afternoon, Ducks fans. Thanks so much for joining us here on your Saturday. My name is Michael Pollock, joined here in the broadcast booth by David Weiss. Rain coming through yesterday, forcing the postponement of the series opener between these two teams. Game was called early, terrible forecast throughout the day. Some rain, some not. Ultimately, game got postponed, and now a single admission doubleheader today, and the Ducks are coming in off a high, winning 4 of 6 on the road, David.
That's right. They took 2 out of 3 in both places on the road after losing 3 in a row and being swept at home to Lancaster. The Ducks only 2 up and 5 down here at home, Michael. You know that's going to improve, and now would be a nice time to start. The Ducks are 9-9 on the season, still trying to get their webbed feet wet, if you will, and try to develop some consistency. Could you have any better a day weather-wise to play two? Heading into the evening, we get temperatures between 65 and 70, a light breeze. The humidity is low, and after a stormy Friday night, we got a beautiful Saturday in store to play a twin bill.
It really is a perfect day out, a stark contrast from yesterday. Giant web foot logo in center field now, and the field looks terrific. Blue skies and sunshine overhead. And you were right, David. It was a tough homestand for the Ducks the first time out. They were able to split the series with York after dropping the first 2, so feelings were good. And then 3 close games with Lancaster. The Barnstormers found ways to win them all, but they went on the road and won 2 of 3 in Lancaster, and then 2 of 3 in Bridgeport to get the leg up in the Ferry Cup series. And speaking with players before the game, it was extremely important for them to go on the road and get those 2 series wins.
What does skipper Kevin Baez say, and most managers say? Take it one series at a time. Not necessarily one inning at a time or one game at a time, but you take a look at a 3-game series. Your job is to take 2 out of 3, whether it's home or away. That's a 667 percentage, and you're going to be just fine. You keep doing that.
Well, the Ducks won 4 of 6 on the road. Now they're going to try and win the series here. 3 games in 2 days. 2 7-inning games on tap today. We're going to take a break here on the North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital pregame show. When we come back, I sit down with Ducks reliever Eric Neeson. I'll chat with him right after this.
Hi, this is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community.
We provide outstanding health care right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination. Well, back here at Bethpage Ballpark as the Long Island Ducks get set to take on the Camden Riversharks in a single admission doubleheader today. Ducks bullpen was dominant on a 6-game road trip. They posted a 1.54 ERA, 2 wins and 3 saves during the road trip. 23 in the third innings. They gave up just 4 runs on 11 hits, 9 walks to 19 strikeouts. One of those relievers who has been so fantastic is Eric Neeson. He has yet to allow an earned run this season. He's one of 4 bullpen guys for the Ducks who have yet to allow an earned run, and I have the chance to catch up with Eric before this afternoon's ball game. Eric, you guys are back home after a 4-2 road trip, series wins in Lancaster and in Bridgeport. Just give me your overall analysis of that road trip.
I think anytime you go on a road trip and take both series is obviously a great accomplishment. Being on the road that many days and being able to play away from your home field and take wins away is always good. So we'll definitely take it, and hopefully it rolls on and keeps going here at home. After the way the homestand finished, 3 straight losses here against Lancaster, what did it say about your team to go into their building, win 2 games there, and then follow that up with another series win against a crosstown rival? I think sometimes it's just how baseball goes. When you play a team a lot, especially I think we had, 6 games in a row, eventually those games are going to even out a little bit. So when we went to their place, no one really freaked out about it, losing here. We just went there, knew what we had to do, and just took care of it. You were part of a bullpen that was completely dominant on the road, had an ERA around 1.5. You personally have been very strong this year. What has it been about the bullpen that has made you guys so successful thus far? Honestly, I think it's the group of guys we have down there. Everyone's pretty relaxed, and they know what they need to do to help the team. Each person's got their own qualities and own talent, so we go out there and we use it in a good situation. We're able to kind of combine and pick each other up, and I think that's a great teamwork, and that's what usually leads to success. Does it seem down there that everybody's kind of feeding off each other? When one guy goes out and throws a scoreless outing, the next guy wants to mimic it, and everybody just kind of picks each other up? Yeah, definitely. Anytime you have guys going out there and doing their job, you want to make sure you do that for them as well. It's like I said, it's teamwork. They help you out, you help them out, and you want to make sure that you're doing that for your teammate and picking them up. And I think that's what we have, a great group of guys. Everyone wants to do that for each other. And Leo Rosales, leading the Atlantic League entering today with 7 saves, continues to be his dominant self. What have you seen from him this year, and does it even look like this year that he might be better than he was the last 2 years, if that's even possible? Obviously, he's just continuing to do what he's good at. He goes out there, he's getting the opportunities, and he's making a lot of success with it. And it's same old Leo to me. He's going out there and just throwing strikes and getting guys out, and it's nice to have him out there and watch him, just close those games out for us. And of course, as a bullpen, you now welcome a new piece. You welcome in John Malone, your former teammate back in 2012. How special was he to be a part of that bullpen in 2012 and the work he did on the mound in his 23 appearances? I remember when he was first here, he was dominant. Before Leo got here, he was our closer, and he was just striking out a lot of guys, and kind of made it look easy there for a while. So hopefully we can get that type of success again out of him, and it'll definitely help our bullpen. He's a guy who's coming off of missing an entire season because of an injury. Being an athlete and a baseball player, a pitcher who hasn't pitched in a year, how tough is it to have to find your way back and find your pitch again after not being on the field for so long? Everybody's a little different. I think the first thing for him to get used to would probably be the adrenaline, the thrill of getting back out there, and that usually subsides after the first or two outings. So I think once he gets in there a couple times, if he's feeling good, he'll be right back to his old self.
You guys welcome in the Camden Riversharks here to start a 3-game series, start a 7-game homestand, and right away it's a doubleheader because of the rainouts. Now your third doubleheader this year, is it starting to wear on you guys or starting to be physically taxing having to play so many doubleheaders so early in the season?
The day-night doubleheaders are a little different because they're full 9-inning games and they take up pretty much the whole day. Those are a little bit tougher, but days like this, we had a rain out yesterday. You get after we came back from traveling, you get a day off due to the rain. You come in a little fresh during the doubleheaders that are 2 sevens, and so they're not too bad. They're almost sometimes a little bit different from every day, so you get that extra day due to the rain, and it kind of rejuvenates everybody.
In Camden, you look at the standings; they've struggled this year, just 5-15 entering this series. What is it going to take from you guys mentally to avoid a letdown here, avoid falling to a team that has struggled so far this season?
For me personally, I don't really look at a team and say whether they're struggling or not. It's just keeping your level of intensity and keeping your focus the same every day. It doesn't matter what teams there are. You can lose to anybody, you can beat anybody. So it just comes to the fact that you need to go out there every day and as a team and as a personal individual with the same intensity and focus.
And finally, after losing 5 of the 7 games on that first homestand, how much is it in your minds that you guys want to get back and get revenge on that and kind of go out and put together a winning homestand?
I don't know if it's necessarily revenge. It's just you always want to win. Every day you come here and you want to win. So every time that's the goal, day in and day out. So just in life, you sometimes have to put the past behind you and learn from it. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to go out there and try to win today and then tomorrow, and hopefully we can take 3 from these guys in 2 days.
All right, thanks so much, Eric. Best of luck on the homestand.
Thank you.
And that is left-handed pitcher Eric Neeson, who, along with Brett Lauren, Josh Lansford, and Steve Garrison, have not allowed an earned run this year out of the bullpen, and that is why the Ducks have won 9 games and have had so many come-from-behind wins early this season. We'll take a break. When we come back, a closer look at Game 1 of this single-admission doubleheader between the Long Island Ducks and the Camden Riversharks here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Hi, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ, Southside Hospital in Bayshore, is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Life without Ducks baseball.
Emily, quit texting. James, get off the iPad. Honey, pick a channel.
Life with Ducks baseball. Bethpage Ballpark is set, Quackerjack is ready, and the flock is prepared to defend their title. All we need is you. For game times, promos, and tickets, visit liducks.com.
It's a blast. Now that's more like it.
Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Back at Bethpage Ballpark, Michael Pollack alongside David Weiss as we get set for Game 1 of a single-admission doubleheader today between the Long Island Ducks and the Camden Riversharks as the Ducks begin a 7-game homestand here against Camden and then Southern Maryland. Well, we look at the pitching matchup here for Game 1, and the Ducks, a flurry of roster moves yesterday, among them the release of left-handed pitcher Matt Way, who has been struggling so far this year. Arm doesn't seem like it's fully right after he missed several games at the end of the year last year with an arm injury. Fernando Hernandez takes his spot. He already has 1 start this year, and he's 2-0 with a 0.71 ERA. He's been fantastic.
He has, and it's tough to lose Matt Way. He meant a lot to the Ducks last season, of course. I know from a broadcaster and a fan's point of view, Matt Way among the pitchers who pitches the quickest on the mound. He would deliver the ball so quickly, and that's great for his infielders and outfielders behind him, and especially for the fans who want to see a game move along. So we wish Matt all the best. As far as Fernando Hernandez is concerned, it's important to try to get that first game of a doubleheader, and he has been very sharp so far. So It's all about control, moving the ball around as it is for so many pitches for the Ducks. And we'll see how he does against the Riversharks here this afternoon.
Yeah, Hernandez pitched his only start of the year in Game 2 of a doubleheader in Southern Maryland on May 1st. 4 innings of 1-run ball, got a no decision, but the Ducks won the game 3-1 to sweep the doubleheader. And so far this year, Long Island is 3-1 in doubleheader games. On the other side for the Riversharks, it's right-hander Scott Gorgon. He has not gotten off to a good start this year. 3 games, 2 starts, has an ERA of 7.5, 2 losses, both of them coming in his last 2 starts when he allowed 6 runs. But Gorgon had a lot of success in 3 starts against the Ducks last year.
And this is an oddity. You've got the Lansford brothers, of course, pitching for the Long Island Ducks, both out of the bullpen, at least normally. And for the Riversharks, you got Scott Gorgon and his twin brother, Matt Gorgon. Both born on January 27, 1987, both 27 years of age, both from Concord, California. I don't know which one is older, do you?
I do not, but I can tell you, though, we will see one of the Gorgon brothers today for sure. That is Scott Gorgon, who is starting Game 1, and we will for sure see one of the Lansford brothers as Jared Lansford starts Game 2. So it should be a brotherly affair here today, but of course, the Ducks and the Riversharks will lock up in a battle. Ducks entering today at 9-9. 2.5 games in MAC of the Somerset Patriots in the Liberty Division standings. Camden Riversharks have gotten off to a very tough start, 5-15 this year, but David, they started 0-9 and are 5-6 since, and they have just won back-to-back series like Long Island, so things are starting to turn around for the Riversharks.
Yeah, you asked manager Kevin Baez, are there any easy outs in the Atlantic League, any gimmies? The answer is absolutely not. Every game can be competitive and usually is.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens today. Ducks have taken the field here at Bethpage Ballpark wearing their home white pinstripe jerseys. Riversharks will be in the road grays, and we are just about getting set for our national anthem today, which is going to be performed on the field by the Ruth C. Kinney Elementary School. Today's dream team now taking the field. They are the New York Nationals, who actually before the game, David, took part in another great on-field promotion, fielding with the flock, where they had a chance to get on the field and shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice.
Oh, how much fun is that? Wouldn't you have loved to have done that growing up?
Sure.
As a little leaguer, getting out there and shagging fly balls would be fantastic.
You get a chance to be out there with Atlantic League players, some former big leaguers. So now here is the Ruth C. Kinney Elementary School on the field behind home plate. They are ready to sing today's national anthem.
Beautiful job of the national anthem by a very enthusiastic bunch. The Ruth C. Kinney Elementary School, our Star-Spangled Banner. And as the Ducks continue their warm-ups, minutes away here from pitch number 1, let's take a look at this afternoon's starting lineups. Here's Michael Pollack.
Oh, thank you very much, David Weiss, for the Camden Riversharks, who are managed by Ron Karkovice. It will be Zach McPhee leading off. He is in left field today. Alex Hudak is the center fielder batting second. And in right field, former Somerset Patriot, that is Jorge Cortez. He hits third. In the cleanup spot today is a returner to this Riversharks team, Patty Matera. He is batting fourth and playing third base. Wilson Batista, former York Revolution infielder, the second baseman batting fifth. Brian Pounds is at first base in the sixth spot. Former Patriot Bobby Stevens is the shortstop. He will bat seventh. Mike Albaladejo does the catching and hits eighth. And rounding out the order is the designated hitter for Camden. That is Jean Vasquez. And again, they will all be facing right-handed pitcher Fernando Hernandez. from Long Island. On the other side, for the Ducks, who are managed, of course, by Kevin Baez in his 4th season as skipper, Phelan Lentini will lead off. He is the right fielder. Newcomer and 8-year veteran in the major leagues, Brendan Harris, is the 3rd baseman. He will bat second as he makes his Duck debut. Another former big leaguer, Lou Ford, is in center field. He will bat 3rd, the Ducks' leading hitter, and 3rd highest average in the Atlantic League. He bats 3rd. In the cleanup spot is the first baseman, Joe Ashbrodeen, batting 5th. The left fielder is Adam Bailey, who leads the Ducks with 4 home runs on the year. Ryan Strebe is the designated hitter today. He will bat 6th. Cody Puckett, who has been on a tear, is the second baseman in batting 7th. Brian Peacock does the catching. He hits 8th. And rounding out the order for Long Island is shortstop Dan Lyons. And those Ducks will all face right-hander for Camden, Scott Gorgon.
As we mentioned, the weather conditions could not be better. We do have the wind blowing out. Looks like whipping a bit toward left field at the moment. It is a bit of a breeze, not a stiff wind, as compared to the stormy weather we had last night across much of the area. So it's Fernando Hernandez to face. Top of the order, and his first pitch is a fastball that sails wide on Zach McPhee.
Start time of the game is 5:09.
5:09 start time of the game. I think the first pitch temperature, or second pitch temperature, is 69. Let's see.
Transportation Services temperature of the game is 70 degrees.
Very close.
Off by 1 degree.
Very close.
70 degree Saturday afternoon, the 17th of May. 2-0 pitch on the way and nips the outside corner against McPhee. First strike registered by Fernando Hernandez. It's 2-1 to Zach McPhee on the season. 269, a homer, 2 RBIs. Hernandez works quickly. Next pitch. Outside corner again for a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. You might hear home plate umpire Derek Moshia from here. He has a rather emphatic strike call. 2-2 pitch on the way. Just misses the outside corner, a little low. Count runs full at 3-2. It's Zach McPhee, Alex Hudak, and Jorge Cortez facing Fernando Hernandez here in the top of inning number 1, the first of 2. Both games scheduled for 7. As in 7 innings. 3-2 pitch outside, so Zach McPhee walks, and he is aboard, first base runner of the game.
Yeah, rarity there for Hernandez. Has not walked many, just 3 walks in 12 2/3 innings to start off, 9 strikeouts. He's given up 9 hits and just 2 runs on the year, only 1 of them earned. He's been very strong for Long Island so far. 5 games out of the bullpen, 1 as a starter in a doubleheader, and gets his second start today, trying to grasp hold of that 5th starter spot for Long Island.
First pitch on the way to Alex Hudak. Good fastball, tailing away from Hudak, who swings and misses. 0-1. Hudak on the season for Camden's at 289. He has 13 hits and 45 at-bats, a homer, and has knocked in 8. Batting from the left side against the righty Hernandez. And Fernando will throw over to first to keep McPhee close for Zach McPhee. There is speed at the top of the order. He has 4 steals. Has only been caught stealing once thus far in 2014. Hudak with a slightly open stance at the plate, and the runner takes off behind the plate. That's Brian Peacock. The throw down is not in time. Sliding underneath the throw is Zach McPhee with his 5th steal of the season. He's in scoring position with nobody out.
Yeah, better throw there from Peacock. Might have gotten him. It was a strong throw. The problem was it was a bit high, and so the shortstop Dan Lyons had to leap up, grab it, and try and slap the tag down, but McPhee was able to slide in under it for the steal.
Coming set, Hernandez, 1-1 pitch on the way to Hudak is a little looper in the infield, and calling everybody off is the second baseman Cody Puckett. Makes the grab, 1 down.
Yeah, Hudak got a little bit jammed there and tried to fight it off in a shallow center dunk in front of Lou Ford, but Puckett was able to go out and get it. Defensively for the Ducks, it's Adam Bailey in left, Lou Ford in center, and Phelan Lentini in right. On the infield from left to right, Brendan Harris at third, making his Ducks debut. Dan Lyons, the shortstop. As we just mentioned, Cody Puckett is at second. Joe Ashbrodeen at first. And behind home plate doing the catching is Brian Peacock.
And stepping in now to hit against Fernando Hernandez, Jorge Cortez, the right fielder for the Camden Riversharks. Cortez at an even 200. 11 for 55 on the season. No homers, has knocked in 5. Holds the bat straight up in the air next to his left ear. Unusual stance. And then he launches into the ball, takes a fastball tailing outside. 1-0 to Cortez. Zach McPhee just stole his 5th base of the season. Takes his lead off second base with 1 down. Top of the first here at Bethpage Ballpark. Next pitch, high and tight. That was up against the chin of Jorge Cortez, and it's 2-0.
Now, these two were teammates at the end of last year. Jorge Cortez and Fernando Hernandez, both members of the Somerset Patriots at the end of the regular season and the postseason. So these two very familiar with each other.
And Fernando Hernandez coming set quickly. Takes a look at the runner, McPhee, and the pitch to Cortez. Another tailing fastball way outside. And now 3 balls and no strikes. So early on, Fernando Hernandez having a little bit of trouble with his control. See if he can straighten it out in a hurry and keep Camden off the board here in the top of the first. Next pitch, outside. Just missed the outside corner. And Cortez walks very quickly. 2 walks issued here in the top of inning number 1, and there are 2 aboard with 1 out, and cleanup batter Patty Matera coming up.
It seems like Hernandez keeps trying to throw that 2-seam fastball and run it over the outside corner, and it's got good movement. Unfortunately, it has too good a movement where it's going too far outside. He's got to try and aim it a little bit more towards the middle of the plate, and if it tails, then it would go towards the outside. Obviously, though, you don't want to make a mistake over the plate.
Righty-righty matchup here as Matera looks at a slider that ends up off the plate outside. 1-0. To Patty Matera on the season, .254. He is 17 for 67. 1 homer, has knocked in 5. And playing not too far in Camden from where he grew up, Toms River, New Jersey, where he still resides. Stands slightly open from the right side. He's got plenty of power. 2 on, just 1 out, 1-0 the count. And Matera steps out. And Fernando Hernandez steps off the mound, so we will reset. Hernandez checking both runners. McPhee off second, Cortez off first. And the pitch to Matera is on the way, and he hits it sky high, mile high behind the plate. It's near the Camden dugout, chasing it, diving, and what a grab by Brian Peacock, the Ducks catcher, with a highlight catch just in front of the Camden dugout. Wow.
That was a magnificent grab by Brian Peacock. He was having a tough time with that. The wind taking a little bit, ranged all the way over to the dugout, and had to make a dive right on the warning track, and he literally snow-coned it in the end of his glove and held on, holding that glove high in the air. Terrific grab by Peacock to retire the cleanup hitter for Camden.
Yeah, Michael, this is a swirling wind. Anything hit up in the air, especially that high, is going to play tricks on whoever is waiting for it to come down. And Peacock running over to his left, making a sliding, diving, snow cone type grab. What a catch. Wilson Batista at the plate now. Batting from the left side against the righty Fernando Hernandez. 2 outs, 2 on, and there's a little ground ball underneath the glove of third baseman Brendan Harris. Being waved in is Zach McPhee, and he will score. Throw cut off, 1-0 Sharks on the RBI single from Wilson Batista.
That was a tough play there for Harris on the break. On the pitch, he moved a couple steps back to his right towards the line, and then that ball was hit back in the hole, so he had to range back to his left, trying to make a diving catch, and unfortunately it went just under his glove, and he was a victim there of taking that extra step or 2 back towards the line. Had he stayed where he was, might have had a chance on it, but ultimately could not recover.
Good point. Less reaction time when you're playing a step or 2 in. Brian Pounds at the plate now, the first baseman, 6th in the order for the Riversharks, and he takes the ball away. It's 1-0 to Brian Pounds. 1-0 Riversharks, top of the first. Still 2 on, still 2 out. Righty-righty matchup here as Hernandez comes set. Checks the runners, the 1-0. Nips the outside corner on a good curveball. 1 ball and 1 strike to Pounds on the season. He's at .226. No homers, 4 RBIs. Has scored 8 runs, 14 for 62 on the season. Standing deep in the box. Hernandez getting the sign from Brian Peacock. And the 1-1 pitch is on the way, and that is foul. Twisting away from right fielder Phelan Lentini. Does he have a play? Nearly did. The wind, as we said, is whipping. Straight out, maybe a little left, little right. And although that was slicing away from Lentini, it stayed outside the stands and hit the dirt. Lentini made a sliding attempt, but could not come up with it. Came close.
Yeah, it was a good effort. Good effort by Lentini to chase after that ball. It was just out of his reach. So Camden scoring the first run. Ducks have now had opponents score the first run of the game in 15 of their 19 games played this year. Ducks have 5 wins in those games, showing you the amount of times they've been able to come from behind. But it's been more often than not by a wide spread that opponents have scored the game's first run.
Hernandez coming set, and the 1-2 pitch on the way to Pounds is fouled back, just getting a piece to stay alive. And the count remains 1-2. And just remember, when scoring quickly or maybe building a lead early here this afternoon. You're talking about 7 innings, not 9, so you have fewer innings to deal with in a comeback effort. Pounds back in. Hernandez set. 1-2 pitch on the way, and he fouls it once again back to the screen. A little late on that fastball, but stays alive. And the count remains 1-2 with 2 down and 2 on. Camden taking advantage of a couple of walks surrendered by Fernando Hernandez, and an RBI single, a 2-out safety to left field from Wilson Bastista, and it's 1-0. 1-2 pitch on the way. Inside corner, just missing. Good fastball as Pounds had to jerk his body out of the way, but it just missed. The count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 down.
Yeah, Hernandez having some trouble hitting his spots here, and Camden being very pesky, fouling off some of these tough pitches.
Hernandez, 2-2 pitch on the way, and then the stroke to right field. Phelan Lentini going back near the warning track, but makes the grab on the run, and that will do it. In the inning for the Camden Riversharks, 1 run, 1 hit, couple of walks, and 2 men left. We have finished a half inning of play here at Bethpage Ballpark, and the score, Camden 1, the Ducks coming up.
Hi, this is pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc paver, let Nicoloc pavers pave your way.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to. The Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up this season to present the Walk with a Purpose promotion. Every time a Long Island Ducks player walks, Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union serving members since 1916.
At Bethpage Ballpark, David Weiss, Michael Pollock. Nice crowd on hand, and of course we're playing too. So if you're thinking about spending part of your Saturday, as beautiful as it is, outdoors someplace, why not do it right here at Bethpage Ballpark? There's a seat with your name on it waiting for you right into the evening. And correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but I believe following game number 2, we have some fireworks.
We do. Second Pyrotechnical Fireworks Extravaganza of the year follows the second game of this twin bill. It'll be presented by Nicoloc. It's also a Dick's Sporting Goods Saturday. So after the game, as you make your way out to your car in the parking lot, don't forget to see one of the Ducks staff members standing by the east or west gate, because they will hand you out a coupon for $10 off a purchase of $50 or more to Dick's Sporting Goods.
So for Camden, it's Scott Gorgon, the right-hander to face the top of the Ducks lineup in the bottom of inning number 1, and the Ducks trailing 1-0. Phelan Lentini, Brendan Harris, Lou Ford to face Scott Gorgon.
Well, we'll see which Scott Gorgon shows up, because he has struggled through the first 3 outings on the year, especially the last 2 starts. But last year he was very dominant against Long Island, had an ERA under 2 in 3 starts against the Ducks.
3 appearances this season, an ERA of 7.5 at this point. Lentini at the plate. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, and Phelan takes one right down Carlton Avenue for a strike. 0-1. Lentini on the season at .286. Has yet to hit a home run, but has knocked in 13. He is second on the Long Island Ducks in the RBI department. 0-1 pitch on the way, inside corner missing. And 1 ball and 1 strike to Lentini. Phelan also 3 for 3 in steals, so once he gets on, he can be a major distraction for the opposing pitcher. Being played straight away, infield and outfield. 1-1 pitch on the way is hit in the air and very high, right center field. It's going to be right fielder Jorge Cortez making the call, and the catch, 1 down.
Lentini had a 12-game on-base streak that was broken on Thursday when he went 0 for 5 in Bridgeport. but Lentini had been one of those guys that really had started to pick things up at the plate of late and really was getting great contact. He had a 5-hit game in the first game of the road trip and was somebody who was really coming on at the plate and kind of tailed off there at the end at Bridgeport. And he'll be trying to renew his on-base streak and renew a hitting streak possibly when he starts here at home.
Brendan Harris, the former major leaguer, making his Ducks debut, takes a strike outside corner from Gorgon, 0-1. 8 seasons in the show from 2004 to 2010 and again in 2013, playing for 6 different organizations along the way. And very happy to be a Long Island Duck playing the hot corner here today. He's playing third, and he hits one in the ground, shortstop. Bobby Stevens takes a short hop, throws low to first baseman Brian Pounds, but Pounds digs it out. 2 up and 2 down here at Bethpage Ballpark, bottom of the first. Ducks trailing 1-0.
Yeah, Harris is a guy that will provide a lot of versatility for Kevin Baez. He can play second, he can play short, he can play third. And he and Sergio Miranda, both in the lineup, both on the roster, 2 guys who are very much utility-type players. Although Harris, of course, with that big league resume, surely will see some starting time.
And here comes Lou Ford, Long Island Duck, who generally will get the biggest reaction from the crowd. Speaking of former major leaguers, plenty of major league experience for Lou Ford. As the pitch from Gorgon goes off the mitt of catcher Mike Albadalejo and all the way to the backstop. 1 ball and no strikes to Ford, who enters the game at .347. That's third in hitting in the Atlantic League. 2 homers, has knocked in 14, leading the Ducks in RBIs. Has scored 15 runs as well. Next pitch goes one way and the bat goes the other way. The bat ends up down the left field line in foul territory. Wow, I haven't hit drives at Bethpage Black that far. That bat just went sailing out of the hands of Lou Ford, which shows you he is not squeezing it into sawdust. He has a very loose grip on it. Took a one-handed swing, and it just went wild down the left field line, but nobody hurt.
Well, the good news is exactly that nobody was hurt. The ball went way down the left field line, landed on the warning track. Of course, you always cringe when you see the bat fly out of somebody's hands and hope it does not go into the stands or hit a player. Unfortunately, that went into no man's land over Kevin Baez's head down the left field line.
So Ford is back in there. Not only your starting center fielder, an occasional DH for the Long Island Ducks, but the hitting coach this year for the Ducks, something new for Lou. 1-1 pitch is on the way. Swings late on a fastball that was a bit down. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Lou Ford, now living in Islip Terrace. He joined the flock back in 2013 in August. He hit safely in 16 of 17 games, and of course, a key factor in the Ducks' run to their 2nd consecutive Atlantic League title. 1-2 pitch is on the way, and there's a swing and a foul tip in and out of the mitt of the catcher, Albadalejo, and Ford stays alive. It's 1-2.
Ford has an 11-game on-base streak going right now, and he is the Ducks' leading hitter at .347 on the year, 3rd in the Atlantic League in batting, and 5th as well in on-base percentage.
He's among the leaders in total bases and a number of other offensive categories as well. 1-2 pitch is hit and smashed. Left center field. That is going into the gap. Lou Ford on his horse. He will slide safely into second base with a double. A 2-out double for Lou Ford. He is in scoring position with Joash Brodeen coming to the plate. Ford was all over that off-speed pitch from Scott Gorgon.
Yeah, Gorgon left that one right over the middle of the plate, and Ford put a good swing on it. He has that short, compact, very quick swing and made perfect contact with that pitch from Gorgon, lined it right into the gap. He was running hard from the start and was easily able to make it into second base.
So the Ducks cleanup hitter, Joash Brodeen, enters the batter's box. Brodeen off to a slow start this season. He is 15 for his first 77. That's a 195 average. Has a couple of homers. Has driven in 8. Only a matter of time before Brodeen gets hot. Batting for the left side as Gorgon comes set. And the pitch is downstairs, 1-0.
And Brodeen was starting to pick it up a little bit on the road trip. He had a couple of home runs in Lancaster. He's actually hitting .333 over his last 5 games, 7 for 21.
Only a matter of time. And when Brodeen gets hot, he is very tough to get out. Holds that bat high as Gorgon comes set. 1-0 pitch on the way, misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes now to Joash Brodeen. Adam Bailey is waiting on deck. The Ducks trailing 1-0 here. Bottom of inning number 1. Long way to go. But again, in back-to-back doubleheaders in the Atlantic League, they are 7 innings each, barring extra innings, of course. 2 for the price of 1 here this afternoon. 2-0 the count. And the pitch from Gorgon to Brodeen just misses outside. So now 3-0 to Joe Ash.
And Brodeen being very patient here, 3-0. Can't imagine he'll be swinging away with a guy like Adam Bailey on deck. But obviously Gorgon is not going to want to make a mistake over the middle of the plate to their cleanup hitter with first base open.
Coming set quickly is Gorgon, the 3-0 pitch, missing outside, wasn't even close, so Joe Ash Brodeen with the first Ducks walk of the afternoon, and that's our first Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins.
So good at bat there by Brodeen. Did not swing at anything out of the strike zone. Wanted to wait for Gorgon to make his pitch, and for a guy who has been struggling this year, that's what you want to do. You want to make him work. You want to make him make the mistakes that you can take advantage of. So Brodeen is able to work the walk, and now you've got 2 on, including 1 in scoring position for a good hitter in Adam Bailey coming to the plate, who leads the team in home runs.
Bailey with that 190 average, but he is starting to heat up, and he does lead the team in round trippers with 4. He has knocked in 11, batting from the left side. First pitch from Gorgon, off-speed pitch, missing down and away, 1-0. Adam Bailey last season finished at .254, 15 homers, 57 RBIs for the Ducks. Another key component of the championship for the Ducks. And there's a ground ball over the head of the pitcher. Second baseman Wilson Batista boots it. Everybody safe. And coming in to score is Lou Ford. The throw to third is not in time, so you have runners on the corners. Lou Ford scores on the miscue at second base by Batista. We are tied at 1 at Bethpage Ballpark.
Well, the way that's going to be scored is an infield single for Adam Bailey. With his speed, he's probably going to beat that out anyway. But then the runner, Lou Ford, scores from third, and Brodeen crosses from second to third on an E4. It was a play that he likely was going to make. He was going to beat out anyway, Adam Bailey, but he was able. The runner was able to score, and the other runner able to move to third when the ball went under the glove of Batista. So no RBI for Bailey, but it is a single, and it is an E4, and the Ducks have tied the game. That's most important.
That is the 16th run of the season scored by Lou Ford. Heads up, Ford being sent home by skipper Kevin Baez, also acting as a third base coach. And Ryan Strebe hits it a mile high to right field. Going back is Jorge Cortez at the wall and makes the catch just in front of the wall. Ryan Stretch Strebe giving that one a ride and just missing it, going the other way. So an eventful first inning for both the Ducks and Riversharks. In the bottom of the first for the Ducks, 1 run, couple of hits, and 2 men left. At the end of 1 here in CI, we are tied. Camden 1 and the Ducks 1.
Hi, this is shortstop Dan Lyons. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheDannyLyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as a color guard, be the Nickalock Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, display your group's artwork, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Life is better here.
Back back at Bethpage Ballpark, all tied at 1. We go to the second inning, and it's time for the Ducks Injury Report, which is brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapists of the Long Island Ducks. One Duck out on the inactive list right now, that is Brad Holt. That was one of the roster moves made yesterday in corresponding with the signings of Brendan Harris and John Malone.
Fernando Hernandez up on the mound. And his first pitch to Bobby Stevens, shortstop, leading off here in the top of the second for the Riversharks. Hits the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. Hernandez quickly into the delivery and misses inside with a fastball. Count even at 1-1 to Stevens, the number 7 man in the order for the Sharks.
So Holt has been dealing with an elbow issue, and that will keep him out for some time. So he is on the inactive list. Otherwise, everybody else is healthy.
1-1 pitch on the way is smoked down the left field line. That'll go all the way to the wall. Corralling it is Adam Bailey. That'll be a stand-up lead-off double for Bobby Stevens. He was guessing fastball. He got one, inner half of the plate, turned on it, and he just jacked that one down the left field line. So Stevens in scoring position, leading off here in the top of the second.
Yeah, Camden getting some early good swings against Hernandez, who again was victimized by a couple of walks in that first inning. But there, Bobby Stevens a pretty good hitter. And you leave a pitch out over the plate, he's going to put a good swing on it, as he did there on the double.
Catcher for the Sharks, Alba Ladejo, bunts it, taken on one hop by the pitcher Fernando Hernandez. Just one play to first base. So nice sacrifice from Alba Ladejo, who was not bunting for a base hit. He clearly was trying to move the runner up, which he did successfully. So Bobby Stevens now in scoring position, the potential tie-breaking run at third, just 90 feet away with one down.
First sacrifice of the year for Alba Ladejo, and again early in the game, when a shortened game at 7 innings, that's very important. So he lays down the sacrifice bunt. Now the infield drawn in all the way around with Jean Vasquez coming to the plate.
Jean Vasquez, the DH and number 9 man in the order. You don't often see a DH hitting 9th, but that is what skipper Ron Karkovice has going against the Ducks here in the first game of this doubleheader. And a nice curveball that floats over the outside portion of the plate for a strike from Fernando Hernandez, 0-1. Vasquez on the season at .333, playing in just his second game. He is 1 for 3 on the season. Next pitch on the way, big hack, fouls it off the mitt of catcher Brian Peacock. And it is 0-2.
Yeah, a quick look at the Camden roster. They've got 3 catchers and 6 infielders listed, but just 2 outfielders. And of course, in baseball, you play with 3 outfielders. So they're using one of their catchers, Jean Vasquez, as a DH in their lineup, and one of their infielders in Zach McPhee as an outfielder.
A lot of mixing and matching for Karkovice. And the pitch is sliced foul out of play to the left side off the bat of Vasquez. It's 0-2. Waiting on deck, leadoff man Zach McPhee. It is 1-1 here, top of the second inning at Bethpage Ballpark. Each team with a single run in the first inning, and Camden threatening here with a runner on third, only one down, to break the tie. Next pitch on the way, a swing and a miss. First strikeout for Fernando Hernandez, pulling the string. Vasquez way out in front, and he goes down on strikes.
That was a terrific breaking ball that time from Hernandez. As you mentioned, David, he pulled the string. A 12-6 curveball there. Started up at the letters, and the bottom just completely dropped out of it over the outside corner. Vasquez a big hack, but he had no chance on that one, and that a terrific strikeout pitch from the right-hander.
Infield backs up, now 2 down, big strikeout. As the first pitch to Zach McPhee is wide, 1-0. To McPhee, who walked his first time up, leading off the game, stole his 5th base of the season, and would come around to score on an RBI single a few batters later off the bat of Wilson Batista. 1 ball and 1 strike to McPhee. Tied at 1, top of the second. Fernando Hernandez getting the sign from Brian Peacock, and the 1-1 is on the way, just missing outside. And it's now 2-1 to Zach McPhee. But what a busy day everywhere today with so much going on. Yankees and Mets both in action this afternoon. Yanks hosting the Pirates. Mets, I believe, are in Washington against the Nationals. Got the Preakness. Rangers already beat the Canadians in Game 1. A lot of stuff going on. Next pitch on the way is flared. Little looper left field, and that's going to be a fair ball. Lands right on the foul line. Coming in to score is Bobby Stevens. In with a double is Zach McPhee.
Single. He stopped at first there on that play, but was able to just flare it right down that line in left field. And if that was fair by maybe a half a foot. It was not fair by much, and the third base umpire getting a good look at it, Tony Senya, and he saw it right there on the line, called it fair, and another 2-out hit for the Riversharks gives them a 2-1 lead.
Bobby Stevens coming in to score. He was at third base. So 2-1 Sharks, as Hernandez now throws over to keep McPhee close. He already has 1 steal in this game. McPhee was jammed. Inside-out swing, blooped it down the line. It hit right on the foul line. You can almost see the chalk bounce up as that ball hit the ground. So McPhee, who probably could have had a double, decided to hold. Is on with a 2-out run-scoring, tie-breaking single. Next pitch on the way is through the wickets of Joash Brodin. That is a base hit. On to third base goes Zach McPhee. The throw, the slide, he is in. So we'll see how that scored. Alex Hudak hit it hard, and it was an in-between hop. Brodin appeared to get a glove on it, slowed it down, but then went through his legs and dribbled away. So that is an error charge to Joash Brodin. And we have runners on the corners with 2 down. Camden has already broken the tie and leading 2-1, looking for more.
That was a hard-hit ball by Hudak, but it was hit right at Joash Brodin and just could not field it with the glove. And so Brodin gets his second error of the season. It keeps the inning alive, and now you've got to face the right fielder, Jorge Cortez, and it's up to Hernandez here to try and find a way out of this.
Cortez walked his first time up. As Hernandez trying to limit the damage here, and this one is hit, smashed, right center field, and that one will go all the way to the wall. 1 run has scored. Another one coming in. The throw not in time. 2 runs scoring on a double off the bat of Jorge Cortez, and it is 4-1 Riversharks.
Well, those 2 runs unearned because of the error, and you make some mistakes like that, they'll come back and bite you. In the first inning, it was Hernandez making the mistakes with the 2 walks. In this inning, Brodin with the error, and of course the 2-out base hit that just stayed along the line, and Hernandez there just threw a first pitch fastball right over the middle of the plate, and Cortez got up there ready to hack, and he delivers. 2 runs batted in, now has 7 on the year.
He had plenty of speed on the bases, so no problem for McPhee and Hudak to score, along with the fact there were 2 down, so they were running on the quack of the bat, if you will. And a 2-run double, 4-1 Riversharks. Patty Matera at the plate. He fouled out his first time up on a fantastic play from Brian Peacock. A sliding snow cone type catch in front of the Camden dugout. 0-1 the count to Matera. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt, and a nice block by Peacock. And the count now even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Here in this second inning, a leadoff double from Bobby Stevens, but then a sacrifice from Alba Ladejo. Hernandez struck out Jean Vasquez and was within an out of getting out of this, but then a single, an error, a double, and you have 3 runs in, a 4-1 lead, and this one is hit hard to left field. Adam Bailey, though, has it in his sights and makes the catch of that hard liner to left field, and the side is retired. However, in the inning for the Riversharks, 3 runs come across. There were 3 hits, an error, and a man left at the end of an inning and a half at Bethpage Ballpark. The score now, Camden 4, Long Island 1.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Bobby Blevins, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
It's your money, and you have the power to save it. Make a few simple changes, and you can use less electricity and save real money. By installing Energy Star light bulbs and products for your home, you can save hundreds of dollars each year. At PSEG Long Island, we're working hard to serve you in the way you deserve. Check out our energy-saving tips and tools at psegLINY.com/save money.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on Bark in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Welcome back here at Bethpage Ballpark as we get set for the bottom half of the second inning with the Riversharks ahead 4-1. We'll take a quick look at the out-of-town scoreboard. One game going on right now in the Atlantic League. That's in Somerset, where the Patriots have a 2-1 lead, top of the fifth inning over the Sugarland Skeeters. Patriots are going to play 2 today, as are, of course, the Ducks and the Riversharks. And the Bluefish and Revolution will also play 2 up at the ballpark at Harbor Yard in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The only game that ended up getting played last night was down in Southern Maryland between the Barnstormers and the Blue Crabs. So they will play 1 today at 6:35. So again, a single admission doubleheader in Bridgeport beginning at 6:05. Single admission doubleheader already underway in Somerset.
And the first pitch on the way from Scott Gorgon to Cody Puckett is outside for a ball. 1-0 to Puckett. It'll be Cody Puckett, Brian Peacock, Dan Lyons, the bottom third of the order against Gorgon here in the bottom of inning number 2 at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks trailing 4-1. Puckett on the season at .319. He is 8th in hitting in the Atlantic League, entering this afternoon's action. Righty-righty matchup, open stance, Puckett bounding it, foul left side, and down the left field line. Count now 2-1.
Mets are in action today, as we mentioned earlier, in Washington, D.C. They lead at 5-2 over the Nationals in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Couple home runs in this game. Juan Lagares for the Mets hit his 2nd of the year. Ian Desmond for the Nationals hit his 6th. It is Bartolo Colon starting for the Mets. Gio Gonzalez started for the Nationals, only lasted 3 innings. Craig Stammen is now in the ballgame.
I'll tell you, as a Met fan, I know you want to put Chris Young in center or whatever, but I can't get enough of Lagares. I mean, the way he plays center field, he is a human highlight film. Leave him out there, and he's hitting too. Puckett at the plate for the Ducks. Count is 2-1. Ducks trailing 4-1. Bottom of the second here in a 7-inning game. As this one is hit into the ground, a big Baltimore chop. Third baseman Patty Matera throws across to Brian Pounds, and we have our first out in the bottom of the second.
High chopper there off the bat of Puckett, and he's got pretty good speed, so there's a chance he might have been able to beat it out, but Matera made a nice strong throw over there to Pounds.
We call it a Baltimore chop, but we really should come up with something else, more Long Island-oriented. A Baldwin chop?
Bethpage chop?
Bethpage chop would be nice, sure. Better than Baltimore. Brian Peacock, catcher for the Ducks, stands in. A wide open stance, just about facing the pitcher, about a 45-degree angle. Facing really right field, if you will. And it's 1-0. First pitch from Gorgon, missing. Peacock on the season at .263, playing in his 12th game. This is the Ducks' 19th overall. No homers, has knocked in 1. And the 1-0 pitch on the way to Brian, and that is a one-hopper taken nicely by Wilson Batista on the short scooping hop, and he throws across to Pounds, 2 down.
Well, after making the error in the first inning, that was a nice job there by Batista to get in front of that short hop and took the good bounce into his glove, and he was able to make the out at first for out number 2. Yankees are in action at home against the Pittsburgh Pirates. They lead it 3-0 in the middle of the 5th inning. 2 homers for the Yankees. Mark Teixeira hit home run number 9 on the season. Zoilo Almonte, his first of the year. It is David Phelps, the starter for the Yankees. Edinson Volquez, the starter for the Pirates.
The Yankees need length out of Phelps. They have a battered starting pitching staff. Only Tanaka. And who else?
Hiroki Kuroda.
That's it. 3/5 on the DL. First pitch on the way to Dan Lyons at the bottom of the order. But number 1 in the hearts of Duck fans. Season before last, that game-winning squeeze that none of us will soon forget. 0-1 to Lyons. Shortstop for the Ducks. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch from Gorgon is inside. Count now even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Lyons thus far on the season at .267. He's 12 for 45. No homers, has knocked in a half dozen. Scott Gorgon, the right-hander. Kicks and deals. The 1-1 pitch, a half swing from Lyons, who is fooled. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Dan.
You mentioned it earlier. New York Rangers, 2 goals in the first, 2 in the second, 3 in the third. They wallop the Montreal Canadiens 7-2 in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals to take a 1-0 lead in the series. Martin St. Louis, who tomorrow will be going to the funeral for his late mother, along with the rest of the Rangers team, scoring the first goal of the game.
How about that? 1-2 pitch on the way, and that is smashed foul down the left field line, just wide of the third base bag. It is now 1-2 on Dan Lyons.
New York Red Bulls also in action today. They are facing the Toronto FC up in Toronto. They trail 1-0 at the half. And, of course, the Preakness Stakes today at 6:18 p.m. down in Maryland.
California Chrome, the prohibitive favorite I believe there are about 9 or 10 horses in the field, and we'll see if he can capture the second jewel of the Triple Crown as a fastball misses 1-2 to Dan Lyons. I love talking about this because I was there. Between 1975 and 1979, I grew up about a mile away from Belmont. I went to 5 Belmont Stakes in a row, and I saw 2 Triple Crown winners. Seattle Slew in 77, and the last one affirmed in 78. For to me, it was old hat. I figured, hey, every other year you're going to get the Triple Crown winner, but it hasn't happened since. And a called third strike on Dan Lyons. Not that thrilled with the strike call from home plate umpire Derek Moshe, but Lyons goes down looking. 3 up and 3 down for the Ducks, and that'll do it. Through 2 innings of play, nothing across for the Ducks. And the score as we go to the top of inning 3, Camden 4, the Ducks 1.
Hey fans, this is outfielder and hitting coach Lou Ford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
You can discover the difference at Huntington Honda and find Long Island's all-star lineup of over 1,200 new Hondas. Huntington Honda steps up to the plate to treat every customer with no pressure, respect, and grand slam service after the sale. Discover the difference and a winning buying experience at HuntingtonHondaCars.com. And then visit Huntington Honda on Jericho Turnpike, just east of Route 110. David Weiss and Michael Pollock back at Bethpage Ballpark to carry you through the next 3 innings of play. Here's Michael Pollock.
Well, thank you very much, David Weiss. The first pitch on the way from Fernando Hernandez is grounded foul up the right field line by Wilson Batista. Riversharks jumping out to a 4-1 lead with a run in the first and 3 in the second. 2 of those 3 unearned runs thanks to the error with 2 out by Joe Brodin. That was followed by a 2-run double off the bat of Jorge Cortez, and so that's where we stand right now, 4-1. The 0-1 of Hernandez low in the dirt, scooped out by Brian Peacock to even the count at a ball and a strike. Batista knocked in the first run of the game with a base hit to left field in the opening inning off of Hernandez. And now the right-hander winds and deals 1-1. Swung on and missed. Good off-speed pitch over the outside corner. And the right-hander Hernandez now ahead 1-2.
You know, it's amazing. You look at the calendar and you realize that next weekend is Memorial Day weekend. I think the weather has a lot to do with it. We're waiting for the warm weather to really take hold.
Fisted out towards third, and that is going to drop in fair down the left field line. The shortstop Lyons picks it up and fires it back into Cody Puckett at second, so that holds Batista to a single. And another one of those blue pits down the left field line. Getting jammed was Batista, but he fights it over third and has his second hit of the game.
That's frustrating for Fernando Hernandez. Second time he's been victimized by that. Good pitch, jamming Batista in this case. And just got a little cue shot over the head of Brendan Harris at third base, and Dan Lyons running it down very quickly and keeping Batista to just a single.
So here's Brian Pounds, who takes the first pitch inside for ball 1. It's amazing that's how it is in baseball. Sometimes you hit the ball right on the nose, but happen to hit it right in an outfield, or it gets caught up in the wind and you end up getting an out. And sometimes you get jammed and make terrible contact and you end up getting a base hit. Here, ground ball to third. Harris on the short hop fields. Goes to second for 1. The turn to first in time on a great stretch by Joe Brodin. And around the horn, 5-4-3 double play. And just like that, 2 away here in the third inning.
You get that major league experience, that cool, calm demeanor of Brendan Harris. Knew he had plenty of time. Took it on a short hop at third base. Ball was hit fairly hard. And then Cody Puckett making the turn and flipping it to Joe Brodin to get Brian Pounds with room to spare for the twin killing.
That was a great turn at second base by Cody Puckett and a great stretch at first by Brodin, knowing he would have to do that to get the runner, and they turned it perfectly. So a two-way, here's Bobby Stevens, who takes low and inside for ball one. Stevens led off inning number 2 with a double into left field. So he is now 15 of 64 on the year, and here he takes low and outside for ball 2. The double was also his 5th double in 2014. So Hernandez behind here, 2 balls and no strikes on Stevens. Winds and fires, and Stevens will take low. And Hernandez again having a little trouble throwing strikes. He's now behind 3-0.
And with the Ducks trailing 4-1, Hernandez's job, of course, is to make sure the deficit grows no larger to allow the Ducks to make a comeback.
Brodin plays well off the line at first. It's a 3-0 pitch. There's a fastball strike over the outside corner, 3-1. Shadows starting to creep in here at home plate and along the third base line. Pretty much the entire field is in sun, except for half of the home plate circle and the third base line. Now the 3-1 pitch, and a big breaking ball just missed low and inside. So that is the 3rd walk of the game allowed by Fernando Hernandez, a season high. And now a runner at first base with 2 away for Mike Albaladejo.
Well, I mentioned how nice it was to see somebody I watched growing up and so many of us are familiar with. Mike Torres, the former New York Yankee, former Boston Red Sox pitcher as well, who had so much to do with both the 77 and 78 championship teams.
It's a fly ball in a left field. First pitch swing was Albaladejo. Adam Bailey to his left will make the catch. And that will retire the side here in the 3rd inning. So for the first time today, Hernandez able to hold Camden off the scoreboard. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. It's the Riversharks 4 and the Long Island Ducks 1.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Steve Garrison. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I could live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire 15th anniversary season through live chats with Ducks players and exclusive video clips. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Life is better here.
Hey, Duck fans, the final out of the top of the 3rd inning was the 15th out of today's ball game. Did you know that a 15-minute call to Geico could save you 15% or more in your car insurance? Get a free quote today. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Mentioned a couple of moments ago that Mike Torres was up here in the press box. He's sitting with Ducks owner Frank Bolton, enjoying today's game. There's a reason Mike Torres is here. His son, Wes Torres, is on the pitching staff of the Camden Riversharks, and he's also helping the Riversharks as well behind the scenes. Many people might remember Mike Torres first for being the guy on the mound who surrendered the infamous home run, infamous if you're a Red Sox fan, to Bucky Dent in the 1978 one-game playoff between the Yanks and the Red Sox. But without Mike Torres, the Yankees don't win the 1977 World Series. He was an important part of that staff, and he was extremely important in the postseason. So Torres, who went from the Yankees, World Championship in 77, to a little bit of infamy in 1978. Mike Torres here in the stands today.
Yeah, great to see him. He always has gone around and done a lot of autograph signings, and it's got to be tough for him to sign picture after picture of Bucky Dent hitting that home run.
Yes.
First pitch to Phelan Lentini is a called strike, 0-1. Lentini flied to right his first time up. Scott Gorgon worked a 1-2-3 second inning after allowing a run in the first. 0-1 on the way, and Lentini a big swing and a miss. Good off-speed pitch that time from the right-hander, and Lentini behind 0-2. Each team has made an error in this game, and those errors have led to runs. The Ducks run scoring on an error in the first, 2 runs in that 3-run second inning for Camden scoring because an error extended the inning. Here comes the 0-2, and Lentini takes way outside to run the count to a ball and 2 strikes.
Something else that Mike Torres loves to do when he's on Long Island. He is quite a golfer. Big guy, hits the ball a mile. I've seen him play. I played with him many years ago in the 90s, and he'll be playing Bethpage Black soon. He's one of those who can reach the fairway off the tee. I can't.
I can imagine. This one is taken low to even the count. And Torres is a guy who is very well known in these parts, as you mentioned, because of his time here with the Yankees and what he did to help the Yankees when he gave up that home run at Dent. But good to see him here on a beautiful day at the ballpark. 2-2 on the way now, and Lentini takes that, misses just low. Good eye by the Ducks leadoff hitter, and he's worked the count from 0-2 to 3-2.
Trailing by 3, Ducks want base runners. Lentini also creates havoc when he gets on with his speed.
Absolutely, you got to get guys on base to try and score runs. Brendan Harris waiting on deck. Payoff pitch, and Lentini swings and misses for strike 3. Gorgon got that one by him. Big swing by Lentini, but could not connect. Second strikeout for Gorgon, 1 away.
A good fastball from Gorgon, who has limited the Ducks thus far to 1 run and 2 hits.
So with one out and the base is empty, that'll bring up Brendan Harris, the third baseman, batting from the right side. Harris grounded to short in his first at-bat. And the first pitch here misses low, and the count goes to 1-0. You mentioned Harris, 8 seasons in the big leagues, played with 6 different major league organizations. Had a great year in 2007 with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. And now he asks for time here, as Gorgon was taking a while looking for the count.
And how far back does he go? Well, he played in the Washington Nationals organization when they were the Montreal Expos organization. That's how far back he goes at age 33.
And here he takes a fastball that is in for a called strike. That'll even up the count at 1-1 on Harris, who began the season with AAA Albuquerque, the Dodgers AAA affiliate out in the Pacific Coast League. Played in a handful of games there and then was released now here on Long Island. 1-1, takes inside, just missed the corner. Catcher for the Riversharks, Al Baladejo, wanted that call, but the count goes to 2-1 in favor of the right-handed hitting Harris.
It's a New York State native from Queensbury, now living in Rockledge, Florida.
Looking in for the sign, now ready to go. And the 2-1 pitch from Gorgon. Swung on and lifted in the air down the right field line. Long run in for the right fielder Cortez, but he's able to make the catch. So Harris denied his first hit as a Duck, and there's 2 away.
It's been a wacky day in terms of the wind. Swirling, blowing out to right one moment, out to left another moment. Ball is carrying, but again, it's swirling in such a way that anything hit up into the air can be a real adventure, as we've seen already on a few occasions.
So 2 away bases are empty, and here is the center fielder and 3-hitter Lou Ford. And it is now 6 straight retired by Gorgon after the run scored in the bottom of the first inning. From the windup, first pitch to Ford, and that's taken outside for ball 1. Ford extending his on-base streak to 12 games with that double to left center field back in the opening inning, so he and Phelan Lentini now tied for the team lead in the longest on-base streak this season by a Duck. And this one hits the outside corner for a strike to even the count at 1-1.
Chatting with Lou Ford earlier this season, said really looking forward to this new experience of hitting coach, something he has never really done except maybe just in a casual way with teammates who look to him for experience, but he's really looking forward to in an official capacity helping the Ducks hitters at the plate.
And Ford was a guy who was struggling at the beginning of the year, then really started to tear it up. He had put together a 7-game hitting streak and still in the midst of an on-base streak, and now at 12 games. Here, a hard ground ball to third, backhand stop by Matera. The throw across is in time for the out. Another nice play by Patty Matera. And the side retired in order again by Gorgon as the Ducks go down 1-2-3. We'll take this game to the 4th. It is still the Riversharks 4 and the Long Island Ducks 1.
Hi, this is Joe Ashbrodine, first baseman, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Life without Ducks baseball.
Emily, quit texting. James, get off the iPad. Honey, pick a channel.
Life with Ducks baseball.
Bethpage Ballpark is set, Quackerjack is ready, and the flock is prepared to defend their title. All we need is you. For game times, promos, and tickets, visit liducks.com.
It's a blast. Now that's more like it.
Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Back at Bethpage Ballpark, David Weiss, Michael Pollock, top of inning number 4, the first of a doubleheader, back-to-back games, or beak-to-beak, if you will. The Ducks trailing Camden 4-1, and we've reached the top of the 4th, and that means we have a little 4th inning trivia for you, testing your knowledge of the Ducks and baseball as a whole. This is not only a chance for the Ducks to do something no team has ever done in Atlantic League history, to win 3 consecutive titles, but this is also the 10th anniversary season of the Ducks' first title in 2004. And going back to that season in 2004, the Ducks had not 1, not 2, and not 3, but 4 players in a very evenly balanced offensive attack that season. 4 players who drove in 80 or more runs. Name as many of those 4 players as you can. Chew on that one as we bring it back to Michael.
Well, here's Fernando Hernandez to start. First pitch to Jean Vasquez, hitting the air to right field, medium depth. Phelan Lantini camps under it, makes the catch. 1 pitch and 1 out for the right-hander Hernandez here in the 4th inning. Vasquez had struck out his first time up, so he is now 0 for 2. And back to the top of the order we go, as Zach McPhee will get his second at-bat of the game. Top of the Riversharks order has done most of the damage here in this game. In fact, 3 of the first 5 in the order have driven in all 4 Camden runs. First pitch, and McPhee started to run up to bunt, but then pulled back, and he takes low for ball 1. McPhee drew a walk and scored in the first, singled to left, drove in a run, and scored a run in the second. And here he takes a strike over the outside corner to even the count at 1-1. Again, these two teams playing 2 games today, 2 7-inning games, with a 30-minute break in between, the 1-1. Big breaking ball missed up and outside around the count to 2-1. For game 2, it'll be right-hander Jared Lansford making the start, his first home start of the year, and his second start overall. And he'll be opposed by right-hander Dan Blewett for the Riversharks. 2-1, taken at the knees and misses just low though. And the count now runs to 3-1 on McPhee. Don't want to walk him. He has terrific speed. Now 5 stolen bases on the year. So from the windup, here's the 3-1, and that just gets the outside corner for strike 2.
Almost goes without saying, but we'll say it anyway. When you're dealing with a doubleheader, even if there are a couple of 7-inning games, you want as much length as possible out of your starter, particularly in the first game, so as not to blow out your bullpen.
That 3-2 misses up high for ball 4. So second walk of the game drawn by McPhee, 4th allowed by Hernandez. Very uncharacteristic of the right-hander. And again, the speedster is on here with 1 out in the 4th inning.
Yep, he walked back in the first inning, came around to score, hit that bloop single down the left field line in the 2nd inning, came around to score, and McPhee gets on, he makes things happen.
So with 1 away and 1 on, here's Alex Hudak, and he takes low and outside for ball 1. Part of the issue, Hernandez has had trouble getting the first pitch strike in this ball game. Count 1-0 on Hudak, who popped to second in the first, then reached on an error by Joe Ashbrodine in the second, and then came around to score on the double by Cortez. Count is 1-0. Hernandez gets the sign from his catcher Peacock, turns and throws over to first, and back safely is McPhee. Lefty hitter at the plate, so the third baseman Brendan Harris plays well off the line and right behind the infield grass. Another turn and throw over, and again back safely is McPhee.
Hudak, one of many players living in Florida, in Sorrento, Florida, turned 24 years of age this past April 7th.
Hernandez works out of the stretch. He is now ready to deal, and the pitch on the way. He has a breaking ball strike over the outside corner. That'll even up the count at 1-1. Riversharks out hitting the Ducks 5-2 here. They lead 4-1 as we play top of the 4th inning in game 1 of a single admission doubleheader. McPhee takes his lead at first, being held on by Brodine, and the throw over chases him back to the bag. Beautiful day for baseball. Crowd continuing to file in here. Again, today's start was originally scheduled for 7:05, so some of the crowd arriving a little bit later now that it's a doubleheader starting at 5:05. There goes the runner. Hard ground ball to second. Puckett will field on a couple hops. Dropped it, then picked it up and threw to first. And got the out there anyway. Wouldn't have had a chance at McPhee at second. So it's a 4-3 ground out by Hudak. And advancing to second is McPhee, 2 away.
That might have very well been a designed hit and run put on by skipper Ron Karkavais. And by putting McPhee into motion, stayed out of the double play. McPhee gets into scoring position with 2 down, so it worked out for the Riversharks. We'll see if Hernandez can retire Cortez and keep the Riversharks from widening this lead.
Definitely looked like a design hit and run. Fortunately for the Ducks, Puckett wasn't the one going to cover second. It was Lyons. Otherwise, if Puckett was going, that's a base hit in the right center and runners at the corners. So it's a runner at second, 2 out. First pitch to Cortez. Misses low and inside for ball 1. Scored 2 runs, or I should say drove in 2 runs, did Cortez in the second with a 2-run double in a right. And drew a walk back in the first inning. And now the 1-0 pitch is hit on the ground, back up the middle in the center, a base hit. Rounding third and coming home to score is McPhee. It's an RBI single for Cortez, who has 2 hits and 3 RBIs on the day, and it's now 5-1 Riversharks in the fourth.
And that's how you build a run. A 1-out walk from McPhee. A hit and run that advances him to second base, as good as a sacrifice, and a 2-out clutch base hit from Jorge Cortez. As you said, 3 RBIs, 2 for 2. He's reached base all 3 trips to the plate. And Camden now with a 4-run lead.
And it's another 2-out hit for the Riversharks, and everything has been with 2 outs so far for Camden. 1-0. And that misses for a ball. Now the count is 1-0 on Patty Matera. Matera is 0 for 2. He has pumped out foul to the catcher and flied to left in his 2 at-bats. Cortez has reached all 3 times, as has McPhee. And now McPhee has scored 3 runs in the game. This one low, bounces in the dirt. Good block by Peacock. And he trickles up the first base line, but he keeps the runner at first.
And Cortez has a couple of steals, 2 for 2 in the stolen base department this season. Might not necessarily be going here with a 4-run lead. Nonetheless, speed on the bases again for the Sharks.
All the runs scoring with 2 outs here in this ball game, and Hernandez having trouble getting out of innings. We had 2-0 to Matera. Takes way inside. And the count goes to 3-0. Again, Hernandez had 1 start. He threw 4 innings in the second game of a doubleheader on May 1st in Southern Maryland. Has had 4 relief appearances since, but hasn't gone more than 2 innings. And the 3-0 missed inside for ball 4, his 5th walk of the day.
Yeah, control has been the real problem here, and it's just a question of how long a leash for Fernando Hernandez from manager Kevin Baez, but thus far, no movement out of the dugout from either Baez or even pitching coach Steve Foucault.
Well, the Ducks ended up having the off day yesterday because of the rain out, almost a blessing in disguise, because the Ducks are about to enter a very long stretch of games as the first pitch to Batista is taken low for ball 1. Of course, you have the 2 games today. The Ducks then welcome in Southern Maryland on Monday for 4 straight games, fly to Sugar Land, Texas, and play 4 there, including a game on Memorial Day. As the 1-0 coming from Hernandez to Batista is swung on and bounced foul up the first base line. After the series in Sugar Land, you fly to Lancaster, play 3 straight against Lancaster, come home, 3 against Somerset, 4 against Lancaster, then go to Southern Maryland for 4 before you finally get an off day on Tuesday, June 10th. Now, of course, there could be rainouts at some point in there, but that is a long stretch of games coming up for the Ducks. As a 1-1 hits the outside corner for strike 2. So it's very important here to preserve your bullpen. You do not want to have your starters getting roughed up and leaving games early and needing a lot of innings out of your bullpen.
I had to take Dramamine just to listen to you list the itinerary there. That is quite a schedule.
For sure. 1-1-2. And breaking ball missed low and inside. 2-2. Hernandez so far today has thrown a total of 72 pitches, just 38 of them for strikes. Again, here with 2 outs, 2 on, and a 2-2 count in the top of the 4th.
And more often than not, he's been pitching from behind, and that is a recipe for trouble.
So the 2-2 upcoming here to the lefty swinging Batista on the ground again, foul first base side. Ball will be flipped into the stands to a lucky fan. So the count remains even. Batista has picked up 2 hits in the game, both to left field. The one in the first drove in a run. 5-1 Riversharks, top of inning number 4. Now the 2-2 pitch, chopped foul behind the plate. Now, one thing that the Ducks do not get the advantage of in this game, the Ducks, when they were in Bridgeport, 3 straight games, they scored 2 runs in the 8th inning, and all 3 times it either tied the game or gave them the lead. When you have 2 games that are slated for 7 innings, you don't get that 8th inning.
Nope, not unless you can extend the game somehow.
Exactly. So you have to try and find a way to get it done earlier. 2-2 once again coming from Hernandez. Pitch on the way, and Batista grounds it right side, backhanded by Brodin. Throws to Hernandez covering. It's in time for the out, and that will retire the side. Nice play by Brodin and Hernandez to end the inning. But the Riversharks get another run, 1 hit, 2 walks, and 2 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It is 5-1 in favor of the Riversharks over the Ducks.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Sean Garceau, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc pavers pave your way.
Hey, Duck fans, you want all the latest inside info on your back-to-back Atlantic League champion Long Island Ducks? Then follow Ducks President and General Manager Michael Pfaff on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucksGM. You'll find out first right here about player transactions, special stories, and so much more. You'll also be able to interact with Michael directly and get his take on all things Ducks baseball. Head to twitter.com/LIDucksGM today and make sure to follow along throughout the entire 15th anniversary season. Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Back at Bethpage Ballpark, Long Island Ducks baseball. David Weiss, Michael Pollock. Ducks trailing the Camden Riversharks in the first of a doubleheader into the evening. 5-1 is the score at the moment. 4th inning trivia, testing your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks and baseball as a whole. Top of this frame, we asked you about the very balanced attack of the Long Island Ducks 10 years ago. This is the 10th anniversary of the Ducks' first championship in 2004, in which they swept these Camden Riversharks in the championship series. During that season, they had 4 players who knocked in more than 80 runs. Name as many of those 4 players as you can.
I can name a couple. Francisco Morales, I think, would be one. No, not Francisco Morales. My mistake. Confused with Patrick Lennon.
There's one of them
that year.
Tough
Doug Jennings would be 2.
Doug Jennings is 2.
I got to really sit and think about it. More than how many runs? 80?
Yep.
Justin Davies wouldn't have been it.
One of the guys you're leaving out led the team in homers.
Camara Barti.
That's 3. The 4th is very tough. You forget that he was a Duck in 04. But he was a major part of the offensive attack.
Got to sit and think about this one.
All right, we go back to the field of play. Michael will think about it. I'll give you the answer in a moment.
I don't know. You got Luis Rodriguez?
Nope, that was a good try, though. Good try.
You got me there, David.
The answer is Wendell McGee.
There you go.
Tough one. McGee had 86 RBIs. Jennings had 84. Patrick Lennon and Camara Barti tied with 88 runs batted in apiece. So 4 players, more than 80 RBI in 2004.
This one misses down low. Brodin now behind the count 1-2. Took 2 called strikes and took that one low. So the count 1-2 from Gorgon. Brodin drew a walk back in the opening inning. Ducks being out hit 6-2 and outscored 5-1 here in game 1 of this single admission doubleheader. Gorgon looks in for the sign, now is ready. And the 1-2 is low and outside to even up the count. That balanced attack, David, sounds so similar to that 2011 Ducks team in terms of how many guys had more than 80 runs driven in that season. That was an unbelievable team.
And by the way, you got 3 out of 4. That's passing in my book.
All right, I'll take that.
Not bad at all.
2-2 pitch, and Brodin swings and misses at an off-speed pitch up and away for strike 3. And for Scott Gorgon, his 3rd strikeout of the game. And he has now retired 8 straight Ducks batters.
Yeah, Gorgon won't overpower you with that fastball, but he changes location, he changes speeds, and he's had Ducks batters, at least the last several innings, off balance.
Well, like I said, it's a matter of which Gorgon shows up. We saw he was very dominant against Long Island last year, but this year he has struggled to start, but today he looked pretty good. First pitch to Adam Bailey, and that misses off the outside corner, 1-0. Last year, Scott Gorgon made 3 starts against the Ducks, no record, but had a 1.90 ERA, gave up just 4 earned runs in 19 innings of work. 1-0. Hard line drive into right field, a base hit for Adam Bailey. Second hit of the game for the Duck left fielder. That was a hard line drive between first and second. So Bailey is on. That breaks the string of 8 straight retired by the right-hander. And with 1 on and 1 out, that'll bring up the DH, Ryan Strebe.
Number 33, Ryan Strebe, number 33.
So here is Ryan Strebe, who nearly took one out to right center field for his second home run of the year in his first at-bat. Back in the opening inning, with 2 on and 2 out, drove one to the wall in right field where Jorge Cortez caught the ball for the final out and nearly had an opposite field home run. So 1 on 1 out, here's Strebe, righty to righty, first pitch, and he takes the fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Strebe is now 12 of 54 on the year. He's got a home run and 7 runs batted in. He has scored 6 runs as well in his second season with the Ducks. Bailey leads at first, and the 0-1 is swung and grounded foul along the third base line. Karam's into the seats, and Strebe quickly behind here, 0-2. Shadows continuing to creep in. Now they are starting to cover the pitching mound. All of home plate is in the shadows, and part of the pitching mound, the front left side, is now in the shadows. 0-2 pitch, and Strebe swings, lifts this one in the air deep, down the right field line. Going into the corner is Cortez, and he makes the catch in fair territory right in the corner. Boy, Strebe gave it a ride again for the second time today the opposite way, and Cortez both times is able to run it down.
And this one was slicing away from Cortez. He stayed with it and caught it as he was crossing from fair into foul territory. But again, Strebe got a good piece of it and just missed his second home run of this game.
Oh, that is what we were talking about in terms of the oddities of baseball. Riversharks have had a couple of hits where they've just gotten jammed and been able to bloop them into left field. And meanwhile, Ryan Strebe has hit 2 balls right on the button and hit them well to right. And neither time has it been able to either fall in for a hit, go over an outfielder's head for a hit, or go over the wall. So 2 away, the runner Bailey still at first, and here is Cody Puckett, who bounced to third his first time up. Gorgon from the stretch deals, and Puckett rips one foul down the left field line. Right on the nose again, but this one pulled into the Smoking Owls party deck to count 0-1.
It's a guessing game, and if you're waiting for a fastball, first pitch fastball, and Cody Puckett was, it just looked so good. He was all over it, just a little out in front.
So Bailey will lead it first, 2 away, and an 0-1 count now on Puckett. Throw over, and Bailey gets back to the bag. Puckett has had 3 consecutive multi-hit games, 2 hits in each, and he's got a team-long 8-game hitting streak entering this ballgame. 0-1 upcoming. And this is a breaking ball that just caught a piece of the outside corner for strike 2. Puckett looks back at home plate umpire Derek Moshe. Did not like the call. So the count 0-2 here on Puckett. Ducks trying to get on the scoreboard here for the second time at least in this game. They trail 5-1. And the 0-2 from Gorgon is swung on and lifted into center field. That is going to dunk in for a base hit. Coming on the field, it is Hudak. He booted the ball, but the runners will stay put. So Puckett extends that hitting streak to 9 consecutive games, and he is on at first with 2 away, first and second for the Ducks, and that'll bring up the catcher, Brian Peacock.
Ducks catcher, number 23, Brian Peacock, number 23.
So 2 hits in the inning for the Ducks. Second time in this game they've had 2 hits in an inning, and after having 8 straight retired, 2 of the last 3 have gone on. And here is Brian Peacock, who bounced to second back in inning number 2. Ducks trying to close the gap here. They trail by 4. Ready to go is Gorgon. Looks to second, deals to the plate, and Peacock takes low and outside, gets through the legs of the catcher, and on to third goes Bailey. On to second goes Puckett on the wild pitch. So we'll see if the Ducks are now able to take advantage, as a base hit here from Peacock would make this a 2-run game with the speed of the 2 base runners. So it's second and third here, a 1-0 count on Brian Peacock, who entered the game 10 of 38 on the year. He's had a solid start to the season. And the 1-0, swing and a miss, big breaking ball, and Peacock way out in front of it, expecting a fastball. So the count now even at 1-1. Ducks scored a run in the first, have been held off the scoreboard since, but 2 in scoring position with 2 away here. 1-1. Low in the dirt, good block this time by Al Baladejo, the catcher. Keeping that in front of him, keeping the runners put. Count is now 2-1.
I hate to sound like Wolf Blitzer, but we have breaking news! Breaking news! California Chrome, a winner.
Wow.
And we are going to set ourselves up on June 7th for another chance at a Triple Crown. And I tell you, I've got the confidence, and so do a lot of people, that this will be the year. California Chrome, an impressive Preakness victory, biding his time and then breaking during the stretch and finishing off that field. California Chrome is 2 for 2. Will go for the Triple Crown on June 7th right here on Long Island.
Incredible. So here comes the 2-1 to Brian Peacock. He takes a breaking ball, nicely thrown, drops in for a strike at the belt, and evens up the count at 2-2.
All right. Go ahead and refresh my memory as to what I missed.
In the inning, Brodeen struck out to lead off the inning. Bailey singled to right.
Got it.
Ryan Strebe flied out to right. And then Puckett singled to center to move Bailey to second. Both advanced on a wild pitch. And now the 2-2 is slashed foul, first base side. And off of the concession stand down the right field line, the foul line fair. So Peacock stays alive, keeps the count 2-2. Ducks started the year very, very good. They were hitting over 300 runners in scoring position and 2 out. Entering today, it has dwindled down to just 243. They still have 3 homers and 31 runs batted in those situations. And trying to add to that total here. Runners at second and third with 2 away. 2-2 pitch from Gorgon to Peacock. He swings and misses for strike 3. So an opportunity for the Ducks to close after they trail by 4, but Peacock strikes out, 4th K of the day by Gorgon, and that retires the side. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left on for the Ducks. We will take this game to inning number 5, with the Riversharks leading Long Island by a count of 5-1.
Hey fans, this is infielder Chris McClendon, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to.
We go to the top of inning number 5, and skipper Kevin Baez has made a pitching change. Fernando Hernandez has been lifted in favor of one of the Lansford brothers, Josh Lansford. His brother Jared will be starting the second game, the nightcap of this twin bill here this afternoon. Josh enters the game here in inning number 5. Fernando Hernandez, the line on what he did this afternoon. 4 innings pitched, gave up 6 hits, 5 runs, 3 of the 5 earned, struck out 1, walked 5. Control was a bit of a problem for Fernando Hernandez here this afternoon. So Josh Lansford enters the game here in the top of the 5th with the Ducks in a 5-1 hole.
Ducks had a chance there to close to within possibly 5-3 with a base hit. With runners at second and third and 2 out, but Brian Peacock strikes out against Scott Corrigan, who has bent but not broken. He was very strong in the middle 2 innings of this game so far, but in the first and in the fourth struggled a bit, but was bailed out when Ryan Streby's deep drive stayed in the yard, and bailed out there on the strikeout by Peacock. So Corrigan still has the 4-run lead. Now it'll be up to the Ducks bullpen to keep it right here and give the offense a chance to come from behind like they've done so many times so far this season. And up to the plate steps Brian Pounds, the first baseman and 6-hitter for Camden. First pitch, and that's lined into left field for a base hit. So Pounds with a rude greeting to Josh Lansford as he singles into left field, and a runner on with nobody out here in the 5th.
And I believe I have my Lansford straight when I look at Josh's line so far this season. This is 9th appearance, all in relief. Has pitched 10 innings, now 10 and 1 batter. Has surrendered 7 hits and not a single earned run. An ERA of 0.00. He struck out 4, walked 1. Josh Lansford has not surrendered a run this season.
He has been very good out of the bullpen. The Ducks with a terrific army of relievers late in games. First pitch here misses up and inside for ball 1 between Josh Lansford and Eric Neeson and Brett Lauren. You also have Steve Garrison, who's more of a middle inning guy, but all 4 of those guys have not allowed an earned run this season. Jeremy Accardo has had some strong appearances late. He's had a couple rough ones, but for the most part has been strong. And this pitch popped up a mile high by home plate. Brian Peacock sheds the mask, ranging up the third base line. He'll make the catch. So Stevens pops out. He's retired for the first time today after picking up a double and a walk his first 2 plate appearances, and there's 1 away.
Mention how strong the Ducks bullpen has been, and that all leads, of course, to closer Leo Rosales. The Ducks have 9 victories this year. Leo has 7 saves.
Leads the Atlantic League, and I was literally just about to say that all of those guys I mentioned, we still didn't talk about the closer, Leo Rosales, who's well on his way to becoming an all-star for the 2nd straight year. 1 out, 1 on. Here's Michael Baladejo, and the first pitch is a breaking ball, nicely thrown, drops in for a strike. Albaladejo laid down a sac bunt in the 2nd that led to a run and flied to left to end the 3rd inning. Brian Pounds leads at first. Lansford from the stretch, the 0-1. Fisted out in the air down the right field line. Brodeen racing back along the line, reaches out, can't make the catch. Just out of his reach. And the count is now 0-2.
Listen, the Lansford brothers, during their careers, have been in situations where they've both pitched on the same day, sometimes even in the same game. That has happened here with the Long Island Ducks. But how much fun is it for these 2 guys? One of them pitching here in the opener, and the other starting the game tonight. I mean, it brings out a lot of little kid in you, but the Lansfords having a ball with the Ducks.
3rd straight year that they're together as teammates here with the Ducks. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good fastball upstairs, and Albaladejo cut through it. First strikeout for Lansford, and there are 2 away here in the 5th.
And just the 2nd strikeout for Ducks pitching today. 1 K registered by Fernando Hernandez during his 4 innings of work.
So 2 away for the Riversharks as the Ducks trying to hold Camden off the scoreboard for the 2nd time in this game. And it will be Jean Vasquez, the DH and 9-hitter, coming up to the plate, who is 0 for 2 so far today. Josh Lansford was ready to go, but Vasquez still digging in at home plate. Now ready to go is Vasquez, and the runner leads at first. That's Pounds. And the first pitch is swung on and missed. Another good breaking ball that time from Josh Lansford, and the count 0-1. Mentioned earlier during the pregame show how dominant the bullpen was during the road trip. Go through those numbers again here momentarily. 1.54 ERA in the 6 games on the road trip for the Ducks relievers. And here a ground ball to first. Brodeen fields it, but it is in foul territory. The count now 0-2. 2 wins, 2 saves, and in 23 1/3 innings, the Ducks bullpen allowed just 4 runs on 11 hits, 9 walks, and struck out 19. Obviously, you'd want the walks to be a little bit lower, but ultimately, in 23 1/3 innings, that's not bad. 19 strikeouts, and again, just 4 runs allowed. So the bullpen has been very strong. It'll be an 0-2 here as Lancer tries to work a scoreless 5th. Kick, the pitch, and this swung on and missed for strike 3. Good fastball from Josh Lancer. Strikes out 2 in the inning and works around the leadoff single by Pounds. No runs, 1 hit, and the Riversharks leave another. They've left 7 on base today, but through 4 1/2, they lead the Ducks by a count of 5-1.
Hi, this is pitcher Jared Lansford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
All 2,000 of us at PSEG Long Island care deeply about our communities. Our company has a long-standing commitment to giving back. And our people, along with our energy efficiency and renewable energy programs, are helping to improve the businesses and towns we all call home. Learn more about how we're working together to better serve our communities. Visit us at psegLINY.com/community.
Take your group out to the bowl game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as a color guard, be the Nickalock Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, display your group's artwork, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Life is better here.
Hey fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle Inn Shop on your next visit to the Duck Pond, where exclusive hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. Proceeds benefit the Quacker Jack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks. It is 5-1 Camden, leading the Long Island Ducks going to the bottom of inning number 5. Not sure if you have seen it, Michael, but Tara the cat, an internet sensation, a cat that saved a 4-year-old boy who was being attacked by a dog in California, and the Bakersfield Blaze minor league baseball team is going to have Tara the cat, along with its owner, throw out the first pitch of a ball game on May the 20th at Sam Lynn Ballpark. We have more to say about this hero cat throwing out the first pitch in a moment. I've got a lot to say about this, as you might imagine.
I have to say I have not heard about that or seen that, but that is incredible.
Yep, 4-year-old boy rescued by a cat. He was being attacked by a dog. What a performance by the cat.
Absolutely right. First pitch is taken for a called strike by Dan Lyons. Scott Gorgon beginning his 5th inning of work. He has allowed just 4 hits and 1 unearned run thus far. He's walked 1 and struck out 4. Lyons struck out looking his first time up. That ended the 2nd. And here he lines one in the air to center. Racing back is the center fielder Hudak. Reaches up, he can't make the catch. This goes over his head all the way to the wall. Lyons motoring around second. He's going to go for 3rd. The throw on the way, and he slides in safely with a triple. Dan Lyons with a line drive over the head of center fielder Alex Hudak, and he turned on the Jets. Just beats the throw to 3rd. His 2nd triple of the season.
Well, Dan Lyons known for how he handles the bat. Of course, that sacrifice, the squeeze play that led to the championship in 2012, but he's got surprising pop, he's got power, he has speed. Combine them there as he sailed it over the head of Hudak in center field and streaking all the way to 3rd with a sliding triple, and that's the way to get a rally going.
Well, the Ducks were on the road in Bridgeport. Lyons had 3 extra base hits in 1 game. Now, the first pitch upcoming to Phelan Lantini is taken low and outside for ball 1. Looking back to see exactly which game that was. Might have actually, it was in Lancaster, my mistake. The 5-0 win last Saturday, a week ago today. That's the 1-0 on the way. And Lantini lines one in the air to right field. Could be deep enough to get the run home. Cortez makes the catch. Tagging from 3rd is Lyons. Here comes the throw to the plate. It is not in time. in there safely as Lions. It's a sac fly to right by Phelan Lentini, and the Ducks have closed to within 5-2.
That was a fairly close play. Good throw from Cortez in right, but Dan Lyons sliding underneath the tag. And the Ducks do have their second run up on the board for Phelan Lentini, his 14th run batted in of the season. Now tied with Lou Ford for the team lead in that department.
So as I was saying, in that game a week ago, Lions had 2 doubles sandwiched around a triple. Drove in 2 and scored a run in the ball game. 3 extra base hits for him, and now he can add another run scored, his 6th of the year, on the sac fly by Lentini, who now has 14 runs batted in. So the Ducks close to within 3. First pitch here is taken for a strike by Brendan Harris, and the count 0-1. Harris 0 for 2 in his first 2 Ducks at bats, a ground out to short and a fly out to right. For Lentini, that was his 3rd sacrifice fly of the season. And Gorgon winds the 0-1. Is low to even the count at a ball and a strike.
Yeah, so the Ducks striking quickly here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Dan Lyons with the leadoff triple, the sacrifice fly from Lentini. And very quickly, the Ducks have cut it to a 3-run deficit.
And here a line drive in the air to left center field, long run, and it goes over the head of Hudak again. Goes all the way to the wall. Harris around first, going for second. He will stop right there with a double. The Ducks giving Hudak a workout there in center field. And for Harris, his first hit as a Duck and his first extra base hit as he doubles to left center.
That was a fastball, and Harris was all over it, stroking it out of the reach of Alex Hudak. So Harris now in scoring position, and the always dangerous Lou Ford coming to the plate.
Again, the Ducks just need one more base runner here, and they can bring the tying run to the plate. There is 1 out in the inning on the sac fly by Lentini. And so Lou Ford coming to the plate will try and get on. And then you have Joash Brodeen waiting on deck. Ford 1 for 2 today. First pitch from Gorgon upcoming. Looks to second, deals, and Ford will take a strike. At the belt, 0-1. Ford double to left center his first time up. That was back in the opening inning. Came around a score on the error by Wilson Batista later in the inning, and then grounded to third in the 3rd inning. Harris, the runner at second with 1 away. And the 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded hard but foul, third base side. And Ford quickly in an 0-2 hole. Now the pitcher's mound and home plate both in the shadows. The rest of the infield and pretty much the entire outfield is still in the sun here as it continues to set. Some of the lights are on in the ballpark, not all of them. The one above the scoreboard isn't, the one in right center is. We obviously can't see the ones behind us. But it'll be an 0-2 here to Ford. The runner at second, 1 away. Ducks trail by 3. Gorgon looks to second, kicks and fires, and Ford takes low and outside. Close pitch. Ford started to swing but was able to hold up, and it's now 1-2.
This game began at about 10 minutes past 5 o'clock. It was 70 degrees at that time. It has slipped since into the 60s, but still short sleeve weather and just a gorgeous day that will turn into a beautiful evening with one more game to come.
So a 1-2 pitch upcoming now from Gorgon. Kicks, fires, and Ford swings, lifts this one in the air foul, first base side. And this will be back into the crowd, 1 hop off of the lower concourse. The count stays at 1-2, and the crowd continuing to file in here. Close to capacity crowd expected with the Pyrotechnico Fireworks Extravaganza after Game 2 of this single admission doubleheader. It'll be presented by Nicolak, and a beautiful evening for baseball after the rainy night last night. Rainy, humid evening. Long look in here from the Riversharks right-hander. Now he is ready to go. Harris takes his lead at second base. He just doubled. And the 1-2, swung on and lifted in the air to center. Well hit again. Going back is Hudak to the warning track at the wall. Reaches up, and it's off the wall. Around third comes Harris. He'll score. Ford on his way to third. He will go in there standing up with the RBI triple. Second 3-bagger of the inning for the Ducks. And they've closed to within 2, and the tying run coming to the plate.
3 extra base hits, and all extremely well hit here in the bottom of the 5th for the Ducks. The triple from Dan Lyons to dead center field. Brendan Harris to the power alley with a double. And Lou Ford with a triple to center as well, out of the reach of Hudak, who must feel as if he's being picked on by the Ducks here in this 5th inning. So again, with the 3 extra base hits, 2 runs in, still only 1 out. Brodin coming to the plate, meeting on the mound, and Gorgon will stay in there to face Joash Brodin.
2 runs on 3 extra base hits and a sac fly. Everybody's had a productive at bat here. Still only 1 out and a runner at third. A sac fly here by Brodin would make it a 1-run game. And then you've got Adam Bailey waiting on deck, who has 2 hits. But the Ducks again fighting their way back in games. It's been a mantra all season long. They've hovered around the 500 mark all year so far. But they have found their way to come back 6 times already this season in games and earn wins. Here Brodin swings first pitch, well hit left center field. Hudak moving over, and the center fielder will make the catch. Ford will tag and score easily from third. A sac fly and an RBI for Joash Brodin, and now it's a 1-run game here in the 5th. It is 5-4.
Well, the Ducks making the most of some very hard hit balls here in the bottom of inning number 5. 2 triples, a double, 2 sacrifice flies. We have 2 outs now, nobody on, but 3 runs in. It's a brand new ball game, and the Ducks trailing by just 1.
So the tying run will still come to the plate here in Adam Bailey. Again, the team leader in home runs with 4, and so far today 2 for 2. Reached on an infield single in the 1st, and then a base hit to right in the 4th. Gorgon's first pitch to him is a breaking ball that just catches a piece of the outside corner for strike 1. Each team now has 7 hits. Each team has committed 1 error, and the Ducks have closed to within a run. It is 5-4 Riversharks. Each team with 3 runs in an inning in this game as well. Now the 0-1 from the righty. And Bailey grounds one to the right side. Couple hops for the second baseman, Batista. And will throw over to first in time for the out to retire the side. But the Ducks make this a 1-run ball game. They get 3 runs on 3 extra base hits and 2 sacrifice flies. No errors, nobody left on base. And through 5 here at Bethpage Ballpark, it is now Camden 5 and Long Island 4.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Phelant Lentini, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I can live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
Hey Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center in Ronkonkoma. Uncover the perfect balance of memorable, award-winning service and the most central location Long Island has to offer. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center is located less than a quarter mile from the Islip MacArthur Airport with a state-of-the-art health and fitness center, high-speed internet access, a world-class outdoor pool, and the great food and fun inside the Brickyard Bar and Grill. There's never been a better time to visit the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center. Best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 585-9500 today. That's 631-585-9500.
Well, we go to the 6th inning. Ducks have closed to within a run. It is now a 5-4 ball game. Fans follow all season long as the Long Island Ducks try and meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 home runs, Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for Camden. 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Ducks. We mentioned Steve Garrison, the left-hander, is on to pitch for Long Island. And to take you across the final 2 innings of Game 1 in this single admission doubleheader, send it across to David Weiss here in the broadcast booth.
Thank you very much, Michael Pollock. So just a 1-run game as we go back to the top of the order. Steve Garrison will be facing Zach McPhee, Alex Hudak, and Jorge Cortez. And those 3 Sharks have done plenty of damage here in Game 1 of this doubleheader at Bethpage Ballpark. McPhee has been aboard all 3 trips to the plate, 2 walks, and a bloop single down the left field line. McPhee taking a strike on the outside corner from Steve Garrison. McPhee has also scored 2 runs along the way. And driven in one as well. A productive day for McPhee. 0-1 pitch on the way, well inside. Has to skip out of the way. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Zach McPhee.
Garrison on the year, 5 appearances. He's allowed 4 runs, none of them earned though. 6 hits and a walk, 1 strikeout in 4 2/3 innings.
The southpaw missing outside is 2-1 to McPhee.
Former big leaguer, he'd been experiencing a little bit of an arm issue of late, but is healthy again, was healthy in Bridgeport and could have pitched. Didn't need to, and now in this game.
Next pitch on the way is fouled back to the netting, and the count now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Steve Garrison listed at 6'1", 195. All arms and legs. Bit of a herky-jerky motion. Tough to pick up the release point when you're at the plate facing him. Next pitch on the way, and that is a little nubber to second base. With a little English on it, taken by Cody Puckett. No problem. Throw across to Brodeen, 1 down.
You said it perfectly, David. A little bit of English on that ball. That was not an easy play for Cody Puckett. Looked initially like it had a chance to get up the middle, but it was kind of sawed off, and ball took a tricky hop there on Puckett. Had to field it on the short hop and get the out kind of off balance. But a good play by Puckett. It shows you how good of a second baseman he is. And for the first time, as you mentioned, McPhee finally retired by the Ducks pitching staff.
Brings up Alex Hudak, who was popped out, grounded out. In between, he reached on an error and scored in that 3-run second inning for the Camden Riversharks. So he is officially 0 for 3 with a run scored as Garrison misses. 1 ball, no strikes. Lefty-lefty matchup here. Pitch on the way is hit in the air. Playable left center field. Lou Ford drifting back. Warning track. Makes the catch. So that one really did carry. There's a slight breeze blowing out toward left center right now, but Hudak got more on that than initially thought, but Ford was able to track it down, 2 down.
I'll tell you what, David, you look at the flags, there isn't much movement in them, but the balls out to center field really are carrying in this game. We saw that last half inning. 3 extra base hits for the Ducks, all to either center or left center or right center, and that one, too, carried a long way out there to the deepest part of the park in left center field. And that ball definitely is carrying as it elevates in the air out towards straightaway center.
Yeah, Ford had to just keep on going. By the time he finished drifting back, he was on the warning track. So 2 up, 2 down. Jorge Cortez at the plate. He's got a perfect day going so far. 2 for 2 with a walk and a good curveball that splits across the plate diagonally. 0-1 to Cortez. Walked in the first inning. A 2-run double in the second inning. And an RBI single in the fourth. Has driven in 3 runs as he swings late. Off-speed pitch from Garrison, and it dribbles down the left side, wide of the foul line. No balls and 2 strikes to Jorge Cortez.
Cortez batting from the left side again. He has been on base all 3 times, and Garrison trying to work a 1-2-3 inning here for the first time in this game by a Ducks pitcher.
Garrison kicks and deals in the dirt. Outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Cortez, who came into the game hitting at 200, has lifted his average, I believe, 28 points. He's at 228 now and has added to his RBI total, going from 5 to 8. Patty Matera, third baseman, cleanup man, waiting on deck. As Garrison gets the sign from Brian Peacock, and the 1-2 pitch is hit on the ground. Shortstop. Easy play for Dan Lyons. Throw is high. A snap tag is late from first baseman Joash Brodeen. So that will go down as an E6. No doubt a good throw would have gotten Cortez even with his speed. So that error charge to Dan Lyons and extends the inning for the Camden Riversharks. Matera coming up. Cortez has reached and he's aboard.
Second error of the year for Lyons. Second error of the game for the Ducks. The Ducks had been playing good defense of late. They made just 1 error in the 3-game set against the Bridgeport Bluefish and 2 in Lancaster. But 2 already here today, and that extends the inning. And now Kevin Baez is going to come out of the dugout with the righty Patty Matera coming to the plate. I think Baez is going to go to one of his many right-handers in the bullpen and try and set up the righty-righty matchup. And indeed, he will point down to the bullpen, and he will call on a right-hander. So it's 5-4, Ducks leading it here, or Ducks trailing by 1 in the top of the 6th inning. But the inning continues after the error by Lyons. And now the Ducks will have to try and get out of this and try and make a comeback. We'll take a break and come right back here to Bethpage Ballpark.
Hi, this is right-handed pitcher Josh Lansford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
It's your money, and you have the power to save it. Make a few simple changes, and you can use less electricity and save real money. By installing Energy Star light bulbs and products for your home, you can save hundreds of dollars each year. At PSEG Long Island, we're working hard to serve you in the way you deserve. Check out our energy-saving tips and tools at psegLINY.com/save money.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire 15th anniversary season through live chats with Ducks players and exclusive video clips. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Life is better here. Well, the new pitcher for the Ducks is right-hander Brett Lauren, who has been very good so far for the Ducks this season. He comes in with 2 out and a runner at first. That's Jorge Cortez, who just reached on an error by the shortstop Dan Lyons. And so Brett Lauren, who has pitched in 9 games and has not allowed a run this year, will try and get the final out of this 6th inning and keep this a 1-run ball game.
Patty Matera will be facing him. He fouled out. Great play by the backstop catcher Brian Peacock. A sliding catch in front of the Camden dugout. That came way back in the 1st inning. Matera is also lined out to left, and he has walked. So officially 0 for 2, facing the 6'7" right-hander Brett Lauren. Pitch on the way as he slings it to the plate, misses downstairs. 1-0 to Patty Matera.
Lauren, that intimidating 6'7" right-hander. And Kevin Baez is a guy who likes to play the matchups righty-righty and lefty-lefty. That's why he calls on Lauren.
Next pitch on the way is downstairs and blocked by Peacock, who fakes a throw to first base. Cortez with speed. He is 2 for 2 in the stolen base column this season. So we'll keep an eye on him with the Ducks trailing by 1. And Camden looking to stretch the lead. There's a ground ball in the hole and through. Base hit left field. Cortez will stop at second base. Ball thrown back in by Adam Bailey. So Patty Matera with a 2-out single. And Camden with 2 runners on with 2 out, and Wilson Batista coming to the plate, who already has 2 hits here this afternoon.
Well, it's the moment of truth here for the Ducks if they want to come back in this game. Camden has driven in all 5 of their runs with 2 outs here today, and it's been a problem for the Ducks pitching staff being unable to get out of innings, and they need to find a way to get out of this jam here after the error in the single.
Lawrence first pitch on the way to Batista, hits the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. Good fastball from Lawrence. So this is a righty-lefty matchup here. Batista hitting from the left side. He's a switch hitter now, batting from the left, slightly open stance. Lawrence pitch on the way is stroked, and that is a base hit falling in front of Phelan Lentini. Being waved in is Jorge Cortez. The throw is going to be not in time. Came in on a couple of hops from right fielder Phelan Lentini. So another 2-out base hit, driving in a run for the Riversharks. Every one of the runs has scored with 2 down. It is now 6-4 Sharks.
Well, that run's going to be charged to Steve Garrison, but again, not an earned run. And for the 3rd time this game, a run has been scored that is unearned. And for a Ducks team that came into the game tied for the league lead in fielding percentage at .984, it has been a sloppy afternoon for Long Island. And now again, after the error, it keeps the inning alive, back-to-back singles, and all of a sudden it's back to a 2-run lead.
Runners on the corners, with Brian Pounds at the plate, and Pounds will pound it in the air. Left field, Adam Bailey waiting for it to come down. It does in his mitt, and that will do it. However, for the Camden Riversharks, they do add a run, an error, then 2 singles. Unearned run scores, but it does lengthen the lead for the Riversharks. They do leave 1 on at the end of 5 1/2 to the bottom of the 6th. The score now, Camden 6, the Ducks 4.
Hi, this is Adam Bailey, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Bring your birthday to the ballpark this season and celebrate with the Flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available for the 2014 season. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Go to the bottom of the sixth inning. Ducks now trail 6-4 after the unearned run for the Riversharks scores in the top of the sixth. New pitcher is in for Camden, and it is right-hander Rob Semerano, a Port Jervis, New York native who will make his first appearance against the Ducks and his 9th of the year. He'll face Ryan Stribbe, Cody Puckett, and Brian Peacock, 6 through 8 in Long Island's order.
Rob Semerano. As far as Gorgon is concerned, 5 innings pitched, gave up 7 hits, struck out 4, walked 1. As Stribbe takes a good rip at the first offering from Semerano and fouls it back to the netting, 0-1.
4 runs, 3 of them earned, allowed by Gorgon. He threw 76 pitches, 49 for strikes. He's in line for his first win of the year unless the Ducks can find a way to come back and tie this ball game.
The Ducks did get to Gorgon in the 5th inning with 3 extra base hits, a couple of sacrifice flies, and scored 3 runs. And had narrowed the gap to 5-4, but a run on the top of the 6th. It is now 6-4 Riversharks. Stribbe at the plate, and he takes it under the hands for a ball. It's 2 balls and a strike to Ryan Stribbe, to be followed by Cody Puckett, then Brian Peacock. Numbers 6, 7, and 8 in the order, facing Rob Semerano, pitching from the stretch. Next pitch on the way, lifted in the air, down the right field line, going back as Jorge Cortez at the wall, makes the catch. Stribbe, for the 3rd consecutive at-bat, just missed a homer. He could have had 3 dingers in this game, 3 long fly balls to right.
I don't know what's more frustrating if you're Stribbe. You kind of just toss that helmet away right down the the runway up to the clubhouse there in anger. And I don't know what's more frustrating, striking out 4 times in a single game, which he has done this year, or going up to the plate, hitting the ball well the opposite way 3 times, which is what you're trained to do, and not being able to get a hit.
But hit it well, all 3 at-bats to right. Cody Puckett at the plate. He is 1 for 2 and takes outside for a ball. Puckett has bounced to 3rd, also singled up the middle. That came in the 4th inning. Next pitch on the way is a fastball and a good one. Good pop on that fastball from Semerano. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Cody Puckett.
It's like a positive sign that you're hitting the ball well the opposite way, but it's got to be so frustrating that you can't find a way to get a hit.
And Puckett, little looper, second baseman Batista will have to hurry with Puckett's speed, but does in time, 2 down.
Kind of the high chopper. Puckett did extend his hitting streak up to 9 games earlier today with a single to center, and those 7-inning games are tricky with streaks, with hitting or on-base streaks, because you have 2 less innings of a chance to really extend it, and so that makes things a little bit tougher, but hey, if you're able to get that hit as he did and as Lou Ford was able to do to extend his on-base streak, more power to you.
And time called with Brian Peacock at the plate. Semerano delivered the pitch anyway, but it will not count. Peacock 0 for 2 this afternoon. He has bounced to 2nd and struck out. One of 4 strikeouts registered by the starter, Scott Gorgon. And pitch to Peacock is inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Dan Lyons waiting on deck. So the Ducks will need a little 2-out lightning here in the 6th. Try to eat into this 2-run lead. They trail 6-4 as Peacock tries to hold up, but a strike thrown by Semerano. 1 ball and 1 strike. Sembrano pitching from the stretch, although no one's on, as many relievers do. And there's a strike called. Inside corner, 1-2 to Brian Peacock.
Of course, as they say, you need a bloop and a blast. You don't really have a home run hitter on deck by trying to get some guys on and then turn the lineup over.
1-2 pitch, a call, strike 3. So Peacock called out on strikes. First strikeout from Sembrano, 5th overall for Camden pitching. Ducks go very quietly in the 6th. Rob Sembrano sets them down in order, nothing across. We have finished 6th at Bethpage Ballpark. The final inning upcoming in this twin bill, a 7-inning affair. We go to the top of the 7th with the Ducks trailing Camden 6-4.
Hey fans, this is outfielder John Myers, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
To inning number 7, and fans on this beautiful night, why not chill out with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company gourmet iced coffee, available right now at our concession stands. Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or visit their cafes in the Hamptons. Brett Lauren back on the mound, trying to keep this a 2-run game right here and give the Ducks a chance to tie the game or walk off with a win in the bottom of the 7th.
And Brett Lauren will be facing the bottom 3rd of the Camden batting order. Bobby Stevens, Malc Albaladejo, and Jean Vasquez. Facing big Brett Lauren on the mound. He's trying to hold Camden off, give the Ducks a chance in the bottom of inning number 7. Again, this is a 7-inning game. When you have back-to-back games without the day-night aspect of a doubleheader in the Atlantic League, both games are 7 innings in length, barring extra innings. And first pitch from Lauren, slings it up there, splits the plate in half for a strike, 0-1. Bobby Stevens this afternoon, a double and a run scored. That was the 2nd inning. He's also walked and fouled out, 1 for 2. And it looked like he wanted to show bunt, backs away. It was a fastball that caught the corner, 0-2 to Bobby Stevens. Boy, Brett Lauren at 6'7" and plenty of pop on the fastball, especially batting from the right side. Not exactly an appetizing prospect, as he misses downstairs, 1-2. Ducks came into the game here this afternoon at 9 up and 9 down, right at 500. Camden have lost 15 of their first 20. 5-15 on the season. 1-2 pitch on the way is outside for a ball, 2-2.
The Ducks cannot find a way to come back in this game. They're going to be kicking themselves, A, for the 2 errors that they've made that have led to 3 runs being scored, but also the 2-out hits. Every run has scored with 2 outs for Camden.
And Bobby Stevens works his way aboard with a walk. Second time he has walked.
Yeah, 3-2, I guess. I guess I had the count wrong there.
That would be EDW. Error,
right.
David Weiss.
It happens.
3-2 pitches on the way, and this one is hit in the air, playable right side. Joash Brodin in fair territory. He drifts back and makes the catch. So rather than a walk, which I thought it was initially, Bobby Stevens pops out to first, 1 down.
And looking ahead to that bottom half of the 7th inning, Ducks will have 9, 1, and 2 in their order coming up. Dan Lyons, who has a triple and 2 at-bats, Phelan Lantini, who's driven in a run, and Brendan Harris, who has a double and a run scored. And then you get to, of course, Lou Ford and Joash Brodin and Adam Bailey.
And facing Brett Lauren now is the catcher, Mike Albaladejo, who takes a strike. Fastball from Big Brett. Albaladejo has successfully sacrificed, has also flied out and struck out. He is 0 for 2, and now 0-2 the count as Lauren goes outside and nips the corner with an off-speed pitch. 0-2 pitch is on the way, high and tight. That was up near Alba Ladejo's beard. It is 1-2. He gets back in quickly, and Brett Lauren back into the delivery quickly. 1-2 pitch, check swing. He did hold up, according to first base umpire Richie McCarron, as the home plate umpire Derek Moshe checks in with his colleague at first, Alba Ladejo. At the plate, 2-2 count, pitch on the way, hit in the air, right field. Fayette Lentini jogs on over and makes the catch, 2 down.
Well, some quick updates on the out-of-town scoreboard around the Atlantic League. Sugar Land has won Game 1 of their single-admission doubleheader with the Somerset Patriots in Bridgewater, New Jersey, 8-2, so that is good news for the Ducks. They will play Game 2 coming up momentarily. York 2, Bridgeport 1, bottom of the 4th at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. It is Corey Thurman for the Revolution against Kenakoa Tech Sierra for the Bluefish. They also play a single-admission doubleheader today.
Lauren's first pitch, fastball outside, 1-0 to Jean Vasquez.
Barnstormers 5, Blue Crabs nothing. Bottom of the 2nd down in Waldorf, Maryland. That is one game today. It is Jake Gardner, the starter for the Barnstormers. Ian Marshall, the starter for the Blue Crabs.
Next pitch on the way, foul straight back. Count even now, 1-1 to Vasquez.
Mets and the Marlins are playing, Mets and the Nationals, are playing down in Washington, D.C. Mets were winning 5-2, and they went on to win it by a count of 5-2. Bartolo Colon, the win improved to 3-5. Gio Gonzalez, the loss fell to 3-4. Henry Mejia picked up his first save of the year.
1-1 pitch on the way, and a swing and a foul tip at the plate. Vasquez now in a 1-2 hold to Brett Lauren.
The Yankees also winners today. They won it 7-1 over the Pirates, and it was a home run show for the Yankees. I'll tell you those. Brett Gardner hit his 3rd of the year, Teixeira his 9th, McCann his 6th, Soriano his 6th, and Almonte his 1st.
Wow. A lot of power with the Bombers today. 2-2 the count to Jean Vasquez. And how about that Bartolo Colon for the Mets? As Vin Scully likes to say, he's like the little girl with a curl. When he's good, he's very good. When he's bad, he's awful.
That is for sure.
Next pitch on the way, Vasquez pounds it into the ground, taken on a couple of hops by Dan Lyons. The throw is true this time. And 3 up and 3 down. Brett Lauren makes quick work of the Riversharks here in the top of the 7th.
We're going to do God Bless America coming up here in the middle of the 7th inning, I believe.
Long Island Ducks in the bottom of the 7th, trailing 6-4. And again, this is a 7-inning affair, so you can just pretend this is the bottom of the 9th. But since this is the bottom of the 7th, we will get God Bless America to be sung by the children and students at the William Floyd Elementary School.
Lead us in the singing of God Bless America.
Beautiful job of God Bless America. 7th inning stretch. We go to the bottom of the 7th. After that beautiful performance by William Floyd Elementary School, the Ducks trailing the Riversharks 6-4.
Hey fans, it's Jeremy Accardo, pitcher, and you're listening to the Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
It's your money, and you have the power to save it. Make a few simple changes, and you can use less electricity and save real money. By installing Energy Star light bulbs and products for your home, you can save hundreds of dollars each year. At PSEG Long Island, we're working hard to serve you in the way you deserve. Check out our energy-saving tips and tools at psegLINY.com/save money.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to. The Ducks trail 6-4 to the Camden Riversharks. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Again, this is a single admission doubleheader today. 2 7-inning games. And so this is essentially the bottom of the 9th inning, even though it is the bottom of the 7th. And the Riversharks have closed on right-hander Matt Gorgon, the brother of Scott Gorgon, to come on and pitch here. And Matt Gorgon will try and nail down the save. So far this year, he has 3 saves in 6 games, has not given up an earned run in 5 1/3 innings, has allowed 2 unearned runs, and he will be facing 9, 1, and 2 in the Ducks order. It will be Dan Lyons, Phelan Lentini, and then Brendan Harris. And if the Ducks can extend the inning, you've got Lou Ford, Joe Ashbrodine, and Adam Bailey following. So the Ducks have some of the hitters that they want coming to the plate. We'll see if they can do anything here and keep this game going against Camden.
Well, in that, Scott Gorgon came into the game at 0-2. Matt, his twin brother, is trying to do something this season that hasn't happened yet. Save a game for his twin brother. So we'll see if there's a little brotherly love taking place here in the first game of this doubleheader today. Ducks, of course, at the very least, would like to extend this game, if not win it outright here in the bottom of inning number 7. Dan Lyons, who is 1 for 2, he has struck out, and then triple to center field over the head of Alex Hudak, and would come around to score on a sacrifice fly from the man standing on deck, Phelan Lentini. See if the Ducks can pull this one out, trailing by 2. First pitch from Matt Gorgon is up high with a fastball, 1-0.
I mentioned it earlier, Ducks have 9 wins on the year. 7 have come from behind wins, but they're still looking for their first walk-off win of 2014.
1-0 pitch is outside, 2-0. So Dan will be very selective here. He wants to get on any way possible, bring that tying run to the plate. And of course, we don't call them walk-off wins here. We call them
waddle-offs.
Waddle-offs, because these are the Long Island Ducks, of course. 2-0 pitch on the way, and that is right down Carlton Avenue for a strike. 2 balls and a strike to Dan Lyons, who scored his 6th run of the season when he came in the 5th inning, that 3-run 5th for the Ducks. Next pitch on the way, Lyons slaps it. Long way to right field. Back to the warning track is Jorge Cortez. That ball did carry, but landed and died in the mitt of Cortez, 1 down.
It's now 6 straight retired by Rivershark pitching after the RBI triple by Lou Ford. And so Lyons again does the right thing by going the opposite way, but the ball not carrying as well to right as it has to center in this game. And so that's out number 1, and now back to the top of the order.
And that's Phelan Lentini, who was officially 0 for 2. He has flied out, struck out, and hit a sac fly to deep right field in the 5th. Driving in his 14th run of the season with that sacrifice fly. And a strike from Matt Gorgon to start out on Lentini. It is 0-1. Ducks trailing by 2. This is basically the bottom of the final inning. 7-inning affair. It's the bottom of the 7th. Good curveball from Gorgon. Lentini looking for something else, and that nipped the outside corner. It's 0-2 quickly to Lentini. Brendan Harris waiting on deck. Matt Gorgon working quickly, looking to save this one for his twin brother, Scott, who started. 0-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. So a good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Lentini goes down swinging. The Ducks are down to their final out.
And this is how it's kind of been for the Ducks. Again, this game not over yet, but it's been that up and down kind of scene for the Ducks. They won 2 straight in Lancaster after they had lost 3 straight here at home to Lancaster, but then lost the finale, won the first game in Bridgeport, lost the second, won the finale, and now are 1 out away from losing the opener of this series. And it's just the Ducks have not been able to really get on a good roll here and get some consistency.
Brendan Harris at the plate, and he slams it foul out of play. Right side, swinging late on a fastball from Matt Gorgon. Harris has bounced out, flied out, and doubled to the left center field power alley and would score on a triple from Lou Ford, who's waiting on deck. But can they save Lou a lick? That's the question here, with Brendan Harris trying to extend this game. He is 1 for 3 in his Duck debut. First game as a Long Island Duck here this afternoon. 0-1 pitch on the way, and that's a strike outside corner. 0-2. Ducks down to their final strike.
And Matt Gorgon just getting up on that mound and firing strikes in left and right, and that is exactly what you expect of your closer. You expect him to get on that mound and get ahead in counts.
Coming set. 0-2 pitch on the way downstairs in the dirt. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Brendan Harris. Lots of Major League experience. Starting at third base for the Ducks here this afternoon in his debut. Again, Lou Ford licking his chops on deck, see if he'll get a chance. But Harris has to find his way on somehow right here. 1-2 the count. Matt Gorgon comes set. Pitch on the way is up high with a fastball. That got away from him. It's 2-2.
Nice job by Harris to lay off. Again, you want to make him make a mistake and throw a pitch over the plate. And if you could find a way to do that, put it in play and extend the inning for Ford.
2-2 pitch on the way to Brendan Harris. Outside corner, call strike 3, and that's it. Nice job by Matt Gorgon. Saves it for his twin brother, and that is the 4th save of the season for Matt. First win of the season for his twin brother, Scott. 3 up and 3 down for the Ducks as Matt strikes out 2 of the 3 batters he faced. 7 strikeouts overall for the Camden Riversharks. And the Long Island Ducks lose the front end of this twin bill. The first game of the doubleheader goes to the Camden Riversharks. The final is 6-4 as congratulations go out all over the mound here for the Sharks, who will go for the sweep tonight. The Ducks trying to salvage the doubleheader with a split in the nightcap. That will be just about a half hour from now. We'll be back to recap it in a moment at Bethpage Ballpark. Final score again, Camden 6, the Ducks 4.
Hey fans, this is infielder Ryan Strebe, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc pavers pave your way.
Life without Ducks baseball.
Emily, quit texting. James, get off the iPad. Honey, pick a channel.
Life with Ducks baseball.
Bethpage Ballpark is set. Quacker Jack is ready, and the flock is prepared to defend their title. All we need is you. For game times, promos, and tickets, visit liducks.com.
It's a blast. Now that's more like it.
Long Island Ducks baseball. Life is better here.
Well, we are back at Bethpage Ballpark where the Camden Riversharks defeat the Long Island Ducks by a count of 6-4 here in the opening game of this single admission doubleheader. About 30 minutes will pass, and then game 2 will begin between these two teams. And again, in 7 innings, it was the Riversharks 6, the Long Island Ducks 4. And David, the story of this game, 2 errors and the 2 out hits for the Riversharks really costing the Ducks here a win to open up this 3-game set.
Yep, Camden got on the board, top of the first inning with a 2-out single off the bat of Wilson Batista. The Ducks struck in the bottom of inning number 1. It was an unearned run, but they did push it across. Lou Ford, a double. Joash Protein, a walk. Adam Bailey, a single. Infield single. And it was an error that allowed the run to come home. Charged to the second baseman for the Camden Riversharks, Wilson Batista. And the Ducks had themselves a 1-1 tie, but it would fall apart at the top of the second inning. Camden with 3 runs that came across, and again it was clutch 2-out hits that did the job. A bloop single by Zach McPhee driving on 1 run. a 2-run double from Jorge Cortez, and 3 runs came in. A 4-1 lead for Camden at that point. They would make it 5-1 in the top of inning number 4. It was another 2-out hit, a single from Jorge Cortez that drove in run number 5. 5-1 at that point. The Ducks would score 3 in the bottom of inning number 5. 3 extra base hits. Dan Lyons, a triple. Brendan Harris, a double. Lou Ford, a triple. Mix in a couple of sacrifice flies, driving in 2 of those runs. Lou Ford with the RBI triple there. 3-run rally. The Ducks had cut the deficit to 1. It was 5-4. But in the top of inning number 6, another 2-out base hit to drive in a run. Wilson Batista did it again. 6-4 at that point, and that's the way it would end. Scott Gorgon gave up 4 of those runs to the Long Island Ducks, but good work out of the bullpen from Camden. Matt Gorgon saving it for his twin brother. And the Ducks come up $2 short, 6-4, losing the front end of this doubleheader, and they fall to 9-10, but can go back to 500 if they win the nightcap and go for a split.
So the final totals for Camden: 6 runs, 9 hits, 1 error. They left 9. 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Ducks. They left 4. The winner was Scott Gorgon, who improves to 1-2. Fernando Hernandez suffers the loss. He falls to 2-1. And Matt Gorgon earns his 4th save of the year. Game took 2 hours and 9 minutes. The attendance figure will be announced after Game 2 of this single admission doubleheader. As for the Nico Lock player of the game here in Game 1, we're going to give it to Wilson Batista. He had 3 big hits, including 2 runs batted in. You can also give honorable mention to Jorge Cortez, who had 2 hits and drove in 3. But we'll give it to Wilson Batista. He is Game 1's Nico Lock player of the game. Nico Lock retaining walls and paving stones, a company synonymous with quality and service in the manufactured concrete industry for almost 50 years. Don't go anywhere. Keep things right here on your YouTube channel. If you need to go grab a bite to eat, relax, no big deal. We'll have the soundtrack of the 2004 Atlantic League Championship DVD coming up, and we'll have a break for about 30 minutes, and then we will come back with Game 2 of this single admission doubleheader. For the Ducks, it'll be right-hander Jared Lansford getting the start. For the Riversharks, it'll be righty Dan Blewett. And again, that game will begin in approximately 25 to 30 minutes. And again, keep it right here. We'll have all the action for you. For David Weiss here in the broadcast booth, always a pleasure to join you. My name is Michael Pollock. Again, the Riversharks win Game 1 of this single admission doubleheader by a count of 6-4. And we'll be back in a little while for Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Long Island Ducks and the Camden Riversharks.
Hi, I'm Chris King, the radio and TV voice of your Long Island Ducks. 2004 was a very special season for the Ducks, both on and off the field. From the first pitch of spring training until the final out of their championship victory, there were packed houses, nail-biting wins, and enough excitement to last a lifetime. During the Ducks' first ever trip to the Atlantic League playoffs, each of their 6 games was decided by just 1 run, with the Ducks winning 5 of those. In putting together this championship DVD, we'll take a walk down memory lane and take you step by step through the Long Island Ducks' 2004 Atlantic League Championship. Following another close call at the end of the 2003 season, the Ducks had finished second in 6 of 8 halves through their first 4 seasons of play and still had never qualified for a playoff spot. After a winter full of organizational meetings and player signings, the team headed down to spring training loaded with talent, brimming with confidence, and eager to prove that this team was different.
Well, when we got down to spring training, it was we kind of realized that this was kind of a special group of guys. And we all clicked from the very beginning, and our mission was, you know, if we're going to be in the independent league and nobody's going to give us an opportunity to go play in organized ball, then we're going to try to do the absolute best that we can with our team. And like I said, we felt like we had a special talent and a special group of guys, and it was our goal to go out and win the championship.
He is all business on that 5th day. I tell you, he has his good times and whatever, and keeps everybody loose up to that point, and then, it's business day.
I expect to win.
you know, and I expect him to win pretty much with the whole pitching staff. When you get Bill out there, you know he's going to fight you. You know he's going to fight you to the end. He never wants to come out, and that's always good.
Of the 25 players on Long Island's opening day roster, 14 had major league experience, highlighted by a pitching staff that featured Bill Pulsipher, Matt Beach, Matt DeWitt, Bill Seamus, and Lance Davis, all of whom had experienced success at the big league level.
Every spring training, especially with the Ducks, you go into it of not knowing how long you're going to keep your guys, and that's always a concern. But when we walked out on the field the first day, when Pulsipher and Seamus showed up, there was no longer any worry of what type of clubhouse we were going to have. The camaraderie was there just with those two individuals, and as a coach, as a manager, when you know your camaraderie is good, it solves a lot of problems. So everybody else was going to fit into place. All the guys that we had from the previous year, we knew were very good guys, very good individuals, and we pride ourselves with the Ducks of bringing in good individuals, not just statistics, but they got to be good people to play here. And as soon as we had those two guys, we knew we were set.
As the season began, Long Island came out of the gates on fire, emerging victorious in each of their first 6 games.
4, and the Ducks win the game. Final score, Long Island Ducks 5, Pennsylvania Road Warriors 4.
By the end of the season's first month, Long Island was on a roll, in first place with a 16-7 record.
We had a lot of guys returning from the year before. It was myself and Barty and Doug and JJ and stuff. Well, those guys, you know, I know they remember the hurt that we felt in that last game and how close we were to it. And then getting guys like Pulsipher and Seamus and Lance and Beach and those guys in the beginning of the year, we knew we had a staff that could take us all the way. Of course, the big question was how long were we going to have them for? You know, which comes across every year with the Ducks, is that we start off great, and if somehow or another the guys get picked up, which is what the league is for, and you know, but it hurts our team club, and we never seem to make the playoffs because we got guys leaving, and sometimes you just can't replace those guys.
By mid-June, however, 3 of Long Island's top pitchers had been signed to major league organizational deals. Clint Weibel was the first to go, followed by Matt DeWitt and Matt Beach. Following their departures, the Ducks hit a skid, and, following a July 5th loss at the hands of the Nashua Pride, found themselves 1 game behind the arch-rival Bridgeport Bluefish with just 7 games remaining in the season's first half. Despite regaining their footing in the following series against Pennsylvania, the Ducks found themselves needing a sweep of Bridgeport in the half's final series in order to earn a berth in the Atlantic League playoffs. All the Bluefish needed was 1 victory in the 3-game set, and the Ducks' playoff hopes would be dashed yet again. And the Ducks would have to do it against their arch rivals on the road in a ballpark in which their playoff dreams died in the last week of the 2000 season. They'd also have to do it in a ballpark where they'd only won 13 times in 37 games coming into the season. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
The 3-game series with Bridgeport during the July 10th through the 12th was quite an exciting series, and it was great to have the fans coming over. I mean, there was so many little facets of that particular series that was going into play that not a lot of people, unless you had been around and been a part of the Long Island Duck organization for a while, would really understand the complexity of it. With that veteran team that we had, you know, we knew that if we just went in and played 1 game at a time, which is of course very cliche, but yet it's very applicable for the situation. You know, if we win the first couple of games, you know, that we would put the pressure back on them, and that's what we did. The Monday night game, you know, after it being called after the 9 innings, was very frustrating for all of us, both teams in general.
I know the feeling after the game of that last night when it was raining. We were in the clubhouse and we were going, this can't happen. I mean, we can't end it like this. We had just come back. I mean, we battled our butts off. And so did Bridgeport. I mean, it was a great series that we played against them. We beat them the first 2 games of the series. It came down to that last game. They had scored a couple runs in the beginning, and we fought back to tie it. And You know, came down to the 9th inning, and we were playing in the rain the whole game. And when they called the game and took us off the field because of the rain, it was like kind of mind-boggling. It's like, what are we doing? We've been playing in this for 9 innings. I mean, just all it takes is we finish 9 innings. You know, the next person to score will win.
So the Long Island Ducks headed home. The July 12th game was declared a tie, with a new August 9th game rescheduled to be played in its entirety and no playoff spot yet secured. Despite the fact that they had come so far, the Ducks had no closure. The second half would begin on Friday night, but there was still 4 weeks of baseball to play before the first half champion would be declared.
Well, so we start the second half of the season. We don't know who the first half champion is, and we're going to play that game 2.5, 3 weeks out. It really kept the tension around here at a certain pitch. Certainly kept all the fans' interest. We started to point our whole season towards one game, and that's sort of good and it's sort of bad. For the fans, it was you know, high drama. For us in our organization, it was high drama. For the ball players, so we were all focused in on that August 9th game.
And while the Ducks would have to wait for their chance to play for their first ever playoff spot, they would continue their pursuit of individual and team records that would fall during the magical 2004 season.
The Ducks' second half playoff drive has begun. But wait a minute, what about the first half?
Good question.
Something you've never even heard in baseball. You know, just like, let's put off the first half until a month later.
Because of a rainout, the Ducks and Bluefish have yet to decide who won the North Division. They'll replay the game in its entirety August 9th.
I mean, we definitely had momentum in our favor, and it was just too bad that it just had to stop like it did.
To have it end like that was really disappointing. We have some guys that do real well now. Who knows if Doug, you know, Camara, Barty, or Pulsford is going to be here come August 9th.
That could really change things.
You know, they were a big part of our team.
"19 days and counting till August 9th.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on liducks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. When August 9th finally arrived, the team and its fans were ready.
My guys are ready to go. They're ready to play this game. You know, as I'm sure these guys are too. I mean, it's about the playoffs. I mean, there's a couple reasons why these players are all here in this league. One, to get back to organizations, and the other, getting to playoffs. And here it is right here on the table for them. So now it's whoever's the hungriest.
With more than 700 loyal Duck fans in attendance in Bridgeport, everything was on the line once again for Long Island's hometown team. In a game dubbed "One Game for All the Marbles" by Bridgeport officials, the Bluefish took an early 3-0 advantage against the Ducks and starter Brian Ricard.
Count 1 ball, 2 strikes to Avila.
And again, Lou, the rosters of these teams is quite different from what it was the last time we played this game on July 12th. The Ducks do have Garrick back. The Bluefish have Willis Otanez and DJ Boston back, but Long Island has lost Bill Pulsifer, Lance Davis, and Manny Ulloa, 3 of their best pitchers who've gone on to affiliated teams.
Beautiful Beautiful pitch on the inside corner, and Ricard ends the inning, but
the Ducks showed their mettle, battling back and tying the game on Camara Barti's 2-out, 2-run home run in the 5th inning off Bluefish ace Tim Kane.
Kane delivers, swing and a miss, tied him up inside, and Kane works ahead 0-2.
And a chance for Camara to get some retribution, Lou, as it was Camara Barti who popped out to second base back in the 3rd inning with the bases loaded and 1 away. So he gets another chance here to at least drive in 1 run if he can bring in Cole Liniak from second.
0-2 pitch, swung on and drilled to deep left field. Going back is Otaniez. It's gone. A home run for Barti. A 2-run shot. And we are all tied at 4.
Well, for Camara Barti, his team-leading 18th home run.
We were down early, so we were like, all right, now we got to fight back. But once you hit that 2-run home run and we're dead even, it's a whole new game. It's like, all right, it's 0-0. Now it's our game. We have the momentum. Let's take it. Let's go all the way with this.
Now Andrew Salvo. Be interesting to see if he tries to bunt here.
I would think so.
Bridgeport thinking bunt. Lualoa now coming in at 3rd, and Salvo bunts it. It's a good-looking bunt, and they're going to go to first. For a second, Sherman thought about going to second, but then got the sure out at first base. Salvo does his job, sacrifice bunt, sends Rodriguez down to second, and he is the potential go-ahead run for the Ducks.
Well, Andrew Salvo practices that bunt every day in batting practice, and in the biggest spot of the season for Long Island, he comes through as manager Don McCormack there, playing small ball here in a tie game, and now he hopes that Kevin Baez, who's had the best defensive play of the game for Long Island, can come through with some offense.
Well, the Duck fans making some noise now. Baez and Justin Davies will try to give the Ducks the lead. Baez swings and lifts it deep down the right field line. Pennyfeather is there, makes the catch. Rodriguez is going to try to go. Pennyfeather's throw is into the stands, and Rodriguez will score on the overthrow. Long Island takes the lead. It's 5-4 Ducks.
Well, can you believe it? Will Pennyfeather, who had the best catch of the game for the Bluefish and one of the best arms in the Atlantic League, just threw one into the seats, into the Duck fan section. And as he did, Louis Rodriguez, who was tagging, is able to circle 3rd and score. The Ducks have their first lead of the game in the top of the 9th on a Will Pennyfeather overthrow. With the Ducks now holding a 1-run lead, Long Island called on closer Bill Seamus for the final 3 outs.
And the Bluefish now down to their last strike.
And much like they do at Citibank Park, the Duck fans are on their feet throughout this ballpark, hundreds of them, standing and cheering for what they hope will be strike 3.
No balls, 2 strikes to Boston. Seamus gets the sign. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Long Island Ducks have won the first half championship in the Atlantic League's North Division. And the Ducks will go to the playoffs for the first time in franchise history.
And you see the jubilation on the mound. It has taken them 4 years, 3 months, and 12 days since the first pitch in franchise history was thrown back in April of 2000. But there will be postseason baseball on Long Island come September for the first time ever. And that guy, Bill Seamus, is the happiest man on the field.
The Ducks battle back.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
Once we got to that last inning once we brought Seamus in the 8th and we got through that, and knowing that, our cards are on the table. Everything that you kind of laid out before the game, how you want the game to go, and everything is just, it's right there for you. You just stick by your game plan that you pretty much had thought out. And when it gets down to it and it comes to, here it is, right on the table for Mr. Seamus, and the guy we've counted on the whole time. And it's like I've said before, he's one of them guys that you count on night in, night out. And it was just kind of a relaxed excitement watching him, because he just kind of manhandled Darryl Boston. It was really not much of a contest. And it was just, after that, it was such a relief, to finally get on the board with that first one, that the three of us, me, Buddy, and Dave, just kind of was embraced, and we let them do their thing on the field, and it was a relief sensation.
Following a dizzying post-game celebration, the Ducks returned to the reality of the second half. With 7 of their pitchers now gone and pitching for affiliated teams, the team struggled in the month of August, posting a record of 14-16 with a 5.63 ERA. With the key pitchers now departed, it was clear the Ducks' playoff hopes would depend on a promise made by a group of pitchers all the way back in spring training known as the Band: Bill Seamus, Bill Pulsipher, Matt Beach, and Lance Davis.
Those guys, upon leaving, vowed to us that if they didn't get called up to the big leagues, they'd come back, and the rest is history. Those people came back, and we played 7 consecutive one-run games.
Well, those at the end of the first half, prior to us having to reschedule the August 9th game, I remember being in the dugout and talking with Pointer about, and this is a guy that's won a World Series at the major league level, and we both had the same feeling of playoff baseball. It doesn't matter where you're at, little league or on up, it's just a special feeling, and that's the real reason that true baseball players play, and that's to have a chance to win a championship. Not for the money, not for the fame, not for anything like that. It's just to go out and compete at the highest level of your league, wherever it be, and you to be the top of it. It's really a special thing, winning a championship. And there's plenty of guys that play their whole careers and don't even make playoffs, let alone win a championship at any level. So it's really a special thing. And when a group of guys gets together and accomplishes something, it's camaraderie. It's a very special thing.
On September 14th, the leader of the Band, lefty Bill Pulsipher, was the first to make good on his promise to return. Within 5 days, Seamus, Beach, and Davis followed suit, and Long Island's once awe-inspiring pitching staff was back at full strength just in time for the team's first ever playoff appearance. The first playoff game in franchise history was on the road on Tuesday, September 21st, 2004 at historic Holman Stadium in Nashua, New Hampshire. The Nashua Pride held a 10-8 advantage over the Long Island Ducks in the regular season, and they featured an explosive offense led by former Major League All-Star Dante Bichette. Despite rallying late in the game, the Ducks fell 3-2, and their playoff hopes were in danger just 1 game into the best-of-3 series.
Yeah, you'd like to, win that first game, but we were coming back home, so I thought it was a great game, and up there we just didn't, we didn't make our move late in the game like we normally do, and then you come back here and you have all this enthusiasm. You have this 4 years of frustration, which is more in-house than it is the new players that came in. They had nothing to do with being defeated. There are a couple guys here, Justin Davies and Doug Jennings, who had gone through all these close losses for all these years, and then you have the fans who had gone through that.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on liducks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. After dropping Game 1 of the Atlantic League North Division playoffs in Nashua, the Ducks returned home to a raucous Citibank Park for the first home playoff game in franchise history. The sellout crowd had waited 5 years for this night to arrive. 6,322 strong and armed with thundersticks, was in full throat as Bill Pulsipher headed out to the mound.
The first playoff game here at Citibank Park was all obviously very personal to me and very special for me. And I've been to Super Bowls, and I've been to Final Four in college basketball games, and been to a tremendous amount of, played in a few championship games myself. But this was, from the time I walked to my from my office to my seat, it was like I was in the game, and so were 6,000 other people. This was an electric night for the fans and for our whole organization. I mean, it really felt like I had to put my chin strap on, actually, and get ready to play. Almost had that football game feeling to it, not a baseball game. So it wasn't lost on anyone in the house that night how important this game was, and that we were really ready to play that baseball game.
After Pulsifer exited with a 1-run lead in the 7th inning, relievers Jordan Zimmerman and Joe Cotton got the game to the 8th inning for Bill Seamus, who slammed the door shut on the Nashua Pride with a 6-out save. With a 3-2 victory of their own, the Ducks were headed to the decisive Game 3, with Lance Davis headed to the hill. Davis was dazzling in Game 3, tossing 7 2/3 innings of shutout ball before giving way to Joe Cotton, who closed out the 8th inning. And while Davis was brilliant, his counterpart on Nashua, former Duck Denny Harriger, was equal to the task, leaving Long Island clinging to a 1-0 lead going into the final inning of play.
Interesting, we're going against Denny Harriger, who we had let go, and we always thought with Denny, if you can get him early, you're going to get him big. And we got him a little bit early, but then he settled down and pitched a great game. He really pitched a great game, and I was just amazed at the pitches he was throwing where he wanted to. But we just had better pitching that day. We had Lance Davis and we had Bill Seamus, and they didn't.
After Seamus closed out the Pride in the 9th, the Ducks had clinched the North Division title and were headed to the Atlantic League's championship round. The post-game celebration was subdued as the players in the clubhouse knew there was still one more mountain to climb. The Ducks would battle the Camden Riversharks in a best-of-5 Atlantic League Championship Series starting Friday night, September the 24th at Citibank Park in Central Islip. Game 1 of the Atlantic League Championship Series was a high-scoring affair. With Long Island leading 10-6 in the top of the 9th inning and the bases loaded, manager Don McCormick turned to Joe Cotton to get the game's final 2 outs. For once, Long Island's bullpen didn't respond, as former Montreal Expo Chris Widger stepped to the plate and hit a grand slam home run to tie the game at 10. In extra innings, it was Justin Davies who took center stage and played the hero. The original Duck, who had amassed over 500 games in a Long Island uniform, was now in position to register his first game-winning playoff hit. Facing Camden's Evan Thomas with Jason Johnson on third and 2 outs, Davies lined a shot to right field with 2 strikes to deliver an 11-inning, 4-hour and 22-minute Ducks win, and a 1-0 series advantage heading into Saturday night's Game 2.
Well, here we are in Game 1 of the championship series. The game's tied. I think it was in the 11th inning or 12th inning. I know it was extra innings, and then I came up with 2 outs facing Evan Thomas, who just recently came back from winning a championship with Buffalo in AAA. 2 down and man on, I think he was on the third. And he got 2 quick strikes against me. And I'm saying, all right, I know that he's going to try and end up throwing a curveball really low inside. And because he had a really good curveball and trying to throw it low and into the lefty, trying to get me trying to ground out somewhere. So I just kind of relaxed, took a deep breath, and just tried to put the bat on the ball and let something happen. I wasn't really aiming for the hole, to hit the ball between first and second. I just saw the ball, I saw the break, stayed with it, put the bat on the ball, and once I saw that ball go to the infield, it was just a shot of adrenaline just went right through me. I can't believe I did it. I just hit the base when it hit. But I mean, it's a tribute to my teammates because, guys had to get on base, guys had to put me in that situation. We had to fight. We had to score 11 runs in the first place in order to get there.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. In Saturday night's Game 2, first baseman Doug Jennings began the proceedings with a first-inning 2-run home run that staked Long Island to an early lead. For the second consecutive night, Justin Davies played the hero, singling off the glove of third baseman Brad Strauss to drive home Rodriguez for a 5-4 win in the game and a 2-0 Ducks series lead.
I remember sitting in the dugout maybe a couple innings before saying, you know what, it'd be cool if I had the opportunity to do this again. And it finally presented itself, I was like, wow, I mean, this is something else. I mean, here I am, I have an opportunity to do this, but I was facing Rizzo. And that's a guy that I don't really care to face. You know, he's a left-handed thrower, he's got a hard cutter. He's a really good pitcher, and I said, all right, this is not going to be easy. And once again, I just tried to put the bat on the ball and make something happen. I think I had less than 2 outs this time. And you know, the infield was in, Brad Strauss was in, and I just hit a little chopper right over his head. Nothing great, nothing too fancy, just luck of the bounce, and we did it. And I remember seeing that ball going over his glove and saying, holy cow, this is unbelievable to do that again.
With the series switching sites to Campbell's Field in Camden, New Jersey for Sunday night's Game 3, the Ducks sent their best to the hill, Bill Pulsipher, to try to clinch the Atlantic League Championship. Camden broke out on top early, plating 3 runs on 4 hits in the top of the first off Bill Pulsipher, and the score remained 3-0 into the 5th inning, with Riversharks ace Lincoln Mickelson tossing a no-hitter against Long Island through the first 4 innings. After Jason Johnson singled to break up the no-no, Rusty McNamara scalded a shot down the left field line that scored Doug Jennings for the first Long Island run. Matt Garrick followed that with a sac fly to left that plated Johnson, cutting the Camden lead to 3-2. In the 7th, Long Island took the lead for good as McNamara drove home Jennings for the tying run, and Kevin Baez was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded to give Long Island its first lead of the game. After Long Island went quietly in the top of the 8th, manager Don McCormick called once again on closer Bill Seamus. The appearance was the first for Seamus since his save against Nashua in the deciding game of the divisional playoffs, and McCormack, along with the hundreds of Flock faithful in attendance, was hoping for more of the same. Seamus didn't disappoint. After setting down the Sharks 1-2-3 in the 8th, he retired the first 2 batters he faced in the 9th inning before allowing a single to Chris Wakeland.
He comes to the belt with his glove, and the 0-1 is popped in the air, right center field. Justin Davies going over with Jason Johnson. Jason Johnson makes the catch! He makes the catch! The Ducks win 4-3, and the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden Riversharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions. They will hoist the trophy in this, their 5th anniversary season, and they are mobbing each other outside the Long Island dugout. The entire team is there.
The Ducks became the first team in Atlantic League history to win every playoff game of their championship march by just 1 run.
Can you hear me? All right, so just let me know. Welcome back inside Bethpage Ballpark here in Central Islip, New York, where the Long Island Ducks are getting set to take on the Camden Riversharks in Game 2 of a single admission doubleheader. My name is Michael Pollock. Thanks so much for joining me here on the Ducks official YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/DucksBaseball, and on our radio home, which is 103.9 FM LI News Radio, Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. Well, the Ducks fell in Game 1 of this single admission doubleheader by a count of 6-4, as 2 errors led to 3 unearned runs, and the Ducks had closed to within a run but could not pull even. Similar story to the Ducks' first homestand of the year, as the Ducks now fall to 9-10 on the young season, while the Riversharks improved to 6-15. So the Ducks will try and rebound here in the second game of this doubleheader. They have already taken the field here at Bethpage Ballpark. They're now being joined by the Dream Team here for Game 2, which is the old Bethpage Elementary School. And the color guard on the field over at first base is the West Hampton Cub Scouts, Pack 1. So they are standing right there, and we are just about to have our national anthem here tonight, which is going to be performed by the Medford Elementary School. We'll go through the starting lineups and the pitching matchup briefly after that, while the Ducks take their warm-ups before the first pitch of the ball game. So the fans here, a capacity crowd at Bethpage Ballpark, being asked to rise and remove their caps. Terrific crowd on hand here on this Saturday night. And now we are going to turn it over here for the Medford Elementary School, who will sing our national anthem here tonight. Elementary School with our national anthem here at Bethpage Ballpark on this Saturday night, as the Long Island Ducks and the Camden Riversharks get set to play game number 2 of this single admission doubleheader. Again, my name is Michael Pollock. Thanks so much for spending your Saturday night with me. First, we'll look at the starting lineups here for game 2. And they look like this for the Riversharks, who are managed by Ron Karkovice. It'll be Zach McPhee leading off. He is the left fielder, Alex Hudak, the center fielder, will bat second. Jorge Cortez is in right field. He will hit third. Patty Matera is the third baseman in the cleanup spot. Wilson Batista bats fifth. He will play second base. Brian Pounds is the first baseman. He bats sixth. Hitting seventh, serving as the shortstop for game 2, is Bobby Stevens. Those top 7 the same starting 7 as in game number 1 of this doubleheader. But a new catcher and a new DH for the Riversharks. The catcher for game 2 is Joel Galarraga. He will hit 8th. And the DH for game 2 is Norberto Susini, and he will bat 9th. They will all face right-handed pitcher Jared Lansford for the Ducks, who makes his first home start of the year and second start overall. For the Ducks, who are managed by Kevin Baez, a little bit of a different look. Phelan Lentini will lead off as usual. He will play center field. Cody Puckett moves up to the number 2 spot. He is the second baseman. Lou Ford gets half the game off as the DH. He bats third. And Ryan Strebe will move up into the cleanup spot. He is the first baseman as Joash Brodeen gets game 2 off. Batting fifth, the left fielder is Adam Bailey. John Myers is in right field here in game 2. He will bat sixth. Back in the lineup for the Ducks since the last homestand, it's Keith Castillo. He is the catcher and 7-hitter. Chris McClendon, third baseman. He will bat 8th. And rounding out the order is the Ducks shortstop. That is Dan Lyons, and they will all face Camden Riversharks right-hander. That is Dan Blewett. Look at the pitching matchup. Both of these starters looking for their first decision, preferably, obviously, their first win of 2014. Jared Lansford makes his second start of the year after missing the first month of the season almost. Not quite a month. I'd say the first 2.5 to 3 weeks of the season with a lat strain. Jared Lansford is back. 3 innings of shutout baseball in his debut last Saturday in Lancaster. Gave up just 2 hits, walked 3, but struck out 5, earned a no decision in a 5-0 Ducks win. On the other side, it's Dan Blewett. He is making his second start of the year as well, and in his debut last Friday at home against Bridgeport, he threw 4 innings of 2-hit and 2-run ball, both earned, walked 1, and struck out 5. So both of these starters making their second start of the year, and we'll see if the offense can take center stage here in game number 2. Again, the Riversharks won the opener 6-4. So the Ducks now a game under 500. First pitch is on the way from Jared Lansford, and it is dealt just outside for ball 1 here at 8:03 p.m. Lansford from the right side, McPhee from the left side. And the 1-0 from Jared Lansford is dealt for a strike this time on the outside corner, and the count 1-1. McPhee had a very solid first game, 1 of 2 with a run batted in and 3 runs scored. Here's the 1-1. Fastball missed inside, and the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. 65 degrees the first pitch temperature. McPhee is now hitting .278 on the year, 15 of 54. 1 home run, and 3 runs batted in. Here comes the 2-1. Kick in the pitch. Line in the air to left center field, and on the run is Lentini. He'll have to play it on a couple hops. It's a base hit for McPhee, who fell over first base, and he will stop right there. So McPhee, who was a thorn in the Ducks' side in game 1, could not be held off the base paths until his final at bat, picks up another single, and he is on with nobody out.
Batting in the second position, the center fielder number 8, Alex Huda.
The umpires here in game number 2, Richie McCarron is behind home plate, Derek Moshe over at third base, and it is Tony Senia over at first. They rotate in a clockwise fashion from game 1. So a runner at first, nobody out, and here is Alex Hudak, who is the center fielder and 2-hitter for this Riversharks team, batting from the left side. First pitch from Jared Lansford, swung on and missed. He was late on the fastball, and the count 0-1. Jared Lansford entering his 3rd season with the Ducks here in 2014, but his first as a starter. His first 2 years he was strictly a reliever, and this year he has the opportunity to start and pitched fairly well in his debut. 0-1 upcoming. McPhee leads at first. The pitch on the way. Swung on and missed again. Ball diving down and away. And Hudak quickly behind, 0-2. For Hudak, after game 1, he is now 13 of 49, a .265 average with a home run and 8 runs batted in. Chris McClendon, the third baseman, plays well off the line, and Strebe holds on the runner at first. Here comes the 0-2. Runner goes. Pitch is taken for a ball up high. The runner actually had bluffed. Castillo made the throw to second, but McPhee never ended up getting down there. He stopped part of the way through and went back to first. Fortunate that Castillo didn't try the snap throw over to first. Otherwise, they may have had him out. So the count 1-2 now on Alex Hudak. Lansford is set. Kicking the pitch. Breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 3 called. Nicely thrown there by Jared Lansford. First strikeout of the night, and there's one away. Well, defensively for the Long Island Ducks, in left field it's Adam Bailey. Phelan Lentini moves over to center field after starting in right in game number 1, and John Myers gets the start here in game 2. He is in right field. On the infield from left to right, Chris McClendon gets the start at third base. Brendan Harris, the newcomer, started at third in game 1. Dan Lyons, the shortstop. Cody Puckett, the second baseman. And Ryan Strebe starts at first after he was the DH in game 1, while Joe Ash Brodeen played first base. Keith Castillo behind the plate doing the catching. Brian Peacock caught game 1, and it is Jared Lansford on the mound. First pitch to Jorge Cortez, misses up and away for ball 1. Cortez had 2 hits, 3 RBIs, and a run scored in the opener of this doubleheader. Continues to be a dangerous hitter in this Rivershark lineup. Lansford looks in for the sign. He works out of the stretch. And the 1-0. That's off the outside edge. And Jared now behind 2 balls and no strikes. After game 1, Cortez is now hitting .224 on the year, 13 of 58. No homers, 8 runs batted in. So he'd been struggling before game 1, but put together a nice contest against Fernando Hernandez in the Ducks bullpen. 2-0 the count. Lansford gets the sign from Castillo. McPhee still leading at first. Throw over by Lansford, and McPhee is back safely. Ducks will have to pay a lot of attention to him. He has 5 steals on the year, which leads this Riversharks team. He's been caught 1 time. Lansford set, 2-0 from the stretch. Dealt, swung on and missed. Cortez went down to one knee and tried to golf that ball and swung through it for strike 1. So the count is 2-1. Last year, Jared Lansford, 5 wins, 1 loss in 47 games out of the bullpen. He had 9 saves and a 4.29 earned run average. 1-2 the count. Here comes the pitch. McPhee leads at first. And time called right as Jared was about to start throwing. Cortez called time at home plate. It was a long look in by Jared Lansford, making sure McPhee did not break. Lansford shakes off Castillo. Now a throw over to first, and back safely is the runner. Wind blowing very lightly here from right to left. Lights on all around the ballpark as the sun has set. Beautiful night for baseball. 70 degrees was the first pitch temperature of game 1. It's cooled down a little bit, mid-60s now. 1-2, runner bluffs again, and this missed the outside corner. They appeal, and no swing. Castillo thought he went around, but no swing was called. And so the count is now 2-2. It'll be a 2-2 pitch upcoming here to Jorge Cortez. McPhee at first, 1 out, no score. Top of inning number 1 here in game 2 of a doubleheader. This is a 7-inning game. 2-2. Swung on and fisted foul over the screen and off to our left behind home plate. So we'll do it once again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. It is 325 feet down the left and right field lines here at Bethpage Ballpark. 400 feet to straightaway center. Very symmetrical ballpark. A very good crowd on hand here for the second game of this doubleheader. It has been filling in since the start of game 1. And the 2-2 off the outside corner, and that runs the count full. Again, yesterday these two teams were supposed to play at 7:05, tonight at 7:05 as well, but a rain out yesterday forced this into a single admission doubleheader beginning at 5:05. 2 7-inning games with a 30-minute break in between. Payoff upcoming with 1 out. McPhee at first, he goes, and the pitch on the way is grounded back to the mound. Lansford thought about second, but he will take the shore out at first. Smart play by Jared Lansford, and on to second goes McPhee. So Karkovice sent McPhee, as you would expect there, with a 3-ball, 2-strike count, and that helps keep him out of the double play on the hard comebacker. The putout goes 1-3. So Cortez retired for out number 2, and now this is going to be something where the Ducks have to improve on from what occurred in game 1. Riversharks scored 6 runs in game 1. All 6 scored with 2 out, and 3 of those 6 runs were unearned. So the Ducks are going to have to play better defense, and they're going to have to get out of innings without allowing 2-out hits from the Riversharks if they want to win game 2. McPhee with great speed at second, 2 away. Here's Patty Matera, and the first pitch way outside for ball 1. Patty Matera, the cleanup hitter, he is the third baseman. And on the year, a .257 average, 18 for 70, with a home run and 5 runs batted in. Long look in for the sign from Jared Lansford. Now he's set, and now he'll step off the mound. And the count's still 1-0. Now Jared is ready to go. And the 1-0 pitch swung on and hit in the air to shallow center. Racing in is Phelan Lentini. Going out is Dan Lyons. It's Lentini who makes the call on the catch. And a nice job by Jared Lansford after the leadoff single by Zach McPhee. So no runs, 1 hit, 1 left. We played a half inning. It's the Riversharks nothing. The Ducks coming to bat here on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 Illini News Radio. It's pronounced Maffei.
I'm going to need everybody here to help me sing happy birthday on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joseph, Jackson, Jason, and John. Happy birthday to you. But wait, Duck fans. Everybody here, especially you, John, please take a look at the Duck Vision scoreboard for a very special birthday message.
My name is Aaron Fuertes from RAF Crown, England, and I'm here to just wish my dad happy 50th birthday. I'm sorry I'm unable to make it, but I've been thinking of you, and I hope you have a great day. It's my birthday again. I love you.
Well, we are back here at Bethpage Ballpark. Really heartwarming moment there in between the top and the bottom of the first inning. John Sika, who is here at the ballpark tonight, is celebrating his 50th birthday. His daughter could not make it as she is serving overseas in the United States Army. She sent a very special video message in to the Ducks and asked them to play it on the video board here at the Duck Pond, and it was just played. Got a very rousing ovation from the crowd. Beautiful moment. We go to the bottom half of inning number 1 with the Riversharks being held scoreless in the top of the first, which was not able to happen in game 1. They scored 1 in the first. The Ducks tied at the bottom of the first, and then Camden ended up scoring 3 more in the second to take a 4-1 lead en route to a 6-4 win. Phelan Lentini to lead off, and the first pitch is taken low. Oh, no, taken for a called strike. Late call there from the home plate umpire, Richie McCarron. And the count is 0-1. Phelan Lentini, the center fielder, leadoff hitter for the Ducks, and here he takes a ball. And that evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Lentini's now at 275 on the year, 22 of 80, no homers, 14 runs batted in, and he takes low in the dirt. And that will run the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Dan Blewett, the starter for the Riversharks on the mound. His last name spelled B-L-E-W-E-T-T. And the 2-1. Swung on and fouled back to the screen behind home plate. And that'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Terrific crowd on hand here at Bethpage Ballpark. Pyrotechnico fireworks extravaganza set to light the night sky after the completion of game number 2. Count of 2-2 here on Phelan Lentini, leading off in the bottom of the first. The pitch on the way is swung on and fouled off first base side out of play, up onto the crowd. In the second level of seats, the 200 level of seats. And the count stays at 2-2. Lots of Rangers jerseys in attendance here tonight. Lots of fans wearing them in support of the Rangers after their dominant 7-2 win earlier today. 2-2. Check swing. They appeal to first, and yes, says Tony Senya. Phelan Lentini standing at home plate, just looking down at first, shaking his head. When they call that strike 3, and there's 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Defensively for the Camden Riversharks, Zach McPhee is in left field, Alex Hudak is in center, and Jorge Cortez is out in right. On the infield from left to right, it's Patty Matera at third, Bobby Stevens is the shortstop, Wilson Batista is at second, Brian Pounds over at first base, Joel Galarraga does the catching behind home plate, and Dan Blewett, the pitcher, on the mound. So with 1 away, here is Cody Puckett, batting in the number 2 spot here in game 2, and he takes a fastball low and outside for ball 1. Puckett extended his hitting streak to 9 games in game 1, and here he slashes one deep but foul down the right field line. And the count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Puckett now on the year is at .319, 23 of 72 with no home runs, 8 runs batted in. He's been getting on base a lot, hasn't been able to drive in many or score many runs, and here he hits a chopper foul, third base side. Kevin Myers, the manager, third base coach for the Ducks, flips it to a young fan in the crowd. And the count 1-2. Myers coaching over at third. Brian Peacock, who caught game 1, is doing the coaching over at first. So the count of ball and 2 strikes on Puckett. Ducks going with the orange jerseys here in game 2. They wore their home white pinstripe jerseys in game 1. Riversharks still in the road grays for game 2. 1-2. Swung on and lifted down the right field line again. Slicing foul and about 4 rows back into the crowd. So 3 straight foul balls here by Cody Puckett. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. So another 1-2 pitch upcoming here to Cody Puckett as Dan Blewett, the right-hander, stands on the mound, looks in for the sun. Now he is ready. Pitch on the way. Swung on and popped up. Right side of the infield. Coming down from first is Pounds. He makes the call and he'll make the catch. So Puckett pops to first. Quickly 2 away, and that will bring up Lou Ford.
Hitting in the third position for Long Island, designated hitter, number 20, Lou Ford, number 20.
Dan Blewett, the right-hander for the Riversharks, stands in at 6 foot, 185 pounds. He is 28 years old. Born in Bel Air, Maryland, now resides in Bloomington, Illinois. In his first year with the Riversharks and in the Atlantic League, he actually did not pitch last year due to an injury, but is back here this season, and the first pitch is taken below the knees for ball 1. My Lou Ford. Ford had a couple hits in game 1, another multi-hit game for him. And the pitch on the way here is on the outside corner for strike 1. Ford now at .360 on the year, highest batting average on the Ducks, 27 of 75, 2 home runs, and 15 runs batted in. And this pitch missed off the outside corner. That'll run the count to 2 balls and a strike now on Ford. Terrific night for baseball, 2-1. Swung on and missed. Big hack there by Ford on a good fastball over the outside corner. That'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Righty batter against the righty pitcher. Infield slightly shifted around to the left side here. And now the 2-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Cuts through a pitch on the outside corner. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Blewett. And the Ducks go down 1-2-3. We have played 1 full here at Bethpage Ballpark in Game 2 of a single-admission doubleheader. It is the Riversharks nothing and the Ducks nothing on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio.
Get set, go! And they are dead even coming to second. Here they come around the corner. Payton's got a slight edge around second. Quacker Jack's got some catching up to do. Here they come to third. Wait a minute. Jordan threw out a big home plate. Quacker Jack thinks he's won. He's going the wrong way. It's all Payton in the home stretch. Payton's going to take it. Congratulations, you take our prize. Courtesy of Long Island Sports Academy. And that was the Duck Dash.
Hey, boys and girls, congratulations to tonight's Bethpage Kids Club winner. Our Bethpage Kids Club winner is Brianna Toro. Brianna Toro, congratulations to the Long Island Ducks. We'll stop by the Ducks Ticket Kiosk on the main concourse behind Old Lake and pick up your Long Island Ducks autographed baseball. Boys and girls, for more information on how you can join Quacker Jack and become a member of the Bethpage Kids Club, stop by the Long Island Ducks Ticket Kiosk, main concourse right behind Old Lake, and get more valuable information. Once again, Brianna Toro, congratulations from the Long Island Ducks and Bethpage Credit Credit Union. And don't forget, fans, we're going to be announcing the 50-50 raffle ticket number. The winning ticket number is coming up at the end of this inning.
Well, the Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up this season to present the Walk with a Purpose promotion. Every time a Long Island Ducks player walks, Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union serving members since 1916. Jared Lansford back on the mound for the Ducks as we take this to inning number 2. Ducks were retired in order in the bottom of the first. Riversharks had a leadoff single from Zach McPhee, but nothing further. Now the Ducks continue to struggle here at home. They had a 7-game homestand after they started the year on the road with 5 games, shortened to 5 games because of rain. They went 3-2 there on the road, came home, and proceeded to lose 5 of 7 games here at home, losing 2 to York and all 3 to Lancaster. Then they went back on the road for 7 games, and they proceeded to win, for 6 games, and they proceeded to win 4 of the 6. So the Ducks now with a road record of 7-4, but a home record of 2-6, and that is something that's very rare for this Ducks team to struggle more at home than on the road. It's still very early, of course. The Ducks trying to rebound with a win here in Game 2. First pitch to Wilson Batista. Squares to bunt, punts it. First baseline. Jared Lansford fields along the line, throws to first, and Ryan Strebe grabs it, keeps his foot on the bag for the out. Great play by both Jared Lansford and Ryan Strebe. One away. Batista trying the drag bunt. And on that drag bunt, he has pretty good speed, but unable to beat it out. And Lansford came off the mound quickly, and it's easier to do along the first baseline if you have a lefty pitcher on the mound because he falls off to the third base side. But when you have a right-hander like Jared Lansford, he falls off to the first base side, so it's less of a distance that he has to race to get the ball. Here's Brian Pounds, the number 6 hitter, and the first pitch is dealt a little bit high for ball 1. So Batista is now 20 of 67 on the year, average down 300. Pounds is at 227 as the first pitch, the 1-0, is dealt on the outside corner for a strike. Pounds is 15 of 66 on the season. He has no homers and 4 runs batted in. 3 doubles and a triple. Here comes the 1-1 from Jared. And the pitch on the way. Missed inside under the hands of the right-handed hitter Pounds, and the count goes to 2-1. And this is Jared Lansford's first home start ever here at Bethpage Ballpark, and just his second start this year. Missed time with a lat strain. 2-1. Swung on and ripped to third. Backhanded stop by McClendon. To his feet, the long throw, and Strebe could not keep his foot on the bag. So safe at first base is Pounds on what is going to be an infield hit. Great diving stop by McClendon on the play. But his throw to first was a little bit high, and that is a very tough play. Hard to rule an error on that one. So Pounds gets the infield single to third. And now runner at first with 1 out for Bobby Stevens. Give credit to Chris McClendon to make the great diving stop. And Pounds has so-so speed, but the throw from McClendon is a little bit off target. Strebe very tall there at first base as he stands in at 6'4". But even all that frame, or 6'5", but even all that frame was not enough. Here's Bobby Stevens, the shortstop and 7 hitter, first pitch, and he takes a strike over the outside corner, 0-1. Last time Jared Lansford started a game before this season was all the way back in 2008 with Stockton, single-A affiliate of the Oakland Athletics, when he made 2 starts that year in 31 games. And there another strike from Lansford. And the count 0-2. He began his career as a starter at a 1.27 ERA in 7 games and 6 starts with the Arizona League Athletics in 05. Then an 11-6 record, 2.86 ERA in 18 starts in 2006 with Kane County at single-A. 0-2 was low, 1-2. And then was 3 starts with Stockton in 2006. That was 0-1, 12.71 ERA, and that's when they started to convert him in 07 and then 08 into a relief pitcher. 1 ball, 2 strike pitch upcoming. Runner at first, 1 out. Lansford kicks and fires, and this is swung on and missed for strike 3. Blew a fastball mime upstairs. Second strikeout of the night for Lansford, and there are 2 away.
Strikeout adds another K to the Cradle Baby Asian K board in section 213. Batting in the 8th position for Camden, The catcher, number 19, Joe Galarraga, number 19.
So here is Joel Galarraga. Galarraga, the catcher and 8-hitter for this Riversharks team. And the first pitch from Lansford is a fastball that just catches a piece of the outside corner for strike one. Richie McCarron, the home plate umpire, very delayed in his strike call, I should say. So you got to wait a second or two before he finally makes the call. 0-1 here. Runner leads at first with 2 away. Galarraga, a righty hitter. Pitch, taken, and another called strike on the outside corner. Galarraga thought it was a bit far outside. It's 0-2. So Lancer trying to work another scoreless inning here. Runner leads at first, the 0-2. Low in the dirt. This one gets away from Castillo, and that will allow Pounds to advance to second base. Ball that was skipped in there by Jared Lansford, so it'll go down as a wild pitch. And now down to second goes Brian Pounds. So for the second straight inning, the Riversharks have a runner in scoring position with 2 men out. Lansford was able to avoid the 2-out hit that doomed the Ducks in game 1 in the first inning. We'll see if he can avoid it again here. It's ahead on Joel Galarraga, 1-2. Righty-righty matchup here. Lansford ready, kicks and fires, and this is low and outside, even the count at 2-2. Galarraga has played in 15 games this year. He's a 190 hitter, 8 of 42, no home runs, 5 runs batted in. Sharing the catching duties with Mike Albaladejo, Jean Vasquez, who was the DH in game 1, also listed as a catcher. Now it'll be a 2-2 from Lansford. Looks to second, kicks and fires to the plate, and it's chopped weakly here to third. Charging in McClendon, fields and throws on the run, right on the money. Nice play again by Chris McClendon, and the side retired. No runs, 1 hit, 1 runner left on base. Through an inning and a half, no score. Here on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. Well, we go to the bottom of the second inning here at Bethpage Ballpark. No score between the Long Island Ducks and the Camden Riversharks. Time for the Ducks injury report, which is brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapist of the Long Island Ducks. Well, Keith Castillo had been out since the last homestand for Long Island. He had been battling a thumb injury that kept him out the entire 6-game road trip. But Castillo, thankfully, is back in the lineup for the Ducks. The last time he had played prior to the injury was on Sunday, May 4th against the York Revolution, when he went 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts and had not played since. But thankfully he is back, and it's always good to see as the Ducks now have 3 catchers on their roster with Peacock, Castillo, and Arminio listed. And Brad Holt, who was put on the inactive list yesterday as the Ducks signed 2 players, right-handed pitcher John Malone, who goes to the bullpen, and infielder Brendan Harris, who started at third base. Ducks had to make 2 corresponding moves. Both of them were somewhat injury-related. First pitch here to Ryan Strebe is taken at the knees for strike one. Matt Way was released. He is still not 100% right after he had suffered the elbow injury at the end of last year. Thought he was ready, but not. He was struggling at the beginning of this year, as this pitch misses low for ball one. And the other is Brad Holt, who has been battling an elbow injury. He had missed all of last year with an arm injury, and he is still feeling some effects, has some elbow issues, so he was put on the inactive list. Strebe, a big swing and a miss. And the count goes to 1-2. Tough game one for Strebe. He hit the ball hard all 3 times out to right field, a long way there out to right. But every time it was caught by the right fielder, Cortez. 1-2. Check swing. It's taken anyway on the outside corner for strike 3. Strebe does not like the call, and neither side really has been a fan of the umpires here in this game, and it's very early. 3rd strikeout already for Blewett, and there's one away. I'll bring up Adam Bailey, the left fielder and 5-hitter for Long Island.
Hitting in the fifth position, the left fielder, number 13, Adam Bailey, number 13.
So here's Adam Bailey batting from the left side. Infield slightly shifted to the right side. Bailey asked for time as Blewett was getting ready to throw. Bailey was not ready yet, and Blewett already started to get into his windup. Got to settle down there. So now Bailey is set to go in the batter's box, and now the right-hander for Camden will look in for the sign. First pitch, and Bailey takes a fastball low, and outside for ball one. Bailey now hitting .212 on the year, 14 of 66, 4 homers, 11 runs batted in, and he takes off the outside edge and is ahead in the count 2-0. Ducks have gone a while without a home run here. They had been hitting them in bunches during the last homestand, but they have not gone deep since May 10th, last Saturday in Lancaster. It's a span of now 5 consecutive games without a long ball, and this one fouled off to run the count to 2-1. Lefty batter against a righty pitcher here, as Blewett has yet to allow a Ducks base runner early in this game. 2-1. Swung on and missed. Bailey cuts through a high fastball, and that evens up the count at 2-2. John Myers waits on deck for the Ducks. Pass capacity crowd here at Bethpage Ballpark. And the 2-2. Swung on and fouled over the screen off to our left and out of play behind home plate. Back near the control room on the left side of this press box. So Bailey fighting here against Blewett, and count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ducks looking for their first hit, first base runner of the night. And the 2-2, low in the dirt. Good eye there by Bailey, count runs full. Blewett's first start of the year came a week ago last night, Friday, May 9th, at home against Bridgeport. He threw just 4 innings, took a no decision. Riversharks won the game 3-2. And the 3-2 pitch, swung on and hit high in the air to shallow right center. Long run in for the center fielder Alex Hudak, and he will make the catch to retire Bailey for out number 2. So Blewett wins the battle with Bailey, and with 2 away, that'll bring up the right fielder John Myers.
Batting in the 6th position, the right fielder, number 15, John Myers, number 15.
So with 2 away and the base is empty, here is John Myers to the plate batting from the right side. Myers did not play in game 1, got that game off, and now starts in right field here in game 2. As Lentini shifts over to center, and Ford gets the half day as the DH. First pitch, and that is taken upstairs by Myers for ball 1. On the year, Myers at .206. He is 7 for 34. No home runs yet, 1 run batted in. 1-0, and there's a fastball at the knees for strike 1. Blewett allowed just 2 runs, 2 hits his first time out, walked 1 and struck out 5. The Riversharks started 0-9 on the year, but they've improved dramatically since. Big curveball there from Blewett, and that is in for strike 2. Since starting 0-9, Camden now 6-6 on the year. That's a 6-15 record, excuse me. 1-2. Fastball just missed the outside corner. Or was that a sight? Basically, the entire Riversharks infield all took steps to the left as we view it behind home plate, but all to their right towards the third base dugout, thinking that was strike 3. But the strike was not called, and the count now 2-2 on Myers. From the windup, Blewett deals, and this is a breaking ball line towards short on one hop. Stevens fields his throw to first just in time to retire Myers, and that will end the inning. So for the second straight inning, Ducks are retired in order. We will take this game to inning number 3. No score between the Ducks and the Riversharks on Long Island's home. For news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio. Can I have one more?
And baseball fans, if you purchase a 50-50 raffle ticket, here is tonight's winning number. Anthony will also put the winning number up on the scoreboard for you as well. The winning 50-50 raffle ticket number is 381548. 381548. If you have the winning 50-50 raffle ticket, please take that winning ticket to the table in front of the Waterway shop where you purchase the ticket to claim your prize. Once again, that winning 50-50 raffle ticket number, 381548. 381548. Congratulations from the Parker Jack Foundation and your Long Island Ducks. And congratulations goes out from New York Life and the Long Island Ducks to Joe Cassis of Deer Park. Joe Cassis of Deer Park, congratulations. You won that Long Island Ducks autographed baseball.
Well, we are back here at Bethpage Ballpark as we go to the top half of inning number 3. Fans discover the difference at Huntington Honda West and get straight down the middle savings on Long Island's #1 lineup of Honda certified used cars. Huntington Honda West does not play games or small ball. Check out the giant indoor showroom along with hundreds of premium used vehicles available at huntingtonhondacars.com or visit Huntington Honda West on Jericho Turnpike just a half-mile east of Route 110. No runs, 2 hits for the Riversharks. All 6 Ducks that have come to the plate have been retired thus far by the right-hander Dan Blewett. And as we go to the 3rd inning, that is going to bring up Noberto Susini, the DH and 9-hitter for Camden, to start things off. So here is Susini batting from the left side. He did not play in game 1. And the first pitch from Jared Lansford is taken low for ball 1. Susini, a local product from New York City, now lives in Miami. He was with Kansas City in the American Association most recently. And the 1-0 from Jared Lansford is taken for a strike. Good fastball outside corner, 1-1. On the year, Susini is 1 of 3 so far, with a strikeout at home plate. And this pitch here is taken inside corner for a strike this time. And the count goes to 1-2. Get you some out-of-town score updates as well here in the top half of inning number 3. Busy day of action in the Atlantic League. And the 1-2 is up and in tight. And the count goes to 2-2. 3 games were rained out last night. The Ducks and the Riversharks here. The Bluefish and the York Revolution in Bridgeport. And the Patriots and Skeeters in Somerset. 2-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Breaking ball swung on over the top by Susini. 3rd strikeout for Lansford. And 1 away here in the 3rd. So 7 games of action in the Atlantic League today. 3 of them are final. The first 3 doubleheaders. Of course, here, Riversharks won 6-4 over the Ducks. Scott Gorgon got the win to improve to 1-2. Fernando Hernandez lost, who fell to 2-1. And Matt Gorgon earned his 4th save of the year. No home runs in the game on either side. First pitch here to Zach McPhee's outside for ball 1. Sugar Land Skeeters defeated the Somerset Patriots 8-2 in Game 1, so the Ducks remain 2.5 in back of Somerset. Clint Everett's got the win. Matt Langwell took the loss. Everett's now 1-1, Langwell 1-2. And this is popped up foul behind the plate. Castillo gives it a look, but this will be back into the crowd. Bounces through the hands of a fan and down onto the lower concourse. Delwyn Young hit home run number 3 on the year for Sugar Land. Rusty Rial hit his second for Sugar Land in the victory. And the Bluefish 4-2 winners over the York Revolution up at the ballpark at Harbor Yard in Game 1. Kanakoa Texiera got the win, 1-1. Corey Thurman, the loss, fell to 0-1, and the save went to Winston Abreu, his 5th. 1-1. Lined into left field, charging in Adam Bailey. He'll make the catch head high. And he'll retire McPhee for the second out here in this 3rd inning. So a two-way, that'll bring up Alex Hudak. 1 home run in the game up in Bridgeport. Cody Overbeck hit his 4th of the season for the Bluefish. 1 game going on right now. It's the 1 non-doubleheader game of the day. That is in Southern Maryland, where the Barnstormers hold a 6-0 lead over the Blue Crabs. Top half of inning number 7. Jake Gardner started for the Barnstormers, and Cephas Howard is now pitching. Ian Marshall started for the Blue Crabs, and it's now Layson Septimo on the mound. Austin Gallagher's driven in 3 runs to lead the way for Lancaster. High fly ball in the air to left field off the bat of Hudak. Going back to the warning track is Bailey, and he makes the catch in front of the billboard for Nicolak, tonight's fireworks game sponsor, at the wall. So 2 flyouts left to end the inning. Jared Lansford retires the Riversharks in order in the top of the 3rd. We'll take the game to the bottom half of inning number 3. No score on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio. Well, fans, the final out at the top of the 3rd inning was the 15th out of tonight's ball game. And did you know that a 15-minute call to Geico could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? Get a free quote today. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. No score between the Ducks and the Riversharks as we go to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. It'll be the bottom 3 in the order for the Ducks. Keith Castillo, Chris McClendon, and Dan Lyons against Dan Blewett, the right-hander for the Riversharks. First pitch on the way, and Castillo will take low and outside for ball 1. Game 2 of the doubleheader in Somerset today between the Skeeters and Patriots is underway. Skeeters held a 1-0 lead bottom of the 4th inning. As the 1-0 Castillo is low for ball 2. Smith started for the Skeeters. It is now Meadows pitching. McCall started for the Patriots. DeMarc is now in the game. 2-0. High pop-up foul, 3rd base side and out of play. Count 2-1. Nunez has driven in the only run of the ball game thus far for Sugar Land. And about to get underway in Bridgeport in Game 2 of their doubleheader between the Bluefish and the Revolution. It'll be Tyrell Harris for the Bluefish, Anthony LaRue for the Revolution. 2-1 count here on Castillo. Switch hitter batting left-handed. Pitch, swung on, popped up again, foul to the 3rd base side. And the crowd oohs and ahs as it goes back into the crowd, and ohs when it caroms off the upper level. Count 2-2. Mets won 5-2 down in Washington, D.C. against the Nationals today. Bartolo Colon, the win, improved to 3-5. Gio Gonzalez, the loss, fell to 3-4. Henry Mejia, his first save of the year. 2-2 is low, and it runs the count full. 2 homers in the game. Juan Lagares hit his 2nd of the year for the Mets, and Ian Desmond his 6th for the Nationals. 3-2 count, bases empty, nobody out, and the payoff pitch to Castillo is low and inside for ball 4. So Castillo draws a walk, and that's a Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. Ducks only had 1 walk in Game 1. That was taken by Joe Ash Brodeen. And now Castillo finds his way on to lead off the 3rd. That breaks the string of 6 straight retired to open the game by the right-hander Blewett, and that'll bring up Chris McClendon. So McClendon will step in and bat from the left side of home plate, and Castillo will take his lead at first, being held on there by Pounds. First pitch, and it is taken for a strike at the belt, 0-1. Yankees also winners today. They dominated the Pirates at home and won by a count of 7-1. David Phelps, the win, improved to 1-0. Edinson Volquez, the loss, fell to 1-4, and boy, was it a homer party at Yankee Stadium. Throw over to first, and back safely is Castillo. There's only 1 homer for the Pirates. Starling Marte hit his 3rd, but for the Yankees, 5 home runs. Brett Gardner, his 3rd. Mark Teixeira, his 9th. Brian McCann, his 6th. Alfonso Soriano, his 6th. And Zoilo Almonte with his 1st. In the 7-1 win. 0-1, runner bluffs and is taken up high. Now a delayed steal. Castillo going for second. The throw, and it is in time for the out. I don't know what Castillo was thinking there, but the caught stealing goes 2-6, and just like that, went away. Castillo started to go. He didn't even start to go. He took a couple extra steps, then started to go, then stopped, and then tried to go again. Count is 1-1 here on McClendon. And the pitch is taken for a strike again at the knees. And the count goes to 1-2. So it'll be a 1-2 here to McClendon. Kicking the pitch, and this is a breaking ball down low. And now we'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Rangers, as we talked about earlier in game number 1, and as we talked about at the top of this broadcast, big-time win in game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. As a 2-2 to McClendon is fisted down the 3rd base line, it will roll foul. And a broken bat there, so McClendon will get a new piece of lumber. Rangers with 2 goals in the first, 2 in the second, and 3 in the third. In a 7-2 win over the Montreal Canadiens up north of the border. Martin St. Louis scored the first goal. Of course, the funeral for his late mother will be tomorrow, and the entire team will head to that. 4-point game for Ryan McDonough, the defenseman for the Rangers. He had a goal and 3 assists. Dominic Moore had 2 assists. 7 different Rangers scored, and they now lead the best-of-7 series 1-0 as they look to go to the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time since they won it in 93-94. Another 2-2 here to Chris McClendon. Blewett deals, and McClendon lines this one into left field for a base hit. So Chris McClendon picks up the first hit of the ball game for Long Island, and now that caught stealing of Keith Castillo looms even larger. Ducks going to head first and second with nobody out. Set a runner at first, 1 out, and here's Dan Lyons. MLS action today. The Red Bulls were up north in Toronto, and they lost 2-0 to Toronto FC. Jermaine Defoe and Luke Moore had the 2 goals for Toronto FC. And California Chrome wins the Preakness Stakes and has now won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. And California Chrome will try for that elusive Triple Crown at the Belmont Stakes on June 7th. Throw over to first, and back safely is Dan Lyons. That is Chris McClendon. Dan Lyons at the plate. McClendon has pretty good speed over there at first base, so he will take his lead. Lyons awaits at home plate, batting from the right side. And the pitch is upstairs, and the count goes to 1-0. McClendon was one of his last 16 in his last 5 games entering tonight. And he picks up a hit his first time up. Hopefully a sign of good things to come for the third baseman who has struggled here in the early going of his Ducks career. 1-0, and Lyons pops this one up foul, first base side. Pounds racing towards the stands, but he will watch that one go a couple rows back into the crowd. And that will even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike on the Ducks shortstop. Once again, a pyrotechnico fireworks extravaganza will follow tonight's game. It is a single admission doubleheader, 2 7-inning games. Riversharks took game 1 6-4. And no score here in the bottom of the third in game 2. Ducks with the runner at first, 1 out. The speedy Chris McClendon, who has a pretty good lead. Blew it from the stretch, turns and throws over to Chase McClendon back to first base. Ducks have had their first 2 base runners of the game here in this inning. Castillo on the walk and McClendon on the single. Here's the 1-1. Big breaking ball, and that missed up high. Galarraga thought about throwing down to first, but he didn't. So the count goes to 2-1. Dan Blewett played his college baseball at UMBC, the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. He has spent 3 seasons in independent baseball, last in 2012 with Evansville in the Frontier League, when he went 2-1 with a 1.06 ERA. As this is fouled off first base side. Count stays 2-2. He had 28 walks to 51 strikeouts in 7 starts that year, 42 1/3 innings of work. So he spent time in the Frontier League, the North American League, the American Association, and the Frontier League. He has just been all over the independent circuit and now is back here in the Atlantic League. Actually, in the Atlantic League first time. Pitch to line, swung on chopped weakly here. Third base line, it will kick foul to the third baseman, Patty Matera. And we'll do it once again here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lions had a hit in the opening game of this doubleheader, and now on the season is batting .271, 13 of 48, with no home runs and 6 runs batted in. 7th pitch of the at-bat upcoming from Blewett to Lyons. McClendon still at first base. Takes his lead, being held on by Pounds. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed for strike 3. Big hack by Lyons. Ball just dropped down low. That's the 4th strikeout for Blewett, and 2 away here in the 3rd inning. That's where the dynamics of this inning changed. Keith Castillo leads off with a walk. Of course, you can't say everything would have gone the same, but if it did, and McClendon ended up singling, you would have had first and second, nobody out. Lyons could have laid down the bunt to sacrifice them over for Lantini. And this one low, gets in the dirt, gets away. And that will allow McClendon to go to second base on the wild pitch. So who knows if the sacrifice happens, then that happens if a run scores. But regardless, you could have had second and third with 1 out. Had Castillo not attempted that steal where he basically stopped, started, and then stopped and started again, and was caught at second base. Instead, they now have a runner at second with 2 away. We'll see if they can drive the runner home, and it'll be a 1-0 pitch upcoming to Phelan Lantini. Right-hander kicks, fires, and Lantini takes the breaking ball for a strike, and it'll even up the count at 1-1. One ball, 1 strike count on Phelan Lantini, righty to righty. Now time is called, and the catcher Galarraga goes and rubs his hand along the foul line chalk along the first base line, trying to get some white on the front of his hands, so it's easier for the right-handed pitcher to see the sign, see how many fingers he's putting down. Now he gets the sign from Galarraga. McClendon leads at second, the 1-1. Swung on and fouled off, first base side. Upstairs and out of play. Fans waiting to see if the ball will come back down below, and there it goes. now a fight for the baseball, and fan picks it up. So the count is 1-2. Montini was 0 for 3 with an RBI in game 1. He had a 12-game on-base streak that was snapped on Thursday, and now he's gone 2 games without reaching base. Trying to get on here, the 1-2. Swung on and fouled again, first base side of home plate. And this one, will it come back below? Fans are all eagerly awaiting. I don't think this one's going to come back. So the count remains 1-2. It's always funny when you see foul balls go up onto the roof here, which is curved. Everybody looks up, waiting to see if the ball's going to come back. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Runner leads at second, that's McClendon. Here comes another 1-2. Breaking ball swung on and missed for strike 3. 2 strikeouts in the inning, 5 in the game now for Jan Blewett. And the Ducks are retired here in the third. No runs, a hit, a walk, and 1 left on base. We will head to the fourth. No score between the Ducks and the Riversharks here on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio. Can I have one more?
We'd like to remind you fans that the Camden Riversharks will be here again tomorrow afternoon at 1:35. The gates open at 12:35. Get here early because the first 1,500 fans tomorrow will receive Long Island Duck 15th anniversary card sets. That'll be for the first 1,500 fans, and then before the game, you get the autographs of your favorite players and coaches out on the field with our pregame autograph session presented by Bethpage Federal Credit Union. And then after tomorrow afternoon's game, boys and girls, you're invited to run the bases here at the ballpark. It's a big family fun-filled day here at Bethpage Ballpark. Remember, game time 1:35, gates at 12:35. Get here early to get your card set, and you get the autographs of your favorite Duck players and coaches right here on the field in front of you tonight.
Well, we go to inning number 4, and it is time for tonight's 4th inning trivia, where we test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks and baseball as a whole. Tonight's question revolves around the Ducks and the Camden Riversharks last season. And as we talk about every year, the Ducks going for the goal of 100 home runs to try and meet that Chappie's home run challenge. Well, last year, the Ducks met the Chappie's home run challenge in a game against this Camden Riversharks team. It actually happened on the road at Campbell's Field in Camden, New Jersey. So tonight's trivia question, who was the Ducks player who hit that 100th home run last year against the Camden Riversharks? We'll let you think about it. We'll give you the answer in the bottom half of this 4th inning. It'll be Jorge Cortez, Patty Matera, and Wilson Batista to hit for Camden, 3, 4, and 5 in their order. First pitch from Jared Lansford, and Cortez takes down low for ball 1. First time up, Cortez bounced back to the mound. It moved Zach McPhee to second, but McPhee ended up getting stranded there. Riversharks have stranded 2 in this game. Ducks have stranded 1. 1-0 from Jared Lansford, and this is ripped on the ground but foul up the first base line. Karam's off the stands and out into right field, where John Myers will pick up the baseball and toss it into the Ducks bullpen. So the count even up at 1-1. Cortez holds that bat high in the air on the left side. Almost looks like Craig Counsell, the former big leaguer, as he stands at home plate. 1-1, inside and low from Jared Lansford, count 2-1. In game 1, Cortez had a walk, a 2-run double to right center, an RBI single to center, and then reached on an error by Dan Lyons and eventually scored. 2-1 is up and away. And the count now 3-1, and now Keith Castillo is going to go out and talk with Lansford. Again, this is Jared Lansford's first home start of the year, second start overall. Only went 3 innings his first time out, so I'm sure we will not see him go too deep into this ballgame. So he's still getting his arm together. 3-1, ripped into right field. Moving over to his right is John Myers. He dives, he can't make the catch. And stopping at first base is going to be Jorge Cortez. It's a tough play there from Myers. I don't know if he misjudged it or what, but it will be a base hit for Cortez. It was a hard sinking line drive into right field. Myers moved in on the baseball and tried to dive. Fortunately for him, it did not skip past him. He was able to get enough of the glove on it to keep it in front of him. But it is a base hit for Cortez, and he is on at first with nobody out here in the 4th inning. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. And the count is 0-1. We've already had one fan try and tweet. They think that they know the answer, and their guess is Bryant Nelson, as the Duck who hit the 100th home run last year. That is incorrect. It was tweeted by @FelixZacharyDad. If you want to try and tweet us the answer, see if you're correct, send a tweet to @LIDucks01. And that misses the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. But Bryant Nelson is incorrect, as the Duck who hit home run number 100 last year. 1-1 count. Lansford kicks and fires, and this one ripped on the ground foul up the third base line. And the count will go to 1-2 on Montera, who fly to center in his first at bat. In game 1, he was 1 of 3 with a single in the 6th inning, and he also drew a walk in the 4th. Be a 1 ball, 2 strike pitch to Patty Montera. Righty-righty matchup. Cortez leads at first, and Lansford's pitch is lifted foul into the sweet level on the first base side here at Bethpage Ballpark. Montera, a Rivershark veteran. Been with the team for the last 3 years now. 274 average in 2012, 304 last year with 6 homers and 18 runs batted in. And here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hard fastball tailing over the outside corner. Strikeout number 4 for Jared Lansford on the night. That's the first out here in the 4th inning. And officially, in terms of innings pitched, his longest start of the season. And start number 2.
Second baseman number 9, Wilson Batista, number 9.
So that'll bring up Wilson Batista, switch hitting second baseman, who will bat from the left side against the righty Lansford. And the first pitch missing for ball 1 to Batista. He tried to bunt his way on his first time up. And Jared Lansford made a nice play off the mound, going to the first base side. Pitch taken here, and it is low again. And the count goes to 2-0 on Batista. Game 1, Batista was our Nicolak player of the game. He had 3 hits, 2 runs batted in 4 at-bats, including a big RBI single with 2 out in the 6th inning that really put the game out of reach. 2-0, swing and a miss. Off-speed pitch that time from Lansford. Took something off of it, and Batista was out in front. And so the count goes to 2-1. Long looking here for Lansford. Gets the sign from Castillo. Middle infield at double play depth. And the 2-1 pitch up and in tight. Lansford upset with himself, and a snap throw to first, and back safely there is the runner Cortez. Count is now 3-1. Don't want to walk Batista, and put 2 on with 1 away for Brian Pounds. Crowd on hand, pass capacity crowd on this Saturday night, and it'll be a 3-1 from Lansford. Runner goes, pitch is taken outside for ball 4. Do they call strike 3? The home plate umpire never made a call whether it was strike 2 or ball 4. They threw down a second and made the tag. I think the runner kind of stopped because he thought it was ball 4, never saw a call made. And now Kevin Baez is coming out of the dugout and pointing to second. The home plate umpire is saying, yes, it was a strike, it should be 3-2. And so they're saying the runner at second should be out. And so I think that's what it is. I believe it is a caught stealing, 2-6. And now Ron Karkovice, the manager of the Riversharks, is out of the dugout trying to find out what's going on here. So I believe it was a called strike to run the count full at 3-2, and then the caught stealing is made at second, 2-6. But hard to fault the runner there, who kind of slowed down thinking it was ball 4. The batter thought it was ball 4 too. The Ducks thought they had the strike him out, throw him out double play, but they didn't. So it is a caught stealing. And the count 3-2 with 2 away. And here's the pitch, and it is taken low for ball 4. So Batista draws the walk, and he slams the bat into the ground. And now Castillo words with the batter Batista, and now both teams are coming out on the field here at Bethpage Ballpark. The benches have emptied on both sides. Most of the Riversharks have come off the field, and some of the Ducks are coming off the field too. Batista was very upset there, and now the bullpens are emptying on both sides. Castillo having words here with some of the Riversharks and now is heading back towards home plate. The bullpens have emptied from both sides, and they are coming in towards home plate. And the umpire is trying to break this thing up, and I think just an overreaction a bit there by Wilson Batista as he slammed the bat down on his way to first, angry, thinking that he had ball 4 there, and instead it was strike 2. Now Sergio Miranda, walking up the first base line, has a few words for Batista, and now we'll head back towards the dugout. I think Batista was upset with the fact that no real call was made by the umpire, the home plate umpire, and that was what I was confused at. No real call seemed to be made there as to whether it was strike 2 or ball 4. And Batista upset because he thought that that cost the runner at second, and they could have had a stolen base, and the Riversharks could have had first and second with 1 out there. And then when Batista draws ball 4, he slams the bat down, and then Keith Castillo had something to say to him, and Castillo got right up in his face, and that's when the Riversharks dugout emptied and some members from the Ducks dugout emptied, and then both bullpens emptied, but cooler heads prevailed. That is obviously a good thing in front of 6,400 plus fans here at Bethpage Ballpark. Don't want anything like that to happen, and fortunately cooler heads prevailed here. And nothing more than just some words exchanged and players on the field. So with 2 outs and a runner at first, up steps Brian Pounds, the first baseman, and this pitch swung on and missed. Good fastball over the outside corner, snap throw to first, and Batista is back safely. Wonder if Castillo did that just to keep Batista's attention. We'll have to see if any words are exchanged here if the inning ends and the 2 head back to their respective dugouts. So the count 0-1 here on Pounds, who reached on an infield single to third his first time up back in the second inning. Here comes the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good fastball again from Lansford over the outside corner, and it's 0-2. So Lansford trying to work around the walk to Batista with 2 out. After a little bit of a crazy situation here at Bethpage Ballpark, but fortunately nothing bad happened. Runner leads at first, the 0-2 runner goes. Pitch is taken outside for a ball. The throw down to second, not in time. One hopped in the dirt and off the backhand of Cody Puckett. So it'll be a stolen base for Wilson Batista. And now the Riversharks with a runner in scoring position. And 2 men out. For Wilson Batista, that is his 3rd stolen base of the year. He is now 3 of 4 in that department. Not even sure a good throw would have gotten him. He got a pretty good jump, but the throw from Castillo was, again, one-hopped, and it was to the third base side of the second base bag. Now Lancer with a 1-2 count. Pitch, fastball, just missed the outside corner. And that'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The runner at second is Batista with 2 away. No score, Ducks and the Riversharks, as we play game 2 of this single admission doubleheader. Lansford ready, kicks, fires, and pounds, grounds one here, left side, backhanded try by Lyons, knocked it down, and because he knocked it down, it saved a run. It's going to be an infield single for Pounds, but if that ball gets through in a left field, that is potentially a run, and at least Lyons was able to knock it down and keep it on the infield. So for Pounds, his second infield hit of the ball game. Going from second to third is Wilson Batista. And the first real threat of the ball game for the Riversharks. Runners at first and third, with 2 men out, and up to the plate steps the shortstop, Bobby Stevens. So Lansford here in the 4th inning, trying to keep this a scoreless game. Infield playing back here, they with 2 away. The corner infielders are halfway. The first baseman holding on the runner at first. And the first pitch is low and outside for ball 1 to Stevens, who struck out swinging his first time up. Lansford right now has thrown 62 pitches, 36 for strikes. His first start through 59 pitches, so more than outing number 1. And here comes the 1-0 to Stevens. A fastball missed inside, and Lansford is now behind 2-0. Cannot tell yet if there's any action in the Ducks bullpen. We're blocked off anyway by the green wall down the right field line, so you can't really tell if anybody's throwing. But Lansford is laboring a bit here in the 4th. First and third, 2 out, and a 2-0 on the way to Bobby Stevens. Fastball missed low and outside again. And Lansford is 1 pitch away from walking Stevens to load the bases for Joel Galarraga. Nervousness among the crowd now here at Bethpage Ballpark. Lansford had allowed a single in both the first and the second, but nothing further. And now has allowed 2 hits and a walk here in this inning. No runs have scored just yet. And the 3-0 to Stevens is low for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to Bobby Stevens. Second walk of the game allowed by Jared Lansford. Both of them coming in this inning. And the bases are now loaded for Camden, and that's going to bring pitching coach Steve Foucault out of the dugout. Jared Lansford, like we had just said, has pitched fairly well to this point. He allowed a single to lead off the game, but nothing further. Allowed an infield single in the second with 1 out, but did not allow anything further. And then retired the side in order in the 3rd. But here in this 4th inning, the leadoff single by Jorge Cortez, and after a strikeout of Patty Matera, Batista at the plate took a pitch, and Cortez started to steal second, then slowed up because he thought it was ball 4. The home plate umpire, Richie McCarron, didn't seem to make a ball or a strike call, but apparently had made a strike call for strike 2. The Ducks threw down a second, and they got the caught stealing, but nothing seemed to happen, and Batista was wondering what was going on, and then eventually drew the walk, slammed the bat down when he got the walk. It led to both benches and bullpens emptying, but nothing further from that. First pitch to Joel Galarraga is taken for a strike from Lansford, 0-1. And after that walk and bat slam, an infield single by Brian Pounds, a walk to Bobby Stevens, and the bases loaded for Camden. 0-1 coming from Jared Lansford. Now he wants to go through the signs again with Castillo. Lansford trying to get this game to the bottom of the 4th, still knotted at 0. 0-1, chopped on the ground. It is a foul ball. It hit the home plate area and then hit off of the batter, Galarraga. So the count 0-2, and Lansford 1 strike away from getting out of a jam here in the 4th. making some noise here at Bethpage Ballpark. Batista leads at third, Pounds at second, and Stevens at first. 0-2 upcoming from Jared Lansford. Right-hander ready. Kicks and fires, and this is taken just high. And the count 1-2 on Galarraga, who bounced to third his first time up. That was back in inning number 2. He did not play in game 1. Instead, Mike Albaladejo did the catching. So now it'll be a 1-2. Now the rhythmic 2-strike claps from the fans here at Bethpage Ballpark. 1-2 pitch, low and inside on a breaking ball, and that'll even at the count at 2-2. Excitement and tension here at the Duck Pond. And again, here come the 2-strike claps. Lansford looks into Castillo. 2-2 pitch now on the way. And Galarraga will take low in the dirt, blocked there by Castillo. And the count has gone from 0-2 to 3-2. So that'll start the carousel. On the pitch from Lansford, the runners will all take off with 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Another pitch out of the zone will force home a run. And after Lansford started ahead 0-2, he has thrown 3 straight out of the zone. Now there definitely is action going in the Ducks bullpen. Payoff upcoming from the right-handed pitcher to the right-handed hitter. Runners lead. There they go. The pitch. Check swing. Ball down low. And they'll appeal to first. No swing, says the first base umpire, Tony Senia. Kevin Baez on the top step of the dugout cannot believe it. It's a bases-loaded walk. And that will force home a run. The Riversharks lead it 1-0. Third walk of the inning for Jared Lansford. Give Galarraga the RBI. It was a check swing on a ball down low. That's too tough for us to tell from our vantage point, but for Jared Lansford, started ahead 0-2 and could not retire Galarraga. Now he'll face Norberto Susini, the number 9 hitter in DH. Now the Riversharks for the second straight game here in this doubleheader get the game's first run. First pitch to Susini, and that's fisted foul to the screen behind home plate. The count 0-2. The Ducks ended up getting the benefit of the call on that caught stealing down at second base. And they had the bases empty, 2 out, and a 3-2 count on Batista. But he drew a walk, stole second, went to third on the infield single by Brian Pounds, and now back-to-back walks to Bobby Stevens and Joel Galarraga, the 7 and 8 hitters. And an 0-1 pitch upcoming to Susini. Breaking ball missed low and outside. The count 1-1. Long inning for Lansford. He's now up to 73 pitches, just 39 for strikes in both starters today for the Ducks. Fernando Hernandez in game 1 and Jared Lansford here in game 2 having some control problems. They've combined to walk 8 hitters today. Here comes a 1-1. Susini takes, and that misses up and away, and the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. Crowd's starting to get restless here as Jared Lansford having trouble with his control. You can tell he's tiring a bit. Again, he is still trying to work up that arm to the point where he can be a full-time starter. 2-1 pitch upcoming. Runners lead at every base. Kick the pitch. Check swing. And it's a called strike regardless from the home plate umpire, Richie McCarron. And the count goes to 2-2. So again, the fans asked to make noise here at Bethpage Ballpark. Quacker Jack standing behind home plate, cheering the fans on, trying to get through this top of the 4th inning with minimal damage. Lansford gets the sign. Here comes the 2-2 to Norberto Susini, and it is taken low in the dirt for ball 3, and the count goes full at 3-2. Again, nowhere to put Susini. A walk will force in another run. Pounds is at third, Stevens at second, and Galarraga at first. And now a 3-2. Runners go. The pitch swung on in line in right field. Charging in Myers. He's going to have to play it on a hop. It's a base hit. In to score is Pounds. In to score is Stevens. It's a 2-out, 2-run single for Norberto Susini, and the Riversharks lead it 3-0. And again, all of this coming with 2 outs. 8 runs scored by the Riversharks between the two games, and they have all scored with 2 outs in an inning. And now 5 straight have reached with 2 outs, and out of the dugout comes Kevin Baez. So Norberto Susini picks up his first 2 runs batted in of the year. He is going to take the ball from Jared Lansford. It looked like Myers had a chance on that line drive to right, but ended up playing it on a hop. Jared Lansford will head to the dugout. New pitcher coming in. We'll take a break and come right back. 3-0 Camden over Long Island on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. No, that's good.
Baseball fans, turn your attention to the lower concourse behind home plate. Time to put on your dancing shoes. Here's Kyle and Crockertrap to entertain you this evening.
Well, here at Bethpage Ballpark, this top half of the 4th inning continues, and after the Ducks had 2 outs and the bases empty, on a single, a strikeout, and a caught stealing, Wilson Batista drew a walk, stole second. Brian Pounds, an infield single to short, put runners at the corners. Bobby Stevens drew a walk. Joel Galarraga, who was behind 0-2, drew a walk to force home a run on a check swing that was ruled to have not been a swing. And then a 2-run single with 2 outs and 2 strikes by Norberto Susini. And 3 runs are in on 3 hits for the Riversharks. And now Eric Neeson has to relieve Jared Lansford here in the 4th to try and end this inning. Riversharks now have runners at 1st and 3rd with 2 away. And that brings up Zach McPhee, who has had a pretty good day for this Rivershark team. And he takes on the outside corner for strike 1. So despite Camden coming in here today with a 5-15 record, they win game 1 6-4 and have a 3-0 lead here in game 2 over the Ducks. And here a swing and a miss on a good fastball from Neeson. They count 0-2. Neeson did not pitch in game 1, but he has been terrific this year for the Ducks. No record, no ERA, 11 games. He has thrown 10 innings, allowing just 2 unearned runs. And the 0-2 is low and inside. Did it hit him? I think they're going to say it hit Zach McPhee, and indeed they do. He is limping out to first base. Now the trainer for the Riversharks is going to go out and check on him. 0-2 count from Neeson, and he throws a breaking ball down and in that gets away and hits him. Now the Ducks pitching staff with big-time control issues here today. So Neeson hits McPhee and allows Susini to go to second. And now Alex Hudak will come up to the plate and have an opportunity here with the bases loaded and 2 away.
And the center fielder, number 8, Alex Hudak. Number 8.
And boy, this inning has fallen apart quickly here for the Ducks. 2 outs, bases empty, and now 6 straight have reached. And here is Hudak. First pitch, and that is line foul. Third base side out of play, and the count 0-1. Again, still plenty of time to go, but again, these games are short. They're only 7 innings. It's a single admission doubleheader. So not as much time as usual for the Ducks to try and come back. The 0-1 here to Hudak. Neeson kicks and fires, and this one taken low and outside, even the count at a ball and a strike. The runners at 2nd and 3rd are Jared Lansford's responsibility. The runner at 1st is Zach McPhee's. Neeson is set, the pitch. Swung on in line foul, third base side out of play. And again, the Ducks have gotten to 2 strikes on the batter. It is 1-2. Long Island had 2 strikes on Batista, 2 on Pounds, 2 on Galarraga, 2 on Susini, and all 4 of those reached. And now they had 2 strikes on McPhee, who was then hit by a pitch. And now you got 2 strikes on Alex Hudak. With the bases loaded, 2 out, got to try and find a way to get out of this inning. 1-2 pitch coming from Eric Neeson, and this is swung on and missed for strike 3, and the inning finally comes to a close. But the Riversharks bat around. They send up 9 men to the plate, 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. But the Riversharks now hold a 3-0 lead. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. After this, here on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
Hey fans, did you know that someone here at the ballpark tonight could win 10?
Well, a tough top half of the 4th inning for the Ducks as they fall behind 3-0 here to the Riversharks. 3 runs on 3 hits in the inning.
Out there in right field,
3 walks and a hit by pitch as well. The Ducks are going to try and erase that from their memory and get back into this ball game. And as we go to the bottom of the 4th, it is time for the answer to tonight's 4th inning trivia, where we test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks and the Atlantic League as a whole. Gave you the question in the top half of the 4th. Last year, the Ducks were facing the Riversharks when one Long Island Duck hit what was the 100th home run for Long Island last year, and allowed the Ducks to meet the Champions Home Run Challenge. The question was, which Duck hit it? And if you guessed Ryan Strebe, you would be correct. August 21st at Camden in an 8-4 loss. He hit a 2-run home run for the Ducks' 100th home run last season. Well, Cody Puckett takes inside for ball 1 as we begin here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Puckett popped to first, his first time up. And here he pops one up, foul territory first base side. And it is Pounds over on the warning track to make the catch. So 2 pop outs for Cody Puckett, and quickly 1 away here in the 4th inning. That'll bring Lou Ford to the plate for the Ducks.
Number 20, Lou Ford, number 20.
So here is Lou Ford coming to the plate, batting from the right side. Ford struck out swinging in his first at-bat. Dan Blewett to this point has allowed just 2 Ducks base runners. Keith Castillo a walk and Chris McClendon a single in the 3rd inning, but struck out both Lyons and Lentini to get out of trouble. And here, first pitch is taken low for ball 1. Ford was 2 for 3, 2 runs scored, a run batted in, and a double and a triple. His first game of this series, and this one taken low for a ball. Count goes to 2-0. Ford with a 2-hit game now has 5 2-hit games. He trails Cody Puckett by 1 in that category. Now has 8 multi-hit games, which is tied with Puckett. Another ball out of the zone. And Ford quickly ahead here, 3-0. 4 or 5 pitches already in the inning out of the strike zone. Ducks have to be patient here with the right-hander who is having trouble throwing strikes, and he misses down low for ball Ford. So Lou Ford draws a walk. It's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. That'll bring Ryan Strebe to the plate.
Ryan Strebe, number 33.
So here is Strebe batting from the right side with a runner at first and one away. Strebe 0 for 3 in game 1, struck out looking his first time up. Blew it from the stretch now as Ford leads at first. Pitch to Strebe is swung on and popped up foul, first base side. And this will be back into the crowd. And the count 0-1. Strebe hit 3 deep drives out to right field, his first game of this doubleheader. And all 3 times it was caught right at the wall by the right fielder Jorge Cortez. Here comes the 0-1. Strebe takes and misses upstairs to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Ducks with just 1 hit so far. Quackerjack trying to get the crowd into the ball game a little bit more, get them to start cheering a bit louder. See if they can get a little rally going here, trailing by 3. 1-1. And Strebe lines one in the left field. That's going to be a base hit. Hard line drive by Strebe, so he picks up his first hit of the day. And the Ducks with a little rally going with 1 out. They've got runners at first and second, and that will bring up the left fielder Adam Bailey. And Bailey will represent the tying run here with the Ducks trailing by 3 and 2 on, nobody out. And out of the dugout comes Riversharks pitching coach and former big leaguer Chris Widger to have a chat with the right-hander.
Don't forget, fans, that every Sunday home game, the Long Island Ducks will be having.
Well, this series will conclude, this 3-game series, which has now been shortened to just 2 days because of yesterday's rainout. It will conclude tomorrow at 1:35 p.m. And a very special giveaway to celebrate the 15th anniversary season of Ducks baseball. As 15th anniversary card sets will go out to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of AARP. And each card will feature 1 member of the 15th anniversary team, which the fans voted on throughout the offseason on the Ducks official blog, Quack of the Bat. So an opportunity to pick up your commemorative card set tomorrow if you're one of the first 1,500 fans. First pitch to Bailey is taken for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. It's also Sunday Family Fun Day, so you've got the pregame autograph session. Kids run the bases after the game as well. Runners lead at first and second, 1 out. The 0-1 on the way to Bailey. Pitch is taken low. Good block by Joel Galarraga at home plate. And we'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Bailey flies to center his first time up. And that came back in inning number 2. Ford leads at second and Strebe at first. The first baseman Pounds playing behind the runner at first. And now the 1-1 to Bailey. There's a check swing on a ball low in the dirt. Again blocked by Galarraga. No swing from Bailey. And the count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. Bailey leads the Ducks with 4 home runs this year. He's driven in 11. He's 2 for 3 with a pair of singles in game 1 of the Twin Bill. So he steps back in from the left side. Runners take their lead. Blewett gets the sign, working out of the stretch. And the 2-1 is off the outside edge for ball 3. So the Ducks starting to be a little bit more patient here with the right-handed hitter, who to this point here in the 4th has thrown 69 pitches, 40 for strikes. See if Bailey gets the green light here at 3-1 with Ford at second and Strebe at first. Kick in the pitch from Blewett, and Bailey pops one up foul behind the plate, out of play. Got under that high fastball and hit it behind the plate, so the count is full at 3-2. Let's go Ducks chant up from the crowd here. Runners likely won't take off. Ford has good speed at second, but Strebe does not at first. So can't imagine Baez will send the runner, but we'll see. 3-2 on the way here to Bailey. Runners don't go, and the pitch is a breaking ball, chopped foul to the Ducks dugout on the first base side. He was out in front. John Myers waits on deck. Lefty batter against the righty pitcher as Blewett tries to get a ground ball here or strike out Bailey and get out number 2 in the inning. 3-2 on the way. Looks to second, deals to the plate, and Bailey will swing and hit a high drive in the air to right field, but playable for Cortez. In deep right center, he will make the catch. Ford will tag and go to third. Strebe bluffed, but he'll go back to first. So Bailey got into one and just missed it out to right. And now for the Ducks, runners at the corners with 2 away, and that'll leave it up to John Myers.
Right fielder, number 15, John Myers, number 15.
Just got a sense so far here today, the Ducks are just a hair off Brian Strebe with 3 deep drives out to right, his first in game 1 of this doubleheader, and he just missed on all 3. And there Bailey got into one pretty good out to right center field, but just missed. There isn't too much of a win to help out either. So now 2 away with runners at the corners for the Ducks. Myers still represents the tying run. And the first pitch is a breaking ball over the outside corner for strike 1. Myers led the Frontier League in home runs last year with 25. Still looking for his first here with the Ducks. Has not been an everyday player for Long Island. 0-1 upcoming. Kick, the pitch, and this is taken downstairs for a ball to even the count at 1-1. The Ducks were retired in order of the first 6 batters of the game, then threatened a bit last inning. Had a runner at second with 1 out, but unable to score McClendon. And now here runners at first and third with 2 away. And Myers at the plate. Ducks just trying to chip into this 3-0 lead for the Riversharks. The 1-1. Fastball on the outside corner. And the count goes to 1-2. Myers thought it was a bit outside, looked back towards home plate umpire Richie McCarron to have a couple words, and now we'll step back up to home plate. And so Blewett is 1 strike away from getting out of trouble. 1-2 pitch. Myers swings and misses at the breaking ball for strike 3, and that will retire the side. So that is the 6th strikeout of the night for Blewett. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left on base. We head to the 5th. 3-0 Riversharks on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio.
Now fans, take a
We go to the 5th inning here at Bethpage Ballpark. Riversharks have a 3-0 lead here in game 2 of a single admission doubleheader, which means this is a 7-inning game. Fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle Lynch Shop on your next visit here to Bethpage Ballpark, where exclusive, hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. Proceeds benefit the Quacker Jack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks. So after the Riversharks batted around in the top of the 4th, they will send their number 3 hitter, Jorge Cortez, to the plate to lead off here in the 5th inning. And Eric Neeson will stay on a pitch after he hit Zach McPhee with a pitch and then struck out Alex Hudak to end the 4th inning. So here's Cortez from the left side. First pitch from Neeson, and the pitch is taken outside for ball one. Cortez singled to right to lead off that fourth inning and bounced back to the mound in the first. So he's 1 for 2 here in game 2. Neeson's 1-0. Is popped in the air, foul down the left field line, out of play. That'll even up the count at 1-1. Tickets for tomorrow's series finale still available. You can get them by visiting the Bethpage Ballpark box office, going online to liducks.com, or calling 631-940-TIXX. 1-1. Lifted in the air to shallow center, and that is going to be played on a couple hops by Phelan Lantini. So a base hit for Jorge Cortez, his second of this game after he had 2 in game 1. And the leadoff man on here in the 5th for the Riversharks.
Number 10.
Camden's 6th hit of the ball game, and that's going to bring up Patty Matera, the third baseman and cleanup hitter for Camden. First pitch on the way from Neeson, and the fastball misses up high for ball one. We'll get you some updates from the out-of-town scoreboard. We told you the finals earlier. Camden defeated Long Island 6-4. Sugarland 8-2 winners over the Patriots, and Bridgeport 4-2 winners over the York Revolution. All of those game 1 of a doubleheader. High fly ball in the center here by Matera. Phelan Lantini treks in a couple steps. He'll make the catch. So that will retire Matera. And that's the first out here in the 5th inning. Matera now 0 for 3. In game 2 of the Twin Bills going on. Before that, we'll talk about the one game that's not part of a doubleheader today, and that is in Southern Maryland, where the Barnstormers just defeated the Blue, or they're going to the bottom of the 9th, and the Barnstormers have a 7-2 lead over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. First pitch is outside for ball one to Wilson Batista in his first at-bat since he drew the walk and slammed the bat down after the walk, and got a yelling at from Keith Castillo that emptied both benches and both bullpens. 1-0, and on the outside part of the plate, a check swing. They appeal to first, no swing. So the count goes to 2-0. It appears as though Jake Gardner will get the win for Camden, for Lancaster, Ian Marshall the loss for Southern Maryland. 3 RBIs from Austin Gallagher leading the way for the Barnstormers today. 2-0, fouled off first base side and back into the seats. Count goes to 2-1. Game 2 of a doubleheader in Somerset. Patriots now have a 4-1 lead over the Skeeters, bottom of the 6th inning. Jason Lowy now in for the Patriots. Van Allen is now pitching for the Skeeters. Somerset has RBIs from Donahue, Kelly, and Harrelchek. Another foul ball to the first base side by Batista to even the count at 2-2. And the Revolution have a 4-1 lead over the Bluefish, top of the 3rd inning up at the ballpark at Harbor Yard in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Anthony LaRue, the starter for the Revolution. Tyrell Harris, the starter for the Bluefish. Simmons has driven in the only run for Bridgeport on a homer. Chad Tracy has driven in 2 to lead the way for the Revolution. 2-2, breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 3 called. Batista knew it. Second strikeout for Neeson, and 2 away here in the 5th. Let's look around the Atlantic League scoreboard. Again, we give you the finals before. Mets 5-2 winners over the Nationals. Cologne the win, improved to 3-5. Gonzalez the loss, fell to 3-4. Mejia earned his first save. Lagares with his 2nd home run of the year for the Mets. Desmond his 6th for the Nationals. First pitch on the way from Neeson is taken for a ball by Brian Pounds, who has a couple of infield singles and a run scored in this game. Runner at first with 2 out, 1-0 upcoming from the Ducks left-hander. Kick on the pitch, and this is line in the air to center field. Racing in is Lantini. He's going to have to play this one on a hop. So a base hit for Brian Pounds, another 2-out hit for the Riversharks. And that keeps the inning alive. First and second now, and that will bring up Bobby Stevens. Camden has just been so lethal in this game with 2 out. We'll take a look at the situational stats as they came into the ball game, and Camden has been very good with runners in scoring position and 2 out this year. .349 average with 2 homers and 30 runs batted in. They have scored 9 runs in the doubleheader today, and all 9 have scored with 2 out in the inning. First pitch to Stevens, and that's taken low, and it gets past the catcher Castillo, and the runners will advance to second and third. It's going to be a pass ball that time for Keith Castillo. So on the play, Cortez goes from second to third, and Pounds goes from first to second. And now a base hit could make this a 5-0 ball game. Neeson gets the sign from Castillo, the pitch, and that's low and inside. And the count now 2-0 on Stevens, who has struck out, walked, and scored a run in this ball game. Yankees won 7-1 at home over the Pirates. 5 home runs. Gardner, Teixeira, McCann, Soriano, and Zoilo Almonte all went deep. Starling Marte hit his third of the year for the Pirates. This misses up and away for ball 3. Winning pitcher was David Phelps, who improved to 1-0. Volquez, the loss, fell to 1-4. So 3-0 count on Stevens as the Riversharks continue to threaten with 2 outs. And Neeson one more ball away from loading up the bases for Joel Galarraga. 3-0 pitch, and that up and away for ball 4. So that's the second walk of the game drawn by Stevens. And that is the 4th walk allowed by Ducks pitching. And that loads up the bases with 2 away, and up to the plate will step Joel Galarraga, who drew a bases loaded walk in the 4th inning that forced home a run. That was the first run of the game, and then a 2-run single followed by Susini. First pitch to Galarraga, and that is taken for a called strike. And the count 0-1. Galarraga's first at bat in the second was a ground out to third base. So once again, the bases loaded with the Riversharks here with 2 out. And the 0-1 way outside. Nice job by Castillo to keep that at home plate. And now the count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Now getting a bit restless here with the lack of control, and the Riversharks putting runners on with 2 away. 1-1. Line foul. First base side well out of play. And Neeson ahead here. Ball and 2 strikes on Joel Galarraga. 3-0 Riversharks, top of the 5th inning here in Game 2 of a single admission doubleheader. Camden took Game 1 6-4 and trying to sweep this twin bill. The 1 ball, 2 strike pitch coming from the left-hander. Kicks and fires, and this is a breaking ball laid off and taken low and inside for ball 2. It's amazing watching this Rivershark team. This is the first time these 2 teams are playing. And watching this team here and the way they're extending at bats and getting big 2-out hits, and wondering how in the world did they start 0-9 this year. Something seems to have clicked, and the 2-2 is up high for ball 3. So that will run the count full. So once again, Galarraga with a full count here. Another out of the strike zone will force home a run. The bases loaded with Riversharks, 2 away. Down 3-0 of the Ducks. The 3-2 is taken for a called strike 3. And that will retire the side. So Neeson picks up his 3rd strikeout of the game and leaves the bases loaded. No runs, 2 hits, a walk, and 3 left on base. Camden has left 8, but as we go to the bottom of the 5th, they lead it 3-0 on Long Island's home. For news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio. Well, back here at Bethpage Ballpark, we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Ducks trail 3-0 in Game 2 of this single admission doubleheader. Want to remind fans, we talked about tomorrow's game, which, again, the first 1,500 fans in attendance will receive 15th anniversary team card sets, courtesy of AARP. Gates will open at 12:35, first pitch at 1:35. It's also a Sunday family fun day, so prior to the game, fans will be invited onto the field for an autograph session with the Ducks, and after the game, kids and Kids at Heart can take part in Kids Run the Bases, presented by Bethpage Federal Credit Union. It's also a food drive day here at the ballpark. The Ducks, in conjunction with Long Island Cares and the Harry Chapin Food Bank, will host a food drive. Prior to the game, fans will be invited to and encouraged to bring donations of non-perishable food items to the ballpark that can be placed in the collection bins outside the ballpark. One of 10 food drives scheduled during the course of this 2014 season at every Sunday home game. Keith Castillo to lead off. He takes down low for ball 1. As we begin the bottom of the 5th, it'll be the bottom 3 in the order: Castillo, McClendon, and Lyons for the Ducks. And here Castillo takes again, and it misses for ball 2. Castillo drew a walk his first time up and then was caught stealing second. Kind of an odd play where he wasn't sure if he should steal or not. 2-0 is popped up, foul, third base side, back into the seats. And the count goes to 2-1. The Ducks coming off of a 4-2 road trip after they went 3-2 on their first road trip of the year. Trying to continue that momentum at home, but not been able to have a good day so far. Here, a fly ball down the left field line, twisting foul, and it one hops off the front of the party deck. Long run by McPhee, but could not get there. Unfortunately for him, the ball was foul. So the count now even at 2-2 on Keith Castillo. Ducks just haven't been able to get the offense going consistently here today. The starting pitching has struggled a bit with their control. And so here is Castillo with a count of 2-2. From the windup, Blewett deals, and the breaking ball misses low to run the count full at 3-2. Castillo will be followed by Chris McClendon. Here comes the payoff. Castillo swings and misses at the high fastball for strike 3. Strikeout number 7 on the night for Dan Blewett. He's allowed a couple of singles, a couple of walks, but nothing further. And with one away, that'll bring up Chris McClendon.
Chris McClendon, number 5.
So one away, base is empty. Here is McClendon to bat from the left side. McClendon picked up a single his first time up, punching a base hit the opposite way in the left field. And the first pitch here is a breaking ball low for ball 1. McClendon did not play in game 1 of this doubleheader. Brendan Harris started at third base. Here McClendon takes again, and it misses up high and away for ball 2. Tough road trip for McClendon. 0 for 10 in the series in Bridgeport. And the 2-0 is off the outside edge for ball 3. So Ducks trying to get a one-out base runner once again here in this 5th inning. And the 3-0 on the way to McClendon is on the outside corner this time for strike 1. So plenty of time for the Ducks to come back in this game, but they need to cash in when they get runners on. They've left 3 on over the last 2 innings, 3-1. That's up and away for ball 4. So Chris McClendon draws the walk. Third walk allowed by Blewett in the game. And that is another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. So runner at first with 1 away. Second straight inning, the Ducks have drawn a 1-out walk. Third straight inning, which they've drawn a walk, period. And here is the shortstop and 9-hitter Dan Lyons, who struck out in the 3rd, his first and only at bat to this point of the ballgame. Blewett gets the sign from Galarraga. McClendon leads at first. And the first pitch to Lyons is low. And the count goes to 1-0. Lyons from the right side. He's been starting to hit the ball well of late. And the 1-0 pitch is low below the knees for ball 2. Lyons 1 of 3 in game 1 with a run scored. He picked up his second triple of the year. He was 2 of 5 with a run scored and 3 walks on the road. Third baseman Patty Matera goes to the mound briefly, and now we'll head back towards third. So runner at first, 1 out. Ducks trail by 3. .20 pitch upcoming here. We'll see if Lyons gets a good pitch to hit. Blewett deals, and Lyons takes a fastball that is low for ball 3. So now the Riversharks right-hander having trouble throwing strikes. Phelan Lentini waits on deck. He'd be the tying run if Lyons gets on. And if McClendon is on the base paths as well. So they'll take here 3-0. Here's the pitch, and Lyons does take all the way, and that's a strike at the belt. Phelan Lentini still looking for his first home run this year. Ducks have not homered since last Saturday when Joash Brodeen went deep in Lancaster. Here comes the 3-1. McClendon leads at first. The pitch. Lyons takes a fastball, and that is a strike called on the outside corner. Another late call from home plate umpire Richie McCarron, and the count full at 3-2. We'll see if Kevin Bias puts McClendon in motion at first. He does have good speed. Blewett gets the sign from his catcher Galarraga. 3-2 on the way. Runner does not go, and Lyons takes low for ball 4. Another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. So Lyons and McClendon pick up back-to-back walks, and the Ducks once again have 2 runners on here with 1 away. They were unable to cash in last inning. And now we'll see if the top of the order can get anything going. Out of the dugout, it looks like Ron Korkovice, the manager for Camden. And he is going to go down to his bullpen. Phelan Lentini coming to the plate. He's going to take the ball from Blewett. So Blewett will not be able to get a win here as he does not go 5. We'll have a pitching change here at Bethpage Ballpark. We'll take a break and come right back. 3-0 Riversharks over the Ducks on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio. Well, the new pitcher for the Riversharks is right-hander Andrew Johnston, as he replaces the starter Dan Blewett here in the bottom of the 5th inning. After Blewett struck out Castillo to lead off the inning, gave up back-to-back walks to Chris McClendon and Dan Lyons. So the 2 runners on the base pass, the responsibility of the right-hander Blewett. And I'll see if the Ducks can get to the Riversharks bullpen here in game number 2. The Ducks trail 3-0. Trying to fight their way back here and salvage a split of this single admission doubleheader. First pitch to Lentini, and he takes the fastball low and inside for ball 1. Johnston on the year, no record, 2.79 ERA in 6 games. He's allowed 4 runs, 3 earned on 14 hits in 9 2/3 innings, 3 walks to 7 strikeouts. 1-0. Ripped on the ground to third, fielded by Matera, goes to second for 1. The turn to first, it gets past the first baseman. Coming home to score is McClendon, and the Ducks have cut it to within 3-1. So that'll go down as a 5-4 fielder's choice, and run scores on the E4. And so the Ducks have gotten on the scoreboard here and have closed to within 2.
Cody Puckett, number 2.
So now the bases, there's a runner at first. That is Lentini with 2 away. And up to the plate steps Cody Puckett, representing the tying run. So here's Puckett from the right side, first pitch. And that's hit on the ground, foul up the third base line.
Everybody clap your hands.
And the count is 0-1. Puckett is 0 for 2. He has popped to third in fair territory and popped out foul to first. Lentini with good speed. He leads at first with 2 away. Bluffs, and now Lentini will go back to first. Count 0-1 here on Puckett. Trying to extend that hitting streak to 10 games. Pitch is a fastball low and outside. That'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Lentini reaching on the fielder's choice. The run scoring on the error. And the throw to first, skip past the first baseman. Throw over to first, and back safely is Lentini. So it goes down again as a 5-4 fielder's choice that allowed Lentini to reach after Lentini struck out each of his first 2 times to the plate. So 2 out, a runner at first, 1-1 count here on Puckett, who is 0 for 2. Kicking the pitch, and Puckett swings, chops 1 foul again, third base side. And the count now 1-2 on Puckett. This Riversharks bullpen has a couple former Ducks on it. Right-hander T.J. Hose, who pitched with Long Island last year. He was 2-2 with a 5.31 ERA. And of course, you have Win Pelzer, who played briefly with the Ducks in 2012. Lentini leads at first, and a throw over is not in time. Back safely is Lentini. So that run is charged to Blewett. We'll have to wait to see if it's an earned or an unearned run. And here comes the 1-2. Johnston kicks, fires, runner goes, pitches low for a ball. The throw down to second, not nearly in time. And another stolen base for Phelan Lentini. So Lentini safe at second. He now has 4 steals on the year, 342 in his independent baseball career, which is a record. And now a base hit by Puckett could make this a 1-run ball game. 2-2 the count here on Cody Puckett. Kick and the pitch from Johnston, and Puckett swings, grounds 1, fair, inside the bag at third, and down the left field line. Around third and in to score is Lentini. On his way to second is Puckett. He'll stop right there with the RBI double, and the Ducks have closed it within 1. It is 3-2 here in the 5th inning. The third baseman, Bobby Stevens, could not believe the call. Richie McCarron, the home plate umpire, was the one who made the call. He had a couple words there, did Stevens, with the home plate umpire, McCarron. It looked like it hugged the line, and so an RBI double for Cody Puckett. The hitting streak is now at 10, and the tying run in scoring position with 2 away for Lou Ford. Those are loos you hear, not boos. So Puckett picks up the run batted in, and for Cody Puckett, it is his 9th RBI of the season. First pitch to Ford, and he takes it low and inside for ball 1. That run is charged to the pitcher on the mound now, Johnston. First run was Blewett, that one was Johnston. Here comes the 1-0. Kick, the pitch, and Ford swings, grounds it foul, first base side. The count 1-1. Both of these runs are earned runs, because they would have scored regardless of the error. McClendon would have just scored on the double, as would have Lentini. So it'll be a 1-ball, 1-strike count here to Ford, who has walked and struck out in his 2 plate appearances here in Game 2. 1-1. Up and in tight, 4-ball, and the count goes to 2-1. So the Ducks trying to tie this game and get Jared Lansford off the hook. As Lansford gave up all 3 runs in the 4th inning when he lost his control and walked 3 in the inning. Here comes the 2-1 with Puckett at second and 2 away. Johnson looks to second, deals to the plate. Ford takes a breaking ball. That is up high. And the count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike. If Ford gets on, with first base open, you have Ryan Strebe waiting on deck. Don't want to intentionally walk forward and put the go-ahead run on base, but obviously you got to be very careful with Lou Ford at the plate. 3-1. Ford swings, lines one into left field, charging over and can't make the catch. It's McPhee. Around third and in to score is Puckett. Ford going for second. He is in there safely with an RBI double, and we are all tied at 3 here in the bottom of inning number 5. And the Lou chants up from the crowd. Back-to-back RBI doubles by Cody Puckett and Lou Ford, and the Ducks have tied the Riversharks at 3 here in the 5th inning.
Look at the Ducks first baseman, number 33, Ryan Strebe, number 33.
Again, you can't assume the double play and can't assume that Lentini would have been out at first. It would have been a very close play. But the throw from the second baseman, Batista, skipped in the dirt, and he made his 3rd error of the season. Check that, his 5th error of the season, and on that, the inning continued, and now back-to-back RBI doubles have tied the game. Now the go-ahead run at second with 2 away. Here's Strebe. First pitch, and he takes a breaking ball strike on the outside corner. My goodness, was that a late call from home plate umpire Richie McCarron. He probably makes the call earlier. We obviously can't hear it from home plate, from our spot in the press box behind home plate. But he must make that call early and just take a while to signal as Strebe takes the breaking ball that is low and outside. And it evens up the count at 1-1. So Puckett and Ford each with runs batted in here on the doubles. 1-1 coming to Strebe, and he takes the breaking ball over the outside corner for strike 2. Strebe is 1 for 2 on the day. So for Puckett, that is his 2nd double of the year, his 9th run batted in. For Ford, it is his 6th double and team-leading 16th run batted in of the year. And here comes the 1-2 to Strebe. Fastball low and outside, even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Blewett is denied a win. He was not going to get a win anyway because he came out before the 5th inning was over, but bullpen has allowed this game to be tied at 3. Jared Lansford will not get the loss. Now the game in the hands of the bullpen. Johnston and Neeson are the pitchers of record. Ford at second, good speed, 2 away, and the 2-2. Strebe swings and misses for strike 3. Tosses away the bat in disgust, and that retires the side. But the Ducks tie the score. They get 3 runs on 2 hits. A couple of walks in there as well, 1 error, and 1 left on base. We head to the top of the 6th inning. Brand new ball game. We're all tied at 3 here on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio. You add one more, please.
A word for Tuesday.
Get ready to see Newsday in a fresh new way. With a smart design that's easy to read. With more news, more coverage, and more Long Island than ever before. It's a new day, starting with Newsday.
And boys and girls, don't forget the Long Island Ducks will host the Camden Riversharks again tomorrow afternoon at 1:35. The game's at 12:35. We'd like to remind boys and girls that you're invited to run the bases here at Bethpage Ballpark after tomorrow afternoon's game. Now, tickets are available at the Long Island Ducks ticket office. The ticket office will be open for your convenience after tonight's fireworks show. The ticket office is adjacent to the west gate of the ballpark, or you can go to laducks.com. Remember, game time tomorrow is 1:35. The gate's at 12.
Well, we are back here at Bethpage Ballpark. Tie game now as we go to the 6th inning, and fans follow all season long as the Long Island Ducks try and meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 home runs this year, Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. New pitcher in for the Ducks, it is left-hander Steve Garrison, who makes his second appearance of the day. He allowed an unearned run in 2/3 of an inning in Game 1 after Jorge Cortez reached on the 2-out error by Dan Lyons. And now here we will face Susini, McPhee, and Hudak, 9, 1, and 2 in the Rivershark order. First pitch on the way, and this is taken for a called strike on the outside corner by Susini, who delivered a big base hit in the 4th, a 2-out, 2-run single to right that scored Pounds and Stevens to give the Riversharks a 3-0 lead. 0-1 from Garrison. Big breaking ball. That missed upstairs. Looked pretty good from here. Count 1-1. Time called here by the batter Susini. Switch hitter batting from the right side. Kick. The pitch on the way is fouled off at home plate. And the count goes to 1-2. No ERA on the year for Garrison. 6 appearances. He has gone 5 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, all unearned. He's walked 1 and struck out 1. He's been dealing with a little bit of a calf issue, but he is okay now. Here comes the 1-2 from Garrison. Kicking the pitch is taken low and inside, even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And this is game 2 of a single admission doubleheader. 2 7-inning games scheduled today. Riversharks won game 1 6-4. We're all tied at 3 here in the top of the 6th in game 2. Here comes the 2-2 from Garrison. Pitch is low and inside. And that runs the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Fireworks will be shot off after the game here tonight. And Garrison from the line. Here comes the 3-2 to Susini, and this is swung and grounded foul, third base side. Goes past Brett Bonvecchio, the third base coach and hitting coach for the Riversharks. He's listed on the roster as the bench coach and the hitting coach, and he's also the third base coach. So we'll do it once again at 3-2. Garrison looks in for the sign from Castillo. Now he's set. And the payoff. Low and inside for ball 4, and Susini draws the walk. Ducks pitching for the most part this year has been very good about limiting walks, but in game number 1, Ducks bullpen walked 5 Rivershark batters, and now 5 more here in game 2.
Zach McPhee, number 4.
They always come back to bite you, and after 3 runs put up on the board by Long Island, you don't want to give runs right back. But the leadoff man is on in Susini, and here is Zach McPhee, who has singled, flied to left, and been hit by a pitch. Garrison gets the sign. Squaring the bunt is McPhee, and he bunts it back in front of home plate. Garrison off the mound. Fields juggles the baseball, and everybody's going to be safe. So everybody is safe, and now first and second. It's a sacrifice, and then an E1. Garrison will get charged with the error. Each team now with an error in this ball game. And so now runners at first and second with nobody out, and up to the plate will step Alex Hudak. Garrison just couldn't get the grip on the baseball. So McPhee is at first, Susini at second. Good speed for the Riversharks, and here is Hudak. We'll see if he lays down the bunt now to move runners in a scoring position. And he does square already. Garrison kicks and turns back towards second. Surprising to see Garrison here after he pitched 2/3 of an inning in game one. But Kevin Baez going to him in this inning, and first two have reached. First pitch, Hudak squares and bunts through a pitch. Now off second. Now they have the runner caught. The throw is in the dirt. Now a snap throw to third, and they got him. And then McClellan juggled it trying to throw to second. I believe they're saying the runner at third is out, and indeed he is out. So fortunate there for the Ducks. They are able to get an out. And again, no signal as to whether or not Hudak swung through that on the bunt or not. And now Steve Foucault is going to come out of the dugout and talk some strategy here with first base open. There is one out. And the caught stealing is going to go 1-6-5. So again, caught stealing 1-6-5. That got Norberto Susini out at third. But a stolen base credited to McPhee as he goes down to second on the play. Again, we believe the count is, I don't know if it's 1-0 or 0-1. Could not tell whether or not he definitely bunted through it. No call was made by the home plate umpire. So Hudak will step up to the plate, and they do say it's 1-0. So they say he did not go through it. Count is 1-0. Runner at second here with one away now. And they will pitch to Hudak. Garrison looks to second, 1-0 pitch, and that is taken low and inside for ball two. Crazy sequence here. This has just been a very crazy game throughout. The count is 2-0 here. Garrison against Hudak. Lefty-lefty matchup. Kick the pitch, and there's a breaking ball. Strike on the outside corner. And the count is 2-1. McPhee, the runner at second, has very good speed. Again, reaching on the E1. And Garrison could not handle the bunt attempt. Left-hander ready, looks to second. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and lined past the try of the second baseman Puckett into right center field. In to score is McPhee. Going to second is Hudak. He will stop right there with an RBI double. And just like that, the Riversharks are back in front as they lead it 4-3. Still an unearned run because McPhee reached on the error.
Number 2, Jorge Cortez, number 2.
Jorge Cortez will come to the plate with the runner at second and two away as Hudak picks up his first hit of the ball game with the RBI double in a right center field. And first base was open there, but you had the lefty-lefty matchup, and Cortez is a very good hitter as well. So no reason as to why you would intentionally walk him there. And now runner at second with one out, and Cortez at the plate. Time is now called. So for Hudak, that is his fifth double of the season, his ninth RBI. And the Riversharks back in front by a run. Runner at second, one out, and pitch. Cortez takes downstairs for ball one. And that run is unearned against Garrison, so he is still yet to allow an earned run. Here comes a 1-0 to Cortez. And that missed the outside corner for ball two. Very slow moving game here. We are already at 2 hours and 20 minutes in game two of this doubleheader, and we are only in the top of the 6th inning. 2-0. On the ground here to the right side. Cody Puckett fields and throws to first for the putout. So Cortez retired. He's now 2 of 4. And crossing over to third on the play is Alex Hudak. Again, imperative here for Garrison to keep this a one-run ball game.
Third baseman, number 10, Patty Matera.
I want to fall behind worse than that as Patty Matera now comes to the plate. You don't want to give your offense a chance to come back. The offense did so last inning, but only to tie the game. Now the Riversharks have the lead back. And with the righty coming to the plate, Kevin Baez is going to come out of the dugout. And just like he did in game one, he's going to go out to his bullpen and call on a right-hander to face the righty swinging Patty Matera. So we will have another break here at Bethpage Ballpark. Come right back and finish out hopefully the top of the 6th. 2 out. Riversharks now lead at 4-3 here on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. Well, we are back here at Bethpage Ballpark. We are playing here in the top half of the 6th inning. Riversharks, after the Ducks had tied the game in the bottom of the 5th, retake the lead on the RBI double by Alex Hudak, who is now at third base with 2 away. And up to the plate will step Patty Matera. So for Steve Garrison, he goes 2/3 of an inning in relief of Eric Neeson. Allowed 1 hit, 1 walk, did not strike out a batter. And he is responsible for the runner at third base, that is Hudak. Well, 1 run has already scored. It's an unearned run because of the error that Garrison made on the sacrifice bunt attempt by McPhee. And then Hudak, if he scores, will be unearned because there should already be 3 outs in the inning. So we'll see if Josh Lansford can end this inning here with Patty Matera coming to the plate. Kevin Baez again wanting to set up the righty-righty matchup with the righty Matera swinging. He is 0 for 3 in this ball game, and he has been the only Rivershark batter that has not reached base here in game 2. He is 0 for 3 with a pair of flyouts sandwiched around a strikeout. So Lansford ready to go, gets the sign from Castillo, and the first pitch is swung on and fouled off the mask of Castillo. And the count is 0-1. Josh Lansford did pitch in game 1 through a scoreless inning, gave up a hit, leadoff single to Brian Pounds, but nothing further, struck out 2. 0-1 on the way here to the righty swinging Matera, the third baseman for Camden. Hudak takes his lead off third as Josh Lancer looks in for the sign. That's the pitch he likes. And now the 0-1. Popped up left side of the infield. McClendon, the third baseman, making the call. And he will make the catch to retire the side. So a nice job by Josh Lancer to avoid any further trouble. But the Riversharks retake the lead. They get a run unearned on 1 hit and 1 error. They leave 1. And now we will head to the bottom half of inning number 6 with the Riversharks leading the Ducks 4-3 on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now pitching to the Camden Riversharks, number 22, Rob Samarano, number 22.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Ducks trailing by a run, and the new pitcher in for the Camden Riversharks is the right-hander Rob Samarano, who also pitched in Game 1 of this Twin Bills. Samarano threw a scoreless inning, striking out 1. And he'll face Bailey, Myers, and Castillo, 5, 6, and 7 in the Ducks order here in the 6th, as Long Island tries to retie the ball game or take the lead after they scored 3 in the bottom of the 5th to tie it and gave a run back in the top of inning number 6. So here's Adam Bailey, who was 0 for 2 after picking up 2 hits in the opening game of this doubleheader. First pitch, and Bailey takes way up and outside for ball 1. Bailey fly to center in the 2nd, fly to right in the 4th. Samarano kicks and deals, and Bailey chops one here weakly up the first base line, and this is going to roll foul. Just in front of the first base bag. Brian Pounds picked it up, but it had kicked foul at that point. And the count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Samarano stands in at 6'1", 210 pounds, resides in Brick, New Jersey after being born in Port Jervis, New York. He has not pitched since 2009 when he was with the Bridgeport Bluefish. It's been a long time for Samarano, but now back in the game. And here Bailey chops one over the mound towards the middle. That gets through, a base hit for Adam Bailey. Ducks put the tying run on right away to lead off here in the bottom of inning number 6. Michael Pollock here with you, bringing you all the action from Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip. Thanks so much for joining us here on your Saturday night. Whether you're tuning in on our brand new radio home this year, 103.9 FM LI News Radio, or online on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball and liducks.com. Happy to be bringing you Ducks baseball here as they kick off a 7-game homestand with this single admission doubleheader thanks to the rain out yesterday. The Ducks trying to salvage a split of this twin bill after falling in Game 1 6-4. Myers squares the bunt, bunts it beautifully, first base line. The pitcher fields and underhand tosses it to Batista. Myers nearly got that past the pitcher Samarano, but the sacrifice was successful. And it goes 1-4 on the putout. And that will allow Adam Bailey to get to second base. Again, Bailey represents the tying run. Kevin Baez not notoriously a bunter, but in that situation, with again this being a 7-inning game, you needed to get that tying run in a scoring position. And now you get Keith Castillo to the plate with 1 out and a runner at second, and he swings and misses at the first pitch for strike 1. First sack bunt of the year for John Myers. And here is Castillo, who has walked and struck out in his 2 plate appearances tonight. First game since Sunday, May 4th. 0-1 is grounded first base line, fielded in fair territory. Pounds flips to the pitcher covering Semirano. It's in time for the out. So it's a 3-1 ground out by Castillo. Bailey advances to third. And now the tying run 90 feet away with 2 out, and that'll leave it up to Chris McClendon.
Ducks third baseman number 5, Chris McClendon, number 5.
So a single, a sacrifice, a ground out to first. And a tying run at third with 2 away for Chris McClendon, who has singled, walked, and scored in his 2 plate appearances here today. Lefty batter against the righty pitcher. Semirano deals, and it's taken low. Good block at home plate by Galarraga. And the count 1-0. McClendon entered the game just 8 of 59 on the season. So he is now 9 of 60. The walk was his 4th of the season. And the run was his 7th. Bailey at third with 2 away. He has good speed. Here comes the 1-0. McClendon takes low again for ball 2. If McClendon gets on, Dan Lyons would be next. Ducks trail by 1, 4-3 here in the bottom of inning number 6. Upcoming pitch, swung on and fouled behind the plate by McClendon. Back to the backstop and the count 2-1. Ducks trying to tie the game once again. They scored 3 in the bottom of the 5th to tie the score at 3. But Camden with a run in the top of the 6th, retaking the lead. Thanks to the RBI double by Alex Hudak. Here comes the 2-1. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball missed outside for ball 3. Now McClendon gets on. That would put the go-ahead run on the bases for Dan Lyons, who had a triple back in game 1 and has a walk here in game 2. Pitcher Semirano grabs the rosin bag, throws it back down. And McClendon steps back in. 3-1 pitch up coming with a runner at third, 2 out, and he takes low and outside for ball 4. Second walk of the ball game drawn by Chris McClendon. It's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. And that will bring Dan Lyons to the plate with runners at first and third and 2 away here in the 6th inning.
Your attention please, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, batting for Dan Lyons, number 22. Joash Brodeen, number 22.
So just as I say that Dan Lyons was going to be coming to the plate, instead it is Joash Brodeen who will pinch it, as Kevin Wise wants to put somebody with a little more pop at the plate. So Brodeen will go in as the pinch hitter here for Lyons in the bottom half of inning number 6. Let's see what Brodeen can do. You also get a lefty hitter now. And the first pitch low in the dirt, great block by Galarraga. Kept it in front of him, and that prevents the run from scoring. So the count 1-0. Brodeen played in game 1, and he was 0 for 1. Had an RBI on a sacrifice fly. And he also drew the only walk of the game for the Ducks. Trying to tie this ball game at 4. 1-0. He swings and hits one deep in the air to right field. Going back is Cortez. The warning track, the wall. You can forget it. It's a 3-run home run. Pinch hit over the right field wall for Joash Brodeen. The fireworks go off, and the Ducks take a 6-4 lead in the bottom of the 6th inning. Brodeen steps on home plate. The high fives for Adam Bailey, for Chris McClendon, for Phelan Lantini, and now the rest of the dugout. Oh, Brodeen is pumped up. And he delivers a pinch hit, 3-run home run, his 3rd homer of the year over the right field wall. And it gets the pass capacity crowd at Bethpage Ballpark on their feet. What a drive for Joash Brodeen. And he comes through. First pitch is taken for a strike by Phelan Lentini, 0-1. That is home run number 12 on the year for the Ducks. If they hit 100 home runs, they will have met the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. And Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Another pitch misses for a ball. And that will even up the count at 1-1. So for Brodeen, home run number 3 on the year, RBIs 10, 11, and 12. He's now got 4 runs batted in on the day, and Kevin Baez absolutely pushes the right button there. He calls on Brodeen to pinch it for Dan Lyons to get a little more pop, and he clears both Waltz and right. That came very close to that hit it here sign, the Kona Ice sign in right field. This one is lined into right center by Lentini. That is going to get down for a base hit. The center fielder Hudak cuts it off. Big turn for Lentini, but he'll hold on right there. And Phelan Lentini with a base hit, his first of the game and of this twin bill. And the Ducks with a runner at first and 2 away. So Semirano, who pitched in game 1, struggling here in game 2. I have to think now Sergio Miranda will go in and play shortstop in the 9th inning. Or Brendan Harris. And here is Cody Puckett, who picked up an RBI double last inning to extend his hitting streak to 10 games, and he fouls the first pitch off for strike 1. Most of the fans knew that was out off the bat, and Brodeen certainly knew it. Again, the hit it here sign, if a Ducks player hits it through that hole in right center field in the Kona Ice billboards, a lucky fan is going to win $10,000. 0-1, up and inside, that buzzed Puckett. Very close to the head of Puckett. I'm sure he was not happy about it, but I can't imagine that was a purpose pitch at all. Count is now 1-1. You have to imagine Semirano's upset just the fact that he gave up the home run and lost the lead. Now it'll be a 1-1. Kick in the pitch. Breaking ball's fouled off first base side. And the count goes to 1-2. So you can imagine Leo Rosales is probably warming up in the Ducks bullpen along the right field line. And looking ahead to the 7th, it will be Batista, Pounds, and Stevens, 5, 6, and 7 in the order for the Riversharks. And if the Ducks can hang on, this would be a very uplifting win. If they trailed pretty much all of game 1 and trailed for the middle innings here in game 2 as Puckett takes outside to even the count at 2-2. And after the Ducks had come back to tie the game down 3-0, seeing that 3 runs get washed away with a run in the top of the 6th inning to give the Riversharks the lead back. But Joash Brodeen with a big pinch hit 3-run home run as Puckett takes low and away for ball 3. And the count goes full. So 3-ball, 2-strike pitch up coming here to Puckett that will release the runner at first as Lentini will go on the pitch. If Puckett gets on, you've got Lou Ford waiting on deck and a chance for the Ducks to add some insurance now. Runner goes and Puckett lifts this one in the air, left center field, charging over is Hudak. He reaches out and makes the catch. Good running grab there from Hudak, and that retires the side. But the Ducks are able to get the lead. For the first time in today's doubleheader, they take the lead. They get 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We will head to the 7th, and it's time for God Bless America here at Bethpage Ballpark, Timber Point Elementary School to sing God Bless America. Timber Point Elementary School with God Bless America here at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks will try and close out a win. Leo Rosales coming in. We'll be right back on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. Can I add one extra here? Well, we go to the top of the 7th inning here in Game 2 of this single admission doubleheader. Long Island Ducks have taken a 6-4 lead on the pinch hit 3-run home run by Joash Brodeen, and they now call on their closer, right-hander Leo Rosales, to try and close out this game. Again, 2 7-inning games in this doubleheader. And Rosales will face Wilson Batista, Brian Pounds, and Bobby Stevens, 5, 6, and 7 in the Riversharks order. Michael Pollack here with you, bringing you all the action. We've got some defensive changes we'll talk to you about momentarily as well. And now time called as Rosales got ready. So Joash Brodeen, who delivered the pinch hit 3-run home run, stays in the game. He goes out into right field. Chris McClendon, now check that, hold on 1 second. 0-1 is swung on and missed. Well, the first pitch is swung on and missed. And the count 0-1. John Myers, who was playing right field, moves over to third base, and Chris McClendon shifts from third base to shortstop to cover the vacated spot where Lyons was. The count 0-1, the pitch here, lifted in the air left field. Adam Bailey took a couple steps back, now moves in a couple steps. He'll make the catch, and Batista retired for the first out. Well, Leo Rosales has been terrific so far for the Ducks this year. No record, but he has a 1.93 ERA and 7 saves, in Atlantic League leading 7 saves in 9 games out of the bullpen. 2 runs allowed on 7 hits in 9 in the third innings. He has walked 6 and struck out 8. So the one out here is Brian Pounds, the first baseman. And Rosales deals, and this is pop foul first base side. Strebe gives it a look. This will be back into the seats, though. And the count 0-1. Pounds has had a great ball game, 3 for 3 at the plate. Infield single to third in the second, infield single to short, and a run scored in the fourth, and then a base hit to center in the fifth. 3 of Camden's 8 hits in the ball game. Camden actually has 8 hits to the Ducks 7, but it's that 7th hit, or the 6th hit, excuse me, the 3-run home run by Brodeen that gave the Ducks the lead. 0-1, and this is low. Now leaving up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. So Brodeen hoping that his 3-run home run will secure a split of this doubleheader and continue the alternation of wins and losses for the Ducks. 1-1, lined into center. Phelan Lentini drifting back. He will make the catch. And the Ducks are 1 out away. Once again, following the game, the post-game show is coming up, so don't go anywhere. We're going to recap this game, hand out the Nico Locke Player of the Game Award, and take a final look at the out-of-town scoreboard before we wrap things up. And of course, the fans here at Bethpage Ballpark are going to be treated to a Grucci Fireworks Extravaganza presented by Nicolak. So 2 away, the base is empty. Rosales 1 out away from his 8th save of the year to extend his league-leading total. And it'll be Bobby Stevens to the plate, batting from the right side. He is 0 for 1 with a couple of walks and a run scored. First pitch on the way, and that fastball is taken outside for ball 1. Stevens drew a walk in the 5th and in the 4th and struck out swinging in the 2nd. Rosales working out of the stretch. He gets the sign. Here comes the 1-0. And this is swung on and fouled off first base side to the Ducks dugout. Count 1-1. Rosales was an all-star last year, well on his way to earning another all-star spot with the kind of start he has had to his season. Continues to be the strong right-hander the Ducks have out of their bullpen, part of the late inning brigade that has been so strong. 1-1. Fastball low and in tight. Count goes to 2 balls and a strike on Bobby Stevens, former Somerset Patriot. Was part of that Patriots team that won the Freedom Division last year. Pyrotechnico Fireworks Extravaganza after the game. I'm corrected. I accidentally said Grucci, but it's Pyrotechnico. 2-1. Breaking ball hits the outside corner for a strike. And the Ducks are 1 strike away. Fans will rise to their feet here at Bethpage Ballpark, trying to will Rosales to the final out so they can see the fireworks here tonight. Ducks right-hander dangling the right arm, looking for the sign. He is ready. And the 2-2 pitch is swung on and hit in the air well to center. Phelan Lantini drifting back. He is under it. He makes the catch. This ball game is over, and the Ducks have won it by a count of 6-4 to earn a split of this single admission doubleheader. So the Riversharks take game 1, 6-4. The Ducks respond with a 6-4 win thanks to the pinch hit 3-run home run by Joash Brodeen in the bottom half of inning number 6. And for the Ducks, their 8th come-from-behind win here in 2014. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a break. Coming up next is the post-game show. We'll recap this one, hand out the Nicolak Player of the Game award after this. Ducks win at 6-4 on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio. Well, back here at Bethpage Ballpark, getting set for the Pyrotechnico Fireworks Extravaganza after the Long Island Ducks come from behind to win it by a count of 6-4 over this Camden Riversharks team and earn a split of this single admission doubleheader. So let's take a recap of this game first, and it started off after the teams exchanged zeros through the first 3 innings of the contest. Started off in the top of the 4th when the Riversharks scored 3 runs against Duck starter Jared Lansford. It was kind of a wacky inning. Jorge Cortez started off with a single to right, and then after Patty Matera struck out swinging, Wilson Batiste was at the plate, and on a 3-1 pitch, it was delivered. No real ball or strike call was signaled, but Cortez thought it was ball 4 and kind of stopped on his way to second and ended up being thrown out stealing. So the caught stealing ended up being the second out of the inning, so it was bases empty, 2 out, 3-2 on Batista. while Lansford walked Batista, who then stole second, went to third on an infield single to short by Pounds, so it was first and third with 2 out. Bobby Stevens then drew a walk, and then Joel Galarraga drew a walk with the bases loaded. Third walk of the inning for Lansford. It forced home a run, gave the Riversharks a 1-0 lead. And Norberto Susini followed with a 2-run single to right that put Camden on top 3-0. Eric Neeson had to come on and get the final out of the inning, and that kept it 3-0. It would stay that way until the bottom of the 5th, when the Ducks would find a way to tie the score. With 1 out in the inning, Chris McClendon drew a walk, and then Dan Lyons drew a walk. That took Blewett out of the game, the starter for Camden. And in came Andrew Johnson. Well, he allowed Phelan Lentini to reach on a 5-4 fielder's choice, which in part happened because of a throwing error by Wilson Batista on the relay to first. And when the ball got away, Chris McClendon scored from third and made it 3-1. So it was a runner at first with 2 away in a 3-1 game with 2 out. And Lentini would steal second and then score on an RBI double to left center by Cody Puckett. Lou Ford would, down the left field line, by Cody Puckett. Lou Ford would follow with a double to left center that scored Puckett. And just like that, the ball game was tied at 3 apiece. Camden, though, responded in the top of the 6th. Steve Garrison was on the mound. Norberto Susini drew a walk and went to second when McPhee laid down a sacrifice punt. McPhee would end up reaching when Garrison couldn't handle the baseball. So it was a sacrifice E1. First and second, nobody out. And then both players tried a double steal. Susini was caught at third. He was kind of held up in between. And the putout went 1-2-6-5. So he was retired there. And then with that guy, with Susini out and McPhee at second base, Hudak then delivered an RBI double in a right center field that scored McPhee unearned run. But the Riversharks had retaken the lead. However, the Ducks would respond in the bottom of the 6th in a big way. Adam Bailey led off the inning with a single to center, was sacrificed to second by John Myers, and then went to third on a ground out to first by Keith Castillo. So it was a runner at third with 2 out. Chris McClendon would draw a walk, and that would set the stage for Joe Ashbrodeen as he went up to the plate pinch hitting for Dan Lyons, and he drilled a 3-run home run over the wall in right field for his 3rd home run of the year. 12th homer for the Ducks, and just like that, they were on top 6-4. Leo Rosales came on, retired the side in order in the 7th, 1-2-3 inning on 3 flyouts, and the Ducks won the game 6-4. The final totals: 6 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Ducks. They ended up leaving 5 on base. For the Riversharks, 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. They left 9. The winning pitcher is Josh Lansford, who improves to 1-0. He got the final out of the top of the 6th before the Ducks rallied to take the lead. The loser was Rob Semerano, who gave up the 3-run home run to Brodeen. So he falls to 1-3, and the save goes to Leo Rosales, his league-leading 8th of the season. The game, a 7-inning game, took an abnormally long 2 hours and 46 minutes in front of a past-capacity crowd, first sellout crowd of the year here at the Duck Pond. Final attendance for today, 6,435. Tonight's Nico Lock player of the game for Game 2, it's no question. He only needed 1 at-bat to do it, but Joe Ashbrodeen with 1 swing, a game-winning 3-run home run in the bottom of the 6th inning. He is tonight's Nico Lock player of the game. Nico Lock retaining walls and paving stones, a company synonymous with quality and service in the manufactured concrete industry for almost 50 years. We're going to take one more break here on the postgame. When we come back, the out-of-town scoreboard. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio. Well, we are back here at Bethpage Ballpark one final time after the Long Island Ducks defeat the Camden Riversharks by a count of 6-4 to split this single admission doubleheader. Two teams will close out the series tomorrow here at Bethpage Ballpark. More on that in a minute. First, a recap of the out-of-town scores. There were two other doubleheaders today. First, Sugarland Skeeters and Somerset Patriots, and the Skeeters took game 1 8-2. Everett's the win improved to 1-1. Langwell the loss fell to 1-2. Home runs from Delwyn Young his third and Rusty Rial his second. Both of those for the Skeeters. In game 2 of the Twin Bill, the Patriots responded with a 4-2 victory, so the Ducks remain 2.5 games back in the Liberty Division standings. DeMar got the win and improved to 2-1. Meadows the loss fell to 0-1, and Hunton earned his 4th save of the season. No home runs in that game. And so the Patriots with a 4-2 win split the doubleheader with Sugarland. Bridgeport and York played today at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Bluefish won the opener 4-2. Texiera the win improved to 1-1. Thurman the loss fell to 0-1, and Abreu picked up his 5th save of the year. And Overbeck had the only home run, his 4th of the season for Bridgeport. They are currently in the bottom of the 7th inning in game 2 of the doubleheader. York has a 4-1 lead. It looks like they will win that. LaRue will end up getting the win, Harris the loss, and Lewis would pick up the save. Tracy drove in 2 for the Revolution. Simmons had the only run driven in for the Bluefish. And the only game today that was not part of a doubleheader was in Southern Maryland, where the Barnstormers won at 7-2 over the Blue Crabs. Gardner 2